Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The magic crystal cannons are powerful, High Priest Barrow said coldly, but our stone giants are no weaker. Give the order. When the giants reach the city walls, the army advances. The stone giants pressed forward under the bombardment, enduring the crystal cannon fire while maintaining terrifying momentum. Behind them, the human-faced spiders surged closer. Their sharp claws dug into the stone as they climbed the walls, spraying poisonous silk that spread confusion and casualties among the dwarves above. This chaos opened the path. The dwarf army advanced rapidly, closing the distance under cover of the spiders. Barrow's eyes gleamed with excitement. There are only 3 crystal cannons. Their firing capacity is limited. 6 shots wasted on the giants. They can't stop us anymore. Ganesh frowned. Wait, that woman's magic is not something to underestimate. Boom, 50 meters from Isladu's walls, the ground collapsed. The earth split open violently, forming a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. Nearly all the charging human-faced spiders were swallowed whole. Barrow froze, horror flooding his face. Ganesh exhaled sharply. She made her move. Boom, flames erupted inside the crater. The spiders trapped within were incinerated, their shrill screams echoing upward, tearing at the nerves of every half-orc on the field. Those who had fled the battlefield earlier watched this scene in terror. Their anger and resolve shattered, replaced once again by fear. Kate Lyle did not even spare the pit a glance. Her gaze shifted calmly to the 3 stone giants now standing at the edge of the wall. Smaller, smaller, smaller. She raised her wand, chanting continuously. Before everyone's eyes, the giants began to shrink. From over 300 meters tall, to 200, to 100, to 50, to 10. Finally, they stopped at just 3 meters tall. The transformation took only moments. Silence swept the battlefield. 3 towering behemoths had been reduced to stone figures no taller than a man. Grice stared in disbelief. To shrink something that massive, what kind of mana does Master Kate Lyle possess? Nost, Alice, and the others were equally shaken. They all understood enlargement and reduction magic, but scale mattered. Shrinking even one giant of that size should have drained a master dry, and even then only to a few dozen meters. For Kate Lyle, it seemed effortless. Barrow and Ganesh were stunned, yet the reality stood before them. This is our chance, Ganesh said suddenly, eyes sharp. Even Queen Alice couldn't do that. She must have consumed enormous mana. Barrow nodded grimly. Every mage had limits. And yet, so foolish, Barrow sneered, raising his staff. Attack! The war horns blared. Fearful half-orcs charged once more. But the crater blocked their path, forcing them to split to either side. Their crossbows lost effective range. Catapults were rendered useless. As for the shrunken stone giants, they were now faster, more agile, yet still monstrously strong. Their fists slammed into the city walls with thunderous impact. Kate glanced at them once, then she lifted her wand. Levitation. The 3 giants were torn from the ground and hurled directly into the flaming crater. Climbing out would be nearly impossible, and growing back to full size, even harder. Doomsday storm. The curse fell, wind howled. Fire ignited. A colossal fire tornado erupted, engulfing a radius of over a kilometer. In an instant, the advancing orc army was swallowed whole. Screams vanished into flame. Only a small remnant survived, clustered around High Priest Barrow, frozen in terror and no longer charging. Barrow's eyes turned bloodshot as he gripped his scepter, despair crushing his chest. This was magic beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Tens of thousands were dead. The half-orcs were crippled. Large-scale warfare would be impossible for decades. Ganesh stared at the inferno, his world reduced to burning ruin. He had not expected Kate Lyle to still possess such power after shrinking the giants. Compared to their despair, the defenders rejoiced. Princess Alice, Prince Roy Sophie, and the others erupted in cheers. With this blow, the orcs would pose no serious threat for generations. Ganesh, Barrow roared, madness creeping into his voice. When are they coming? I want Asla erased from this world. Ganesh was silent. Then he drew a flute and began to play. The sound was harsh and unsettling, carrying a strange magical resonance. Through it he sensed a distant presence. Roar, a dragon's cry thundered across the battlefield. Ganesh lowered the flute and smiled. Our ally has arrived. If you value your life, he said calmly, leave now. He turned and departed without another glance at Barrow. With that woman present, the half-orc army was finished. The moss scepter was already secured. Barrow had served his purpose. Now Ganesh had only one hope, that Kate Lyle would be killed. Only then could they reclaim Esladu and search for the Eternal Ring. The dragon's roar tore across the battlefield, deafening and overwhelming. The remaining half-orcs broke instantly. They fled in blind panic, not daring to linger for even a breath. The black demon dragon was enormous beyond reason. Its shadow blotted out the sky, swallowing light itself. When its wings spread, its 600-meter-long body became even more terrifying, like a moving mountain of darkness. Raw, hurricane winds surged as raging flames poured down from the heavens, burning like the fire of annihilation, as if the world itself were about to be erased. Harry and the others stood frozen. How could anyone possibly resist flames like that? Roy, Sophie and the others retreated instinctively, scrambling for anything that might shield them. Then a clear, steady chant rang out. "Spirit of water, hear my call. Reveal your majesty and unleash your might, roar of the water god." Kate Lyle's voice echoed across the battlefield. Those retreating stopped. Water surged violently from the earth, spiraling upward. In the blink of an eye, countless streams gathered into a roaring sea that rushed skyward to meet the descending flames. Water and fire collided. Power dissolved into chaos. Dense white mist exploded outward, swallowing the battlefield in an instant. Boom. The flames were extinguished, and the remaining force struck the black demon dragon directly, producing a deep, muffled impact. The massive dragon lost balance. Its body plummeted downward, allowing everyone to see its enormous head clearly through the thinning mist. Yet even as it fell, the dragon opened its jaws wide, blasting flames once more through the fog toward Asla. Kate Lyle's eyes hardened. She lifted her wand again. "Water spirits of the air, obey me. Bind my enemy and halt its advance, water binding curse." A massive wall of water materialized instantly, blocking the flames and wrapping tightly around the black demon dragon's body. The bound dragon slammed into the ground. A thunderous crash followed, the earth shaking violently as if it were on the verge of collapse. Kate flicked her wand. A hurricane swept the dust away, revealing the dragon's massive form pinned beneath the flowing restraints. At the same moment, wings of pure light unfurled from Kate Lyle's back. She rose into the air, hovering calmly above the battlefield. Ganesh and High Priest Barrow stared in disbelief. Wings. Since when could humans grow wings? Who exactly was she? And why was a creature as terrifying as the black demon dragon so powerless before her? "I remember you," the dragon rumbled. "And that disgusting aura." Its body remained tightly bound by water jets. Its wings could not spread, and even its massive head was entangled by multiple flowing restraints. Yet its voice carried no weakness. The crimson glow in its eyes faded slightly, replaced by a brief clarity. Kate floated above it, wings gently beating. "There's something wrong with your body," she said calmly. The dragon glanced at her. In the next instant, its eyes flared blood-red once more. Raw, dark energy erupted violently from its body. The water restraints shattered one after another as the dragon tore free. The legends were true. The black demon dragon was resistant to magic. The water binding curse could restrain it briefly, but never permanently. At its peak, such magic would not even slow it down. With a furious lunge, the dragon surged forward, jaws wide, teeth like jagged cliffs, aiming to swallow Kate whole. Then boom. A mountain descended from the sky. The dragon was smashed into the ground, its massive body buried completely, leaving only its head exposed. Spirit of Earth, grant weight and eternal rest. Mountains descend. Kate's magic surged. Stone condensed violently, layer upon layer forming in an instant. A colossal mountain hundreds of meters tall and nearly a kilometer long pressed down upon the black demon dragon. The dragon screamed. Black deathly energy poured from its body as it struggled, the ground shaking under the force. But it could not rise, it could not fly. It could not escape. The black demon dragon could resist magic, but it could not resist gravity. This was not magic alone, this was physical suppression. After several desperate struggles, the mountain did not move. In the distance, the three black-robed figures controlling the dragon stood frozen. This wasn't right. Where was the invincible evil they were promised? Where was the unstoppable destruction? The dragon had barely attacked twice before being buried alive. It was absurd. Ganesh and High Priest Barrow collapsed to the ground, stunned and hollow. All their hope had rested on that dragon. And it had failed completely. Grice exhaled slowly, shaken. Other than Master Kate Lyle, no one in this world could suppress a black demon dragon like this. Nost nodded gravely. Elemental magic that manifests a mountain itself, terrifying. Harry clutched the crystal ball, staring at the towering mass of stone in total disbelief. This monster was crushed just like that. Malfoy took a slow breath. Any thought of surpassing Kate Lyle vanished entirely. High above, Kate paid the buried dragon no further attention. She rose higher, crossed over the mountain, and flew toward the distant battlefield beyond. The mountain blocked everyone's view. Where was she going? Harry didn't hesitate. He cast a flying spell on himself and shot forward. Harry, give me one too, Ron shouted. Me as well, Hermione added. And me, I want to see. Grice, take us with you, Roy Sophie called anxiously, because one thing was clear, someone else was fighting Kate Lyle. Excitement burned in Malfoy's and Cedric's eyes as they followed. Speed up, Grace shouted. Grice and Nost exchanged a glance, and immediately boarded the elven ark. Harry hurriedly cast flying spells on everyone, before accelerating after Kate. One by one, Grace, Raichu, Nossa, Princess Alice, and the others boarded the elven ark, circling the mountain to observe the battlefield on the other side. Kate Lyle flew over the mountain, and came to the sky above a small hillside 1,000 meters away. And on that hillside, the three of them hid under the rocks, not daring to look at Kate Lyle, and not daring to make a sound, for fear of being discovered by Kate Lyle. The three hidden people are Heidi, David, and Maiden Johnson, the main people behind the Death Eaters. In fact, as long as the three people who used the illusion spell did not speak or move around, no one could see them. When Kate Lyle came towards them, the three of Heidi were scared and a little nervous at the same time. Because Kate Lyle was too powerful, even the Dark Dragon could easily deal with it. Naturally, I don't want to fight Kate Lyle either. However, Kate Lyle stood on top of them, looking at them playfully. How long are you going to hide? Or do you think I'm blind and can't see you? The three of Heidi listened to Kate Lyle's words, looked at each other, and remained silent without speaking or moving, because in their hearts there is still luck. Kate Lyle looked at the three of Heidi, raised her wand, and pointed it at the three of Heidi. Avada Kedavra. David couldn't suppress the fear in his heart, and when Kate Lyle raised his wand, he took the lead in attacking. Damned, the Cruciatus Curse. After David shot, Heidi and Maiden Johnson also quickly shot. 3 dangerous spells struck, and a light shield appeared directly in front of Kate Lyle, blocking all the magic. Seeing this, David immediately cast an apparition and left instantly. Boom! David, who flew out, hit the wall like a golf ball and was bounced back. Heidi and Maiden Johnson looked at David, who was bounced back, and they couldn't help being stunned. What's going on? What about acting? Run, why don't you run? Kate Lyle smiled at the dazed David and said, How is this going? David pulled down his hood, showing a young face, looked at Cartrell and said, Heidi controlled a rock and smashed it far away. A light curtain bounced the stone back. Heidi also understood instantly and said, It's an enchantment. Maiden Johnson and David stared at each other for a moment, and they also understood that there was only one thing they could do at this time, and that was to fight fiercely to the end. Let's fight together. If we don't defeat him, we won't be able to leave here at all. Heidi looked at Kate Lyle and said in a deep voice. Kate Lyle heard Heidi's words and said with a smile, You guys have been hiding behind the scenes and planning for so long. Are you finally willing to stand up? Are you ready to dance? When the three of Heidi heard this, their expressions sank and they quickly separated. Water spear stab, Kate Lyle's voice sounded, and water spears fell from the sky. Each water spear is about 15 meters long, exuding a water blue light. Each water spear looks hard and sharp, but inside it is a flowing water. Facing the dense water spear stabs, Heidi couldn't dodge for a while and directly pierced her left arm. Heidi's face was pale from the pain, and she was extremely painful. Seeing another water spear attack, she endured the severe pain, grabbed her wand, and shouted, Armor guard, aggressive. The enchantment protected by the armor didn't last long. It was like a broken mirror with cracks, and the water spear would fall on his body at any time. For a moment, Heidi's expression was full of despair. Kate Lyle hadn't released the terrifying magic, but the water spear thorns that kept falling made it difficult for them to parry. Armor guard, David appeared in time, blocked the water spear and rescued Heidi. Avada Kedavra. Maiden Wilson seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Gorgeous magic, always so dazzling and charming. However, under this dazzling and charming light, there is a terrifying power, which will disappear in smoke if you are not careful. At this time, Heidi, David, and Madison Johnson faced Kate Lyle's overwhelming magical attack, as if they were in a vast ocean, and they would be swallowed if they were not careful. In the gorgeous magic battle, Kate Lyle always looked down upon Heidi and the other three. The three of them didn't hold on for long before they were trapped scarred. Their feet were far away from the ground. Their bodies and hands were controlled by disorganized water spear stabs, like sinners tied to a cross, dying. Where are the elven crown and the moss scepter? Kate Lyle looked at Heidi and asked the three of them. It's in the hands of the adults. Facing the powerful Kate Lyle, Heidi, who was still bleeding profusely and pale, didn't dare to take any chances and responded. Where is he? Kate Lyle asked again. Black Mountain. Heidi hesitated for a while and said. Kate Lyle thought for a moment after hearing the words and said, I went to Montenegro not long ago, and I saw the black demon dragon, but I didn't see it, the so-called lord in your mouth. Who is the adult you are talking about? Facing Kate Lyle's inquiry, the three of Heidi were silent. Kate Lyle looked at the three of them with some doubts and said, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "I can't tell," Heidi responded after being silent for a moment. Kate Lyle looked at David and said, "What about you?" David's answer was to shake his head and not speak, so Kate Lyle looked at Madden Wilson again. Madden Wilson was silent. "It seems that you want me to do something cruel to you." Kate Lyle took out her wand and sneered. The dark elemental energy condensed in Kate Lyle's magic wand, and the black gas circulated in the air, entwining towards the three of Heidi. "The enhanced version of the Cruciatus curse. I hope you can withstand the torture." The black gas entangled their bodies, and before the damage erupted, the three of Heidi felt the devastation from that force, and the expressions of the three of them became grim in pain. And when the gas began to drill into their heads from their noses, the painful feeling was even more indescribable, because they have been shrouded in black gas, placed in the darkness, and experienced horrific torture. The screams were no longer sharp, but hoarse, gradually unable to make a sound. Kate Lyle withdrew her wand, the black air dissipated, and the three of Heidi felt that they had returned to heaven from endless hell. Kate Lyle looked at the sun shining, panting, enjoying the rare quiet, extremely happy. "You have one more chance." A calm voice sounded in the minds of the three of them, and they trembled instantly. It is also to let them understand that they are still on the chopping block of the god of death, and their lives will be killed at any time. "Magic, don't say it." Heidi gasped and said with difficulty, "Otherwise we will die." Kate Lyle heard the words and thought, "Cursed, then let me see where he is hiding." Kate Lyle came to Madden Wilson, stretched out her hand, grabbed his head. The dark elemental energy invaded its body, and seized and flipped through his memory. Within 5 breaths, My Ding Johnson completely rolled his eyes, cut off his breath, and a black energy flew out of My Ding Johnson's body, penetrated the barrier, and flew towards the distance. Seeing this, Kate Lyle immediately chased after her. The black gas is a contract force attached to My Ding Johnson, and it is also the real behind-the-scenes boss behind My Ding Johnson and others. Kate Lyle has always wanted to find the boss of a certain queen, want to know who he is, and get the elf crown and more scepter from him. In fact, these two things were not the only things that were robbed by the Death Eaters. There is also something that the fairies have been guarding, the fairy necklace. This is a necklace as white as jade, which is the belief of the goblins. At the same time, the person who owns this necklace will gain more powerful magic power. Back in the original world, the reason why the Goblin clan rebelled, caused great damage, and caused considerable turmoil to the Muggle world was because of the Goblin necklace. Because they were threatened and robbed of the Goblin's necklace, they had to accept other people's arrangements. The Goblin family was also suppressed by various forces here, and suffered heavy losses, so they had to escape into this small world. Before entering this small world, they snatched back the leprechaun's necklace. But also because of this, they also indirectly brought the Death Eaters, and the Death Eaters snatched the Goblin's necklace again, as well as various things that happened in the next 10 years. It can be said that it is the Goblin family that has brought more trouble to the world. The elf world without Death Eaters can still maintain balance and stability, but because of the emergence of Death Eaters and conspiring with orcs, this balance was destroyed. The departure of Kate Lyle surprised Harry and the others who were watching the battle from a distance. Kate Lyle was walking so fast that it was impossible for them to keep up. "What should we do?" Harry asked, looking at Heidi, David, and Madden Wilson, who were surrounded by the barrier. "Maybe Professor Kate has discovered something extraordinary and needs to be dealt with in time." Hagrid responded. Harry and the others heard the words, thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. "That's the direction of Black Mountain," Rachel said, staring at the direction Kate Lyle left. "Yes, there is a gathering place for Death Eaters," Roy Sophie said in a deep voice. Grice was silent for a moment and said, "Perhaps only Master Kate Lyle can deal with that existence." When Nost heard this, he also believed in the strength of Kate Lyle. "Look, what's going on below." Luna sensed the danger in the air, so she looked around, and soon discovered the changes on the battlefield. Streams of black air continuously floated out from the ground or from the bodies of the dead half-orcs, and gathered at the side. When everyone saw such a scene, they immediately had a bad feeling. What shocked them even more was that the black gas quickly condensed into phantoms. They were dead orcs, spiders, and trolls. "It's the undead." Roy Sophie looked at the phantom below and immediately reacted. The appearance of the undead army made Roy Sophie and others feel deeply disturbed. It would be too dangerous if these undead attacked them, because they have no means to deal with the undead. Luna Jennifer looked at the undead on the ground, was silent for a moment, activated the necklace Guardian of Light, took out her wand, and sang to the undead below. Elf of Light, listen to my call, drive away the ghosts in front of you. Of evil spirits, freed souls, holy light. Holy light emerged from Luna's body, like a holy sun, illuminating the battlefield. On the battlefield, the gathered undead were immediately purified after being shrouded in holy light. The screams of standing up began to echo on the battlefield, and the filthy and evil undead bodies were gradually melted away. Roy, Sophie, and others looked at such a powerful Luna Jennifer, with smiles on their faces. When they were still struggling with how to kill these undead, Luna Jennifer gave them a big gift. However, Luna Jennifer only persisted for 10 seconds to eliminate the undead in a corner of the battlefield, and Luna Jennifer's magic power was completely consumed. Leapfrogging to release magic consumes too much magic power and mental power. Cedric was the first to notice Luna's change, and quickly flew over, hugging Luna, who was shaking and falling towards the ground. Bring her up, Cedric. Grace controlled the Elven Ark, approached Luna and the two, and called. Cedric reported Luna to the Elven Ark, and Grace hurriedly stepped forward to check, saying, "It's because of too much consumption of magic power and mental power, and there is no danger." Then what should we do next? Without the exorcism of the holy light, we will face the threat of the army of undead. Roy Sophie said worriedly, "Our elves have arrows to deal with the undead, but in this battle, we didn't bring them here." Princess Alice said with some regret, "Give her this to drink." Harry flew over, handed a bottle of magic potion to Cedric and said. Cedric took the magic potion and gave it to Luna to drink. A moment later, Luna's face had a rosy glow. "It's not enough to rely on Luna alone, we also need to find a way to deal with these undead," Harry said in a deep voice. "It doesn't matter. With the support of magic potion, I can still release magic." Luna stood up and smiled. "The sword that Master Kate Lyle made for me can also kill undead," Roy Sophie said while holding the sword. At this time on the battlefield, more and more undead gathered together. On the quiet battlefield, there was a powerful aura, and the surrounding temperature became colder and colder, giving people a creepy feeling. Seeing this, Princess Alice and others looked extremely heavy. "It's a pity that Master Kate Lyle has gone to the other party. If he is here, these undead are nothing to worry about." Prince Roy Sophie, who has seen Kate Lyle use light magic to easily disperse the undead, said with some regret, "It's not like there's no chance. You can kill undead with silver-coated weapons." Princess Alice immediately thought of something and said. Roy Sophie and others returned to the city wall, and quickly summoned the dwarf masters to collect all the silver, began to smelt it into a liquid state, and smeared it on weapons. Professor Kate said that the energy of the thunder element, like the light element, has the power to restrain the dark element. Malfoy was silent for a moment, looked at Hermione and said, "If you borrow the magic circle and release the combined magic, maybe you can deal with these undead. Regardless of whether the time is too late, this is the limit of what they can do at present." On the other side, Harry and the others flew high in the sky, looked at the undead before them and fell into silence. Lei Q shouted excitedly, "Quick, go back, smelt a batch of silver now, and smear it on the weapon." Roy Sophie, Rachel and the others were silent for a moment when they heard the words, and they immediately came to their senses. Facing Malfoy's gaze, Hermione nodded and said, "Then give it a try. If they do nothing, they are really playing." "There are so many undead, how do you fight them?" Ronald looked at the densely packed and uniform undead in horror, and said in embarrassment, "Build a magic circle, add strength, or release combined magic." Before that they had been practicing, but they had never actually fought. The undead army that has not yet attacked in front of them gives them a chance to practice. Malfoy and Hermione had never tried the combination of lightning and water magic, but about the combination of thunder and water magic, Kate Lyle has taught it. Heavenly Thunder Cloud Rain Curse. An intermediate combination magic, thunderstorms from the sky, wherever it passes, the rain that falls is thunder. To put it bluntly, rainwater conducts electricity, and the two are combined to cover a denser area. The dark demon dragon under the mountain was very quiet. My Ding Johnson died. Heidi and My Ding Johnson were both exhausted, and they had no strength to resist at all. Regarding the appearance of the undead, the dark demon dragon is not afraid at all, and is not even worried about what the undead can do to it. However, the dark dragon was somewhat interested in Harry and the others on the top of the mountain. Although it can't see it, it can feel the change of magic power. The strength of Harry and others is not strong, and even compared to it, they can be easily resolved at any time. But at this time, they unexpectedly erupted with magic power that they shouldn't have. The magic circle condensed under the feet of Malfoy and Hermione, and what they worked hard to build was a pentagram circle. It will take time, because the two have not cooperated before. The first attempt was cautious and full of anticipation. 10 minutes. In a full 10 minutes after 2 failures in the third attempt, he successfully built a pentagram array under his feet. Seeing this scene, Harry and the others were extremely excited and delighted. Malfoy had a smile on his face, full of energy. Hermione grabbed her wand, took a deep breath, looked at the dense army of undead in front of her, and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." Malfoy nodded, and then in the anticipation of everyone, he began to chant, saying, "Thunder elves hidden in the world, listen to my call, respond to the call of the water elf, and rain down thunder to purify the filth of the world. Let's heavenly thunder cloud rain curse." When Malfoy sang, Hermione also sang at the same time. "Spirit of water hidden in the sky and earth, heed my call, respond to the call of the spirit of thunder, send down the rain of thunder, and purify the filth of time, thunder cloud and rain curse." Rumble, thunder clouds condensed on the battlefield, the sound of lightning and thunder resounded across the battlefield, and the rain of thunder poured down, accompanied by dense thunder, venting on the battlefield. On the Elven Ark, Grice and the others looked at the falling thunder and rainstorm in astonishment, but were soon horrified by the scene before them. Thunder has righteousness, and like light, it has great restraint and damage to undead. At this time, the gathered undead army was being purified and eliminated under the baptism of the thunder. Harry and the others cheered happily when they saw the combined magic released by Malfoy and Hermione, which had such a miraculous effect. "It's great, the thunder magic circle is effective." Edward hugged Forbes happily and shouted loudly, "Luna, you don't need to stand alone to deal with these undead army," Carly said excitedly, holding Luna's hand. The smile on Luna's face was very gentle. She nodded happily and said, "With the thunder magic, we are much more relaxed. In this way, we can consume and hold them back, allowing the dwarves to forge enough silver weapons to deal with the undead." Harry clenched his fists and smiled excitedly. After Grice and the others were horrified, they showed joyful expressions. Thunder can hurt evil and filthy undead, and water can conduct electricity to produce higher coverage. These children are too smart. North did not hesitate to praise the performance of Harry and others. "It's a pity that Hagrid went to help make silverware. Otherwise, seeing the hard work of these children, I will definitely be happy. They are simply geniuses. Nost, maybe we can set up an enchantment first. Although this won't last for too long, we have to learn from these children," Grice said seriously to Nost. North nodded and said, "Yes, Grace. It is a big project to release a huge magic barrier in a place as big as a slough, and all the fairies have to act, and it takes a lot of time. The goblins are working hard to set up barriers, the dwarves are working hard to forge silverware, and Harry and the others are trying to purify the undead to delay their attack. On the contrary, the elves couldn't help much at this time. They have no arrows with silver arrows. They know magic, but none of them can release the magic that purifies the undead. At this time, Princess Alice regretted that she couldn't help much, so she could only send elves to patrol as much as possible and pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. The exposed undead were wiped out little by little. Although it took a little time, the Sky Thunder Cloud Rain Curse worked well. The success of Malfoy and Hermione also inspired Luna, and Harry quickly helped Luna build a pentagram. This effect is somewhat different. The magic circle was constructed by Harry and others, but the user is Luna. The purpose is to lend their power to Luna, so that Luna can release powerful magic. Luna stood in the middle of the magic circle, took a deep breath, grabbed the wand with a serious expression, and sang, "Spirit of light, listen to my call, drive away the evil spirits in front of you and restore a free soul, the holy light." The holy light erupted from Luna's body, shining condescendingly on the earth, and the undead army was being baptized by the holy light and thunder. Under the baptism of double magic, the undead are being purified and dissipated with the world. Within the enveloping barrier, David slowly raised his head. His eyes gleamed with red light, looking very terrifying. In addition, David's body also began to release black air, and he stared at the army of undead on the battlefield, murmuring constantly. Heidi on the side seemed to hear something, and looked at David wearily, astonished, because at this time, David seemed to be demonized, releasing unbelievable power. In an instant, David broke free from the shackles of the water spear, slowly floated in the air, and stood up straight. His whole body was shrouded in black gas. And as David stretched out his hand and chanted continuously under the land of this battlefield, blackness continued to emerge. More and more undead gathered rapidly in a very short period of time. On this battlefield, I don't know how many people died in the battle. In the last 2 battles in Isladu alone, tens of thousands of people were killed or injured. These undead are like endless, constantly being summoned. But what makes people a little strange is that they didn't launch an attack, but quickly retreated, away from the place shrouded in thunder and holy light. Harry and the others were happy that they could cause large-scale casualties to the undead, but they didn't expect that these undead suddenly ran away, and they're pretty fast. After speaking, Harry cast a flying spell on himself and flew back. Edward said, very puzzled, "Where are they going? Why did you run away suddenly?" And at this moment, dozens of black gas in the distance, like a giant dragon in the darkness, attacked Malfoy and the others. Then what should we do? If we can't buy enough time for the dwarves, a slough will be finished. Neville said, a little frustrated. Hearing this, Harry quickly said, "I'll go to Grace and the others for help now. Our attack range is not far enough. However, water can conduct electricity. We should ask Grace and the others for help. As long as we release enough clear water curse to create a vast ocean, we can also cause damage to those undead." Hermione said hastily, "Maybe they just want to escape from our attack range." Malfoy said in a deep voice with a wise light in his eyes. The speed of the black gas is very fast and very dangerous. Almost within a few breaths, he had crossed 1,000 meters and arrived in front of Malfoy and the others. Fireball bombardment, light ball curse, earth spear curse. Facing the oncoming black gas, Ronald and the others didn't know what it was, and they didn't care too much at this time. For the safety of themselves and their friends, they all waved their magic wands and shot quickly. But what made Ronald and others extremely strange was that their magic penetrated the black gas without causing any damage. However, the black gas attacked them instantly and knocked them to the ground. As everyone went to the end, the magic circle also disappeared. Harry heard the screams behind him, turned around quickly, and found Ronald and others lying on the ground, as well as the black gas attacking. Hurricane Curse. Without any hesitation, Harry unleashed powerful magic to fight against the 3 black gas attacks. However, he blocked a streak of black gas, but he couldn't block the black gas coming from both sides. The black gas passed through his body, and 2 huge forces collided together. Harry felt as if he was being hit by a car, and even his soul was hit. In an instant, Harry lost control and fell towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. But at this critical moment, a figure quickly appeared, and with the help of Harry, he returned to Ronald and the others. Professor Kate. Ronald and others looked at Kate Lyle, who appeared, with joyful smiles on their faces. "Sorry, I accidentally fell into the opponent's scheme. However, it doesn't matter, he has already come out, so it is impossible to let him go." Kate Lyle looked at David in the distance and said apologetically. Black gas circled overhead, looking for an opportunity, and launched another attack on Harry and the others. Kate Lyle snorted coldly, waved her wand and said, "Holy light." The holy light bloomed, and the black gas that hit was instantly destroyed by the holy light. Praise of light. Another voice sounded, and the holy light enveloped Harry and the others, quickly healing their injuries. "You wait here, don't leave here." Kate Lyle left a word and left quickly. In an instant, Kate Lyle came into the barrier, looked at David, who was shrouded in black air, and said, "Take me away, and turn around to use the dead energy here to absorb refining. It's just that you still haven't got the eternal ring. How can you resurrect yourself?" David, shrouded in black, heard what Kate Lyle said and said, "Kate Lyle, a professor at Hogwarts College, is a magical existence. Is Albus all right?" Kate Lyle was a little surprised when she heard this and said, "It's interesting. From your tone, it seems that you have a good relationship with Albus. Let me guess who you are." When Kyle Lyle said this, he pondered for a moment and said, "Among the people I know, there are not many people who are obsessed with Albus and have a good relationship with him, but there is only one person who has disappeared for a long time and is rumored to be dead, and this person is Gelot Grindelwald. Grindelwald is a complex character, very idealistic and talented at the same time, and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. In addition, he has a very close relationship with Dumbledore and established a blood alliance to find the Deathly Hallows together, become the Master of Death, and then use this power to lead the revolution in the wizarding world, trying to overthrow the International Statute of Secrecy and establish a new order. Unfortunately, the two eventually parted ways because of Ariana's death. Grindelwald then stole the Elder Wand, wandered outside the law, embarked on a journey of reform, and committed numerous crimes with his followers. His forces spread all over the United States and Europe, and he has a large number of followers, and the people who came to this world are undoubtedly the people who followed Grindelwald back then, but why they are Death Eaters is another story. It's really surprising. Among the younger generation, there are still people who know my name. According to the habits of those old guys, shouldn't they keep all the information about me secret?" David looked at Kate Lyle and said with some nostalgia, "Yes, David is Grindelwald, a legendary existence before 1998. I'm curious, weren't you supposed to be killed when Voldemort pressed you about the whereabouts of the Elder Wand? But why are you still alive? And a group of Death Eaters are following you, shouldn't they be Voldemort's subordinates? Kate Lyle asked about the doubts in her heart. At the beginning, he still had some doubts, whether it was Voldemort behind these Death Eaters. After all, these Death Eaters have special black skull snake marks on their bodies. To say that there is no other reason for this is really unbelievable. Actually, I should have died too, but the appearance of the small world made an agreement between us. He wanted to live forever, and I wanted to live, to revolutionize, to live out my dreams, so it stripped my soul. But what he doesn't know is that there is only one way to enter this world, and after coming to this world, he can't find us either. The result is obvious. I have been planning for many years, and now I am short of the Eternal Ring. The black air on Grindelwald's body was billowing, and when it dispersed again, he was holding a Morse scepter, wearing an elf crown, and a string of fairy necklaces around his neck. Powerful power erupted from Grindelwald's body, and the thick black air quickly spread out. Even the enchantment could not stop it. Farther away in the land shrouded by the black energy, the undead army was absorbed one after another, and the black energy grew stronger. Speaking of this, Grindelwald said excitedly with his eyes shining, "Moss scepter, elf crown, and 3 tokens. I got 2 of them, and now only the Eternal Ring is left." The screams sounded, and Heidi was absorbed in all the magic power and vitality in a short moment, becoming a haggard corpse. Black air is not an ordinary thing, more precisely, it is the air of death, a kind of dark elemental energy, exclusive to necromancers. Kate Lyle looked at Grindelwald at this time, her eyes sparkled, and she took out the crystal ball. However, what kind of alchemy item is that necklace, which can allow a person to obtain such surging magic power? Another greedy man seeking immortality and great power. The soul of William Thomas flew out, looked at Grindelwald in front of him, and shouted in shock, "What a magical guy, there is another necromancer besides me in this world." In other words, Grindelwald, who is the body of the soul, became a necromancer. "William, shouldn't you explain something more?" Kate Lyle glanced at William Thomas and said. Upon hearing this, William Thomas bowed slightly to Kate Lyle and said, "Master, I think he should have obtained the inheritance I left somewhere. To be honest, I hate the holy light sorcerer, so before I fell asleep, I left a part of my inheritance somewhere. In him, I feel a familiar smell, the power from believers." William Thomas, as a necromancer who has lived for hundreds of years, although he was asleep most of the time, he was once at the pinnacle of the world after all. He is also familiar with the inheritance left over from that year. And the reason for leaving the inheritance is to hope that someone will become a necromancer and inherit his will, and continue to create chaos in this world. When the earth fell into darkness and strife, the necromancer who obtained the inheritance became stronger day by day, and it was time for him to wake up from his deep sleep and seize the fruits of victory. Unfortunately, his vision did not come true. His inheritance was only discovered after hundreds of years, and the darkness created in this world has only been more than 10 years. The appearance of Kate Lyle made his plan even more futile, and now he has become Kate Lyle's servant. Grindelwald looked at William Thomas, who appeared, and when he heard the other party's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. In fact, the reason why he became a necromancer was because he entered a cave by accident and got the inheritance of the necromancer William Thomas from there. It's just that the ghost in front of him turned out to be William Thomas, which made Grindelwald a little unbelievable. Will the legendary necromancer become one's servant? "Who are you?" Grindelwald stared at William Thomas and asked. "I am your ancestor." William Thomas laughed when he heard this. Grindelwald's face darkened suddenly, and he raised his hand, and the breath of death rushed towards William Thomas. Seeing this, William Thomas sneered, raised his hand and said, "Use my magic to deal with me, aren't you too confident?" The breath of death erupted from William Thomas, turning into black arrows and shooting directly towards Grindelwald. The collision of the two forces, Grindelwald's death breath, was directly absorbed by William Thomas' death arrow and became stronger and stronger. Grindelwald's face changed suddenly, and he moved away quickly. Boom, 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 the arrow of death fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Every arrow of death erupted with great power, and the ground with a radius of several meters was plunged into darkness, and a large pit appeared. Grindelwald looked at the big pit in front of him and fell into a brief silence. "Grindelwald, you don't seem to be as powerful as I thought. Now you can't even do my servant." Kate Lyle looked at Grindelwald and joked. Grindelwald was silent for a moment, and the death air that had absorbed and refined countless undead armies quickly returned to Grindelwald. At this moment, Grindelwald's aura, climbing again, also made Grindelwald full of confidence again. Spirit arrest curse. Grindelwald waved his wand and called to William Thomas. William Thomas smiled and said, "You don't cry when you see the coffin, and you don't know who you are going to face." After the words fell, William Thomas instantly returned to the crystal in Kate Lyle's hand. The Spirit Arresting Curse is a special spell to deal with ghosts. Even if he is powerful, he dare not confront Grindelwald head-on at this time. "Master, this is very threatening to me, please." William Thomas popped a head out of the crystal, said a word, and immediately hid in the crystal ball, unwilling to come out. Kate Lyle looked at William Thomas, who was hiding when he couldn't beat him, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and the holy light burst out from Kate Lyle's hand, and the thousands of ghosts that attacked were wiped out in an instant. The Spirit Arresting spell is a magic that is used by many controlled ghosts to pull another soul. Once the soul is taken away, it will be controlled by the other party, or even assimilated, becoming one of thousands of ghosts. Detaining your soul also means losing any freedom, and the other party can still control your soul, do anything, even invade your soul and take away your memory. William Thomas didn't want to be an unconscious soul, and he didn't want to be imprisoned. Naturally, he hid when he could. Grindelwald's face was a little gloomy. Kate Lyle is not only powerful, but the light magic restrains him even more. The battle with Kate Lyle can be played with the help of the Morse Scepter, Elf Crown and Fairy Necklace, but for some reason, Grindelwald feels invincible. "You are strong, but I am not weak either. I don't believe that you can really beat me." Grindelwald took a deep breath, waved the Morse Scepter, pointed at Kate Lyle, and said in a deep voice, "O red ghosts dancing in hell, turn your anger into a sharp sword and destroy the enemy explosive spirit hell." The red ghost, according to Huxia language, is a red-clothed ghost, a dangerous and powerful ghost. The red ghost summoned by Grindelwald is also a ghost with deep resentment after death. Hundreds of red ghosts turned into a sea of red blood, biting towards Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle waved her wand calmly and said in a deep voice, "Holy Judgment." In an instant, above the void, a huge pentagram array appeared, and lightsabers more than 2 meters long continued to descend from the sky. That is the destructive effect of the explosive hell spell. This is simply a ghost version of the body bomb. When the red ghosts were killed by the lightsaber, they exploded one after another. If any red ghost is killed, it will quickly compress the power in its body to the extreme, and then with a loud bang, everything around it will explode. Under the earth, the air of death was instantly sucked out by Grindelwald, and condensed in front of Grindelwald's wand, forming a black ball the size of a foot basin that was extremely dark and exuded terrifying power. Such a strong smell of death should be delicious. The wand shook, the black ball spun in the air, and at a high spinning speed, it showed an S-shaped wandering pattern, quickly approaching Kate Lyle. Grindelwald saw that the hell curse of exploding spirits could not do anything to Kate Lyle, so he released the magic again and said, "O soul from hell, become my power according to the contract. Hell dead soul cannon." William Thomas poked his head out of the crystal ball and looked at the energy ball that was attacking, containing the terror of death. His eyes sparkled. Hell death soul cannon, a magical bomb released after condensing and compressing the air of death. The power of this magic bomb, the power it erupts, is so powerful that it can even destroy most of Isladu. Kate Lyle did not expect Grindelwald to have mastered such a method, which is already equivalent to forbidden magic-level magic. Kate Lyle raised her wand and said in a deep voice, "Spirits of light that roam the sky and the earth, bloom with divine light, tear open the darkness, and destroy evil, holy light exterminator bullet." One is the magic that exudes holy light, and the other is the magic that releases the breath of death. The collision between the two is like a struggle between night and day in an instant. At this time, it is a contest of magic power between the two sides. Grindelwald is confident that he is no worse than Kate Lyle in terms of magic power, because he has a goblin necklace, which can greatly increase his magic power. In addition, the Morse Scepter can greatly increase his magic power. Secondly, the elf crown can allow him to have a clear sense of the death air in the world, and condense it. Therefore, the reason why the world behind Grindelwald is like darkness at this time is because he is continuously drawing the death air from farther away. Roy, Sophie, and other dwarves walked out of the forging workshop one after another. Under the shroud of holy light, they felt the warmth and were also full of curiosity about the battle in the distance. So Roy Sophie left the workshop and ran towards the city wall, eager to know the result. Grice, Nost, and other goblins stood on the elven ark, looking at the picture in front of them, unable to speak. Harry and the others were in shock, convinced in their hearts that no matter how powerful Grindelwald was, he was no match for Kate Lyle. William Thomas hid in the crystal ball, not daring to show his head. Although he was greedy for the powerful death aura, he didn't want to die in the hands of Kate Lyle. That holy light was too dazzling, and it was deadly to a ghost like him. The confrontation between darkness and day lasted for a few seconds, and everyone immediately discovered that the darkness was enveloped by day and was quickly swallowed. Seeing the ball of light getting closer and closer to him, Grindelwald panicked and even felt terrified. But he also had no chance to resist at all, and the ball of light engulfed him directly. Not even a little scream came out, and it disappeared in an instant. Under the holy light, any filth and darkness will be purified. No matter how dazzling you used to be, you are still an ant in front of me. Kate Lyle looked at Grindelwald, who had disappeared into the world, with a calm expression, and said calmly. From beginning to end, Kate Lyle didn't take Grindelwald very seriously. Because no matter how powerful Grindelwald is, he is still not his opponent. William Thomas emerged from the crystal ball, looking at Grindelwald, who had dissipated. The shock in his heart could not dissipate for a long time. Kate Lyle's strength was once again beyond his imagination. Grindelwald's strength, in his opinion, is strong enough. Even when he was at his peak, he still needs to be careful. However, in front of Kate Lyle, she didn't even have the power to fight back. Is this the end? Roy Sophie looked at Kate Lyle, standing in the air, and Grindelwald, who had disappeared, and she didn't know how to express it. The reason why half-orcs are so difficult to deal with, and that Esla was finally occupied by half-orcs, and her father and relatives were killed, was planned by Grindelwald behind this scene. After Glare and Nost looked at each other, they smiled and shed tears. The goblin's necklace was brought back again. At this time, the scepter of Morse, the elf crown, and the fairy necklace are in the hands of Kate Lyle. Under the holy light of Kate Lyle, the filthy air was quickly purified and returned to its ordinary appearance. But their power has not disappeared because of this, and they are still so miraculous. Kate Lyle turned around and returned to the city wall. Grice, North, Sophie, Roy, Hagrid, Lauren, Alice, Harry and others quickly gathered together. Kate Lyle has 3 keepsakes at this time, plus a goblin necklace, which is the first time they have been gathered together in hundreds of years. William Thomas floated out of the crystal ball and landed on the ground. Looking at Kate Lyle, he knelt down slowly and said, "Master." Roy, Sophie and others all looked at William Thomas, because they all thought of the legend. Harry quietly took out the memory crystal ball, intending to record what happened next. Kate Lyle glanced at William Thomas and said, "The 3 legendary tokens have been gathered, but it is unknown whether they have the power to revive you." William Thomas looked up at Kate Lyle, was silent for a moment and said, "No regrets in life." William Thomas didn't know if he really had the ability to resurrect after gathering the 3 tokens. However, he has worked so hard for it for so long, it is impossible for him to choose to back down at this time. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "In this case, I'll give it a try. Put the elf crown on your head, the eternity ring on your finger, and hold the scepter of Morse." At this moment, Kate Lyle released a holy light like a god. After Roy Sophie and the others saw it, they couldn't help bowing down to Kate Lyle. Under the holy light, more and more people knelt down towards Kate Lyle from the bottom of their hearts. They said nothing, but their expressions showed incomparable loyalty and respect. Kate Lyle clearly felt the magic power flowing in his body, and after the 3 tokens were connected with each other, a lot of information poured into his head. This information helped Kate Lyle have a clearer understanding of the 3 tokens. Any single existence of a keepsake, if you want to understand it, you can only be passive. Only by gathering together can the owners be familiar with everything about them and their past. So did Kate Lyle, frowning. Kate Lyle closed her eyes slightly, and when she opened them again, the holy light emanating from her body became more intense, and everyone who was illuminated by the light became more warm and comfortable, and felt a different power. And under such holy light, a figure also slowly condensed in midair. He was mopping the floor in a white robe, stepped barefoot in the air, had waist-length white hair, and held a magic wand of about 18 meters in his hand. He walked slowly and finally landed on the ground beside William Thomas, Kate Lyle's face. The old man in white robe looked at William Thomas, who was kneeling on the ground, and smiled slightly. "Long time no see, Knight. 159 Holy Spirit Wizard, long time no see, Dark Knight." When the old man's voice sounded, everyone was puzzled and raised their heads quietly, but it made them feel astonished. Who is this old man? Why, looking at this old man, there is a feeling of looking at Kate Lyle. William Thomas was even more astonished and felt a little familiar. He stood up, looked at the old man in front of him. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, and finally said, "Are you that old man?" Hee, I prefer you to call me by Tian, or Holy Spirit Wizard. The old man smiled kindly when he heard the words. William Thomas took 2 steps back, as if as long as he pretended to be invisible to others, the embarrassment would be others. He came behind Kate Lyle and said calmly, Master, he is the Wizard of the Holy Spirit. After hearing what William Thomas said, Roy, Sophie and the others all looked at the Wizard of the Holy Spirit with incomparable gold. The legendary existence actually appeared. Of course, what shocked Grice and others even more was that the ghost William Thomas who had chatted with them these days turned out to be the legendary necromancer, Black Knight. Now that these 2 legendary characters appear here, their hearts are extremely horrified, but they are also worried. If such a legendary figure fights, the whole of a slough will be finished. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit looked at Kate Lyle, smiled and said, Young man, congratulations, you have become the new successor of the Holy Vessel. I feel an extremely pure, bright power from you. I also believe that if you guard the world, it will make the world grow steadily. Kate Lyle smiled when she heard the words of the Wizard of the Holy Spirit. The energy of dark elements surged out, and the air of death surrounded her body. For a time, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped several degrees. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit looked at the death breath released from Kate Lyle's body, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, feeling incredible. Do you still think I can protect this world? Kate Lyle smiled slightly. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit opened his mouth slightly, opened and closed and opened again, but didn't say a word. William Thomas snickered a little at the astonished look of the Wizard of the Holy Spirit. The 3 tokens handed over by the Wizard of the Holy Spirit actually meant to find a successor. And when the 3 tokens are gathered together, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit will also wake up, meet with the new successor, and explain some things. For Kate Lyle, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit is happy, because the other party also has the power of light. In the eyes of the Wizard of the Holy Spirit, those who can possess the power of light are those who are kind-hearted and care about the world. However, the power displayed by Kate Lyle horrified him beyond recognition. For Kate Lyle, not to mention the Wizard of the Holy Spirit, even William Thomas was extremely shocked after knowing that Kate Lyle possessed the 2 powers of holy light and death. How did you do it? How can one person have 2 extreme powers? The Wizard of the Holy Spirit calmed down the horror in his heart and said in a deep voice, 2 extremes of power. You seem to have some prejudice against my perception. Sorcerer of the Holy Spirit, daytime. Kate Lyle smiled, and the dark element power on her body changed accordingly. The raging fire burned around Kate Lyle, and William Thomas was frightened and ran away. There are also different types of flames. With the existence of Kate Lyle's strength, the flames released still pose a great threat. The raging fire shone on the surroundings, and also warmed the surroundings. It was a kind of warmth different from the holy light. On the contrary, it was a kind of blazing heat that made people sweat profusely. The power of fire. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit murmured hesitantly as he felt the power change on Kate Lyle. The breeze blew by, and in an instant, a refreshing and warm feeling touched everyone's cheeks, and through the gaps in the clothes, people had the feeling of jumping into a cold swimming pool on a hot summer day. The water spirit danced around Kate Lyle, wandering around the crowd, dancing gracefully, incomparably beautiful. Is it the power of water this time? The Wizard of the Holy Spirit was shocked again. As soon as the words fell, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit immediately felt a kind of heavy power, condensed around, giving people a heavy illusion. Especially standing on the ground, the feeling that the earth is moving is more obvious. Is it the power of the earth this time? The Wizard of the Holy Spirit was shocked again. Hurrah! The strong wind hit, the leaves fluttered, and the breath of war was blown away. Everyone had to stretch out their hands in front of them to resist. Rumble. The thunderclouds condensed. The sound of lightning and thunder continued to roar above the void, like the end of the world, as if something was about to happen. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit has become numb. He doesn't know why a person can have so many different energies at the same time, which is incredible. It can even be said that this is a power different from their magic. Wizard of the Holy Spirit, do you think I am still suitable to inherit your position and become the guardian of this world? Kate Lyle is always smiling. The 7 forces are switching on Kate Lyle. At this moment, even the Wizards of the Holy Spirit felt that Kate Lyle was the real god. I have to admit that your existence is beyond my cognition. I don't know how to describe it. You at this time, your strength is too strong. To be honest, I just want to do some other things quietly and find someone who can succeed me. However, what I waited for was a person who surpassed me, beyond my cognition, and it was difficult for me to choose. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit said with great regret. Kate Lyle chuckled, grabbed the Morse scepter, pointed at William Thomas and said, give you a body of flesh and blood, a spirit of life and resurrection. In the eyes of everyone, in the surprise of William Thomas, a powerful force emerged in his body, and it shone with dazzling light. After the light flickered, William Thomas was no longer a ghost, but a real living person. Feeling the warmth of his body and the sensuality after touching, William Thomas laughed excitedly and shed tears. His body has been rotten since he was severely injured by the Wizard of the Holy Spirit hundreds of years ago, and in the following hundreds of years, he fell into a deep sleep in the body of a ghost in that castle. Thank you, Master. William Thomas didn't forget why he was resurrected, so after the excitement, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't forget the contract you made with me and your loyalty to me, Kate Lyle said flatly. William Thomas entered the role, bent slightly, put his left hand on his left leg, put his right hand on his left chest and said, "What the Master says, your loyal servant William Thomas will obey and resolutely carry out." The resurrection of William Thomas made Roy Sophie and others understand that the legend is true. Gathering the elven crown, the scepter of Morse and the ring of eternity can indeed bring people back to life. Such a miraculous thing also made Harry and others extremely shocked and envious. Of course, these three things are not something they can have. The High Priest Barrow is gone, and the Half-Orc family has been hit hard again. Within 100 years, the Half-Orcs will not be able to regroup. Therefore, Lakeview said that he would exterminate the Half-Orcs. Prevent. The integrity of a world requires sufficient balance, and the maintenance of balance requires many aspects of running in. The dwarves cannot dominate the world, and neither can the elves. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit looked at Roy Sophie and said with a smile. Although the Wizard of the Holy Spirit smiled, Roy Sophie also knew that this was a warning from the Wizard of the Holy Spirit. Roy Sophie couldn't refute it, but if he wanted the dwarves to avoid repeating history, he could only arm himself as much as possible. Taking a deep breath, Sophie Roy said in a deep voice, "Wizard of the Holy Spirit, don't worry, I know what to do." The Wizard of the Holy Spirit nodded, turned and left in satisfaction. Although he didn't make Kate Lyle the guardian of this world, he understood a lot of things through chatting with Kate Lyle these days, especially elemental magic. It was also at this time that the Wizard of the Holy Spirit discovered that magic can still be played like this. Simply a genius. For the days to come, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit found that he had a lot of fun, such as studying elemental magic. After Grindelwald's death, the Death Eaters were taken care of by Kate Lyle with Harry and others. Of course, to find these hidden Death Eaters, Kate Lyle has no way to find them one by one. But the Wizard of the Holy Spirit can. This guy, as the guardian of this world, has special powers. Find someone to find out. In addition to cooking Death Eaters, Kate Lyle spends more time studying the 4 special magic tools: the Elven Crown, Fairy Necklace, Morse Scepter, and Eternal Ring. Yes, in the eyes of Kate Lyle, they are powerful magic tools. And how to stimulate their power, develop other functions, and the manufacturing principles of these 4 magic devices are what Kate Lyle has been researching these days. Carly, in your time, what is a moth to a flame? Lauren Alice looked at Carriona, who was sitting on the city wall and watching the sunset, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Moths to the flame." Carriona's long legs were shaking. Hearing this, she touched the corner of her mouth with her little finger, thinking hard, very cute. Moths are special insects. Their wings are very beautiful, and I like them very much. Carriona smiled with her small eyes. However, it likes light very much, and chasing light is their favorite thing. Love. When the light they are chasing is far away, they will work hard, be persistent and strong, and get close to the light. However, when the light they are chasing is a ball of fire, they can't tell whether it is light or fire. Carriona's 2 little hands were flapping her wings, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She said with a bit of evil charm, they flapped their wings and flew towards the flames like crazy. Boom. Carriona suddenly made an explosive movement and made a sound, scaring Lauren and Alice back a step, and said, "They crashed into the flames and burned themselves completely." So, moths jumping into the flames are likened to self-destruction. Carriona's words provided by Lauren Alice fell into silence. What Kate Lyle said to her that day was constantly echoing in my mind. Whenever you learn how to fly moths to a flame, you will know how dangerous it is to love someone. Is it really that dangerous to love someone? Lauren Alice turned and left very disappointed. Carriona was not the first person she asked. In fact, she had asked many people, including Harry and others. She is trying to understand what it means to be like a moth to a flame, but every time she gets the result, it is not very good. It's also telling her that she needs enough is enough. It's just, why is such an excellent man so attractive and powerful? Carriona looked at the back of Lauren Alice. Her expression changed, sometimes quiet, sometimes evil, and finally quiet again in the sunset. In the distance, Kate Lyle shook her head and sighed slightly as she saw the lonely look of Laura and Alice when she left. Love makes moths jump to the flame, and the place they rush to may be hell or heaven. Before dying, no one can determine where it is rushing towards. King Roy Sophie, this eternal ring belongs to you now. I hope you can continue to uphold the justice in your heart instead of being confused by it and losing yourself in the passage of time. Kate Lyle handed the eternity ring to Sophie Roy and said seriously. Sophie Roy looked at the eternity ring and was very excited. Back then, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit gave the eternal ring to his ancestors. Later, because of William Thomas, the eternal ring disappeared for hundreds of years, and now it has returned to the hands of their dwarves and gave him more powerful power. People are not excited. Thank you, Master Kate Lyle. I will definitely use it carefully, protect it, and protect Isladu. Roy Sophie took the eternal ring and solemnly promised Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded, then looked at Grice, took out the goblin necklace and said with a smile, Grice, don't let anyone take it away. Grice stepped forward excitedly, took out a box, asked Kate Lyle to put the necklace in it, and said with a smile, Thank you very much, Professor Kate Lyle. Your kindness to us will be remembered by the fairies. Kate Lyle laughed and then looked at the open door. Grice and Roy Sophie looked at the empty gate in bewilderment, making some guesses. Quietly, two figures slowly walked out of the flickering light, the Holy Ghost Wizard and Queen Alice. Kate Lyle took out the elf crown, looked at Queen Alice who was coming, and said with a smile, Return to the original owner. Thank you, Master Kate Lyle, for helping our elves regain the crown of elves. As a reward, this sacred fruit is given to Master Kate Lyle. Queen Alice took out a crystal box and opened it, revealing an elf inside. With magical power, the fruit like a pear was handed to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle looked at the sacred fruit in front of her. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she smiled on her face and said, Thank you, Queen Alice, I will accept this sacred fruit. While accepting the holy fruit, she returned the elven crown to Queen Alice. Queen Alice wore the fairy crown on her head, and her whole body became more and more beautiful, and exuded a more powerful aura. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit came to Kate Lyle just after Queen Alice walked aside, and said with a smile, Give me the Morse scepter, it belongs to this world. I need to find a new owner for it. Kate Lyle chuckled, handed the moss scepter to the other party and said, Then you have to find a worthy master for it. That is necessary. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit was slightly taken aback, then nodded. If there is a chance, I will find you. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit took out a bell and smiled. Welcome anytime. Kate Lyle handed a crystal ball to the other party and said, It can lead you to me. Master Kate Lyle, are you sure you are leaving tomorrow? Time flies so fast, I really feel a little bit reluctant. Without your help, we would not have defeated the orcs and Death Eaters so easily. Thank you so much. Sophie Roy heard that Kate Lyle and the others were leaving tomorrow, and said gratefully, with some reluctance. During these times, without the help of Kate Lyle, Roy Sophie couldn't imagine what kind of danger they would encounter. The powerful black dragon, taken away by the Wizard of the Holy Spirit, will not appear in front of the world easily. The Death Eaters had been cleared, and there was no outside threat. The half-orcs have suffered heavy losses, and there is no chance of rising within 100 years. The powerful Death Eater boss was eliminated by Kate Lyle. Now, he has the armor and sword that Kate Lyle himself made, and the Eternity Ring, and everything is getting stronger. And these were given to them by Kate Lyle, their benefactor and god of Isladu. Our vacation is almost over. Harry and the others are still going back to school. There are still many students at Hogwarts, and I need to teach them magical elemental magic. At the same time, thank you very much for your hospitality during these times. We had a pretty good holiday. Kate Lyle smiled slightly and said, Master Kate Lyle, please allow us to prepare a sumptuous bonfire dinner for you tonight. Sophie Roy knew that it was impossible for Kate Lyle to stay, so she smiled. The lively shopping dinner is very worth looking forward to. Kate Lyle smiled happily. Roy Sophie smiled, and happily let Rachel, Nosa and others prepare. Busy together, there are still goblins and elves who have not left. Harry and others wandered in Isladu, and the restoration of the war brought more joy to the country. Neville, Ronald, Cedric and others became Isladu's good tool people, helping the dwarves of Isladu to build destroyed houses. Malfoy and Forbes mingled with the dwarves, bragging about their strength, and even had a contest with them. Hermione, Luna, Carly, Harry, Edward and others wandered around, looking for various herbs or collecting some interesting things. Until the evening hot pot dinner started, Harry and others gathered together and became the object of cheers again. Over the past few years, the contributions Harry and the others have made to the dwarves and this world are not small at all. And they are so small, they have such great courage and strength, which is even more admirable. Of course, Kate Lyle is still the most dazzling one. Roy, Sophie, Grace, Nost, Queen Alice, and Princess Alice accompanied her around. All kinds of delicacies are placed in front of Kate Lyle, and they are prepared by beautiful female elves. There were not many programs at the dinner party, but it was full of singing and dancing, which was very lively. This evening, Harry and the others ate and drank happily. They let down their guard and indulged themselves. Lauren Alice wasn't having a great night. She was trying hard to understand what it means to be a moth to a flame. Now that she understood, she suddenly realized that it would be better not to understand. Now the other party is about to leave, and there is no chance. Next morning, Kate Lyle brought Harry and others together, activated the teleportation array, and arrived at the place where they entered this world. Here, Nost has been waiting for a long time. There is no need for people to know too much about the bell, so Kate Lyle led the people and decided to leave quietly. Master Kate Lyle. Nost looked at the approaching Kate Lyle, stepped forward and said with a smile, "Nost, I'm sorry to trouble you." Kate Lyle smiled. Nost chuckled and said, "It should be that we need to thank you. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't be able to get the fairy necklace again. And us, Nost." Hagrid smiled and said, "We are also helping." Nost heard the words, ha laughed. "Yes, you are also very good. Thank you very much for your help, and I hope you can remember this unforgettable holiday." There was a bit of reluctance in Nost's eyes, but he also knew that after they chose to leave, they would not easily return to their original world. In other words, they will not have any intersection with Harry and others. "It's necessary," Hagrid said, patting his chest. "We have recorded it and we will watch it when we miss it." Harry took out the crystal ball and smiled triumphantly. Nost smiled, took out the bell and said, "Then let me see you off for the last time." The bell swayed and the surrounding space flickered with magical fluctuations. The next moment the space shook and twisted. Everyone disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when they came back to their senses again, they had already appeared in the desert. Hot breath, loose Zisha, familiar feeling. Looking at the not very familiar place in front of him, Cedric hesitated and said, "Are you back?" "It's back." Hagrid smiled happily. Ronald, Harry and the others also laughed. There is no doubt that this is an exciting and adventurous holiday. Nost looked at the crowd, holding a bell in his hand, bowed slightly to Harry and the others, and said with a smile, "We will meet later, friends." Kate Lyle nodded and said, "I wish you prosperity and growth in the new world, Nost." Nost showed a smile on his face and said, "Thank you for your blessings. I believe that with the strength of Professor Kate Lyle, such blessings will definitely come true. Nost, goodbye, we will remember you." Harry laughed. "Goodbye, Nost." Luna laughed. "Goodbye," Malfoy said quietly. "There will be a period later. I'll go back too." Hermione raised her hand. "If you have a fireplace at home, you can also go back through Floo powder. If you don't have one, tell me the address and I'll take you back." Nost took a deep breath with a smile, shook the bell and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Kate Lyle looked at Harry and the others and asked with a smile, "There are still 5 days before school starts. Do you plan to stay at Hogwarts or go home?" "There will be a period later." Kate Lyle touched Harry's head and comforted him while the magic circle flickered under his feet, and said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I'll take you back to my home first." Except for Harry, everyone wanted to go back and share this happy holiday with their family and friends. "I have 5 days, enough for me to go home for 2 days. Luna smiled. "I want to go home," Malfoy said after thinking for a while. Tris Street. Muggle Town. In the hall of the villa where Kate Lyle is located, a pentagram array is being rapidly constructed. Sensing the fluctuation of magic power, Kate Weiss turned around slowly, looked at the pentagram array on the ground, her eyes were shining, and she snapped her fingers. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in starlight, beautifully and illuminating the entire hall. At the same time, 12 figures also appeared in the magic circle. "Wow, why are there so many stars here?" Ronald exclaimed in surprise when the picture suddenly appeared in his eyes. "It's so beautiful," Luna exclaimed happily. "It's inside the house, are these stars magic?" Hermione asked curiously as she looked at the passing stars. "Professor Kate, is this your home? It's so beautiful." Harry laughed. "Master, you are finally back." Kate Weiss came to Kate Lyle and said with a respectful smile. Hearing Kate Weiss' voice, Harry and the others immediately realized that there was actually another person in the room. Kate Lyle nodded to Kate Weiss and said with a smile, "Wes, long time no see." "Yes, Master, you have been away from home for a year." Kate Weiss stood up and said. Kate Lyle looked at the house. It was very tidy and clean, and Kate Weiss had been taking good care of the house during the year he was away. "Please prepare some refreshments, my students, they may be hungry." Kate Lyle laughed. "Yes, Master." Hearing this, Kate Weiss turned and left, preparing a sumptuous lunch in the kitchen. Kate Lyle looked at Harry and the others and said with a smile, "Take it as your own home, you're welcome, just visit as you please." "Professor Kate, who was that just now?" Luna asked curiously. "My servant, when I'm not at home, he's taking care of me." Kate Lyle explained with a smile, "You can move around as you please and then eat something. Those who know how to use flu powder can choose to leave from the fireplace." Kate Lyle pointed to the fireplace beside her and said with a smile. Harry and the others were full of curiosity about Kate Lyle's home, so they walked around and looked at Kate Lyle's home. What a big laboratory. These equipment are very complete, and I have never heard of these herbs. What kind of potions are these? After spending some time wandering curiously around the villa, Harry couldn't help being shocked when he came to Kate Lyle's laboratory. Ronald nodded in agreement and said, "It's really big, but I don't know what kind of medicine these are, but Professor Kate's stuff must be very magical." "Look at this, it's Professor Kate's record of researching potions." Harry found the book on the shelf, took it out and read it, and exclaimed. Hearing this, Ronald hurried over, took down a book and read it with relish. While Harry and the two were reading, Malfoy also walked in. The two of Harry glanced at Malfoy without saying anything, and continued to look at him. After going through some things, Harry and the two of them didn't hate Malfoy so much, so they didn't make fun of it without meeting each other. Malfoy is not good at magic potions, but he still knows some basic operations. Although Malfoy was shocked by the magic potion displayed in front of him, he didn't intend to understand it deeply. In the laboratory, after looking around, Malfoy turned and left. On the other side, Hermione, Luna, and Carly were full of interest in Kate Lyle's room, as if exploring a secret room, with a somewhat cautious look. Carriona looked around the room and said, "Could this be Professor Kate's room?" Hermione opened the cupboard and looked at the clothes hanging on it. They were very gentlemanly and noble, and said with a smile, "This should be Professor Kate's room. These clothes are very similar to Professor Kate's usual attire." Luna also came over and then smiled happily. "Yes, this is almost the same as Professor Kate's dress." The three women looked at each other, and then they were like curious cats, full of curiosity about everything in the room. Hagrid just took a brief look. Then sat on the sofa in the lobby, enjoying the comfortable sofa chair, looked at Kate Lyle, who was drinking coffee opposite him, and said with a smile, "Professor Kate, your single-family house is really big. It's so big in Muggle in the world, very valuable. Or you will enjoy life." Kate Lyle laughed and said, "This house belongs to my father. Of course the money is nothing to him." Hagrid smiled and said, "The rich second generation that Muggles talk about." Kate Lyle thought for a while and said, "No." "Fu Sandai?" Hagrid asked in surprise. Kate Lyle shook her head, opened her palm and said with a smile, "5 generations." Hagrid looked at the 5 fingers stretched out by Kate Lyle, and after being stunned, he said enviously, "Well, I just found out now that you have a very rich family." Kate Lyle smiled and said nothing. Cedric and others also came back from the visit one after another, but then they were attracted by the food prepared by Kate Weiss. The restaurant is not very big, but it is enough for 10 people to sit down and eat together. One person needs to prepare 12 people's handicap in a short time, and if there is enough, it should be no small project. However, for Kate Weiss, it was extremely easy. All kitchen utensils and gourmet preparations in the kitchen are carried out in an orderly manner under the magic of Kate Weiss, without any confusion. And in the dining room, there were almost prepared ones that flew out of the kitchen and placed on the table. As the refreshments came to the table, the cutlery and plates were set up one after another. "Master, the refreshments are ready," Kate Weiss said as she came to the hall with a white napkin in her hand. Kate Lyle looked at Hagrid and said with a smile, "Let's eat some." Hagrid laughed and said happily, "When I smell the fragrance, I can't hold it back anymore." When the two came to the restaurant, Cedric and the others were already sitting at the dining table, and Harry and Ronald had just arrived at the restaurant. In the middle of the dining table there are some breads, and in front of everyone's seats there is a plate of delicate snacks. Kate Weiss pushed a small dining cart with coffee, tea, milk, and juice on it, and walked over one by one, asking and pouring for everyone, and the service was very attentive. And the delicacies made by Kate Weiss made Harry and others even more happy. After eating and drinking, it is also time to part. "Professor Kate, goodbye." Without much pause, Cedric greeted Kate Lyle, then entered the fireplace and left using flu powder. "Professor Kate, goodbye," Malfoy said, standing in the fireplace, hesitating for a moment. Harry was silent by himself and didn't speak, because he didn't know whether to return to his uncle's house or not. "Harry, if you don't want to go to your uncle's house, you can come to my house." Ronald stood in the fireplace and smiled at Harry. Harry looked at Kate Lyle, nodded heavily and said, "Thank you, Professor Kate, goodbye." Luna waved after Cedric left. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded and said, "I'll go, Ronald." As Ronald and others left one after another, Kate Lyle sent Hermione and Carriona away in person. So Harry was left alone in the hall. "If you don't want to go back, you can stay here for 2 days and then go to Ronald's for 2 days. Kate Lyle patted Harry's head and smiled. "Are you not used to the current pace of life?" Looking at Harry, who was sitting opposite, he was somewhat curious and unfamiliar with the surroundings, so he asked with a smile. After Ronald and others left one after another, Kate Lyle didn't take Harry with her at home, but walked around outside with Harry. Before Harry entered Hogwarts, he had been living at his uncle's house, so he was no stranger to the Muggle world. It's just that after spending a year at Hogwarts and playing in the small world, the outside world is somewhat unfamiliar. Harry nodded and said, "Yes, Professor Kate. However, this place is more prosperous than the places I have been to before." At this time, in the cafe where the two were sitting, it was snowing heavily outside and the wind was a bit strong, but there were still many people walking on the road. Bustling streets, passing cars, and open shops, these intertwined images gave Harry a special feeling. Hogwarts campus life, nature and war in a small world, and the hustle and bustle of city life in front of him, Harry Potter found that his own world was bustling and colourful. It is not impossible to change many things that are unpleasant. After simply drinking coffee, Kate Lyle took Harry to watch old movies, bought some clothes, and had dinner at a good steak restaurant. Harry kind of liked this kind of life, and at the same time, he cherished the comfort and relaxation with Kate Lyle. In the evening, when Harry returned home, he was immersed in Kate Lyle's laboratory. Kate Lyle didn't persuade anything, but reminded Harry to let it go after work and rest. In Kate Lyle's study, "Master, during the year you left, 5 people came here one after another. They all tried to break in, but they were all driven away by Weiss. As for the person who tried to break in recently, when he was driven away, he left something behind for me to pass on to you." Kate Weiss took a box, came to Kate Lyle, put it on the table, and said respectfully. When Kate Lyle heard this, she moved her fingers slightly and the box was opened, revealing the contents inside. It was a feather, and at the end of the feather there was some blue. It was a kind of light blue. With Kate Lyle's fingers, the feather flew out of the box and came into Kate Lyle's hands. When the feather touched the palm, it crackled and disappeared into Kate Lyle's hands. Kate Lyle closed her eyes slightly and opened them after a while. Kate Lyle took out a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, put it next to her mouth and murmured, and it turned into a pigeon the next moment. The pigeon was gently pushed by Kate Lyle and flew to the shoulder of Kate Weiss, saying, "Wes, go to the laboratory, the left side, the 6th grid, take out 3 blue potions, put them in a lockbox according to his guide, send it over." "Yes, master." Kate Weiss turned and left upon hearing this. Kate Lyle got up, came to a mirror mounted on the wall, stretched out her hand, and the magic emerged. The next moment, I saw ripples in the mirror as if the stone had entered the lake. At this moment, Kate Lyle stepped in, and the whole person disappeared, and the mirror returned to its original appearance. When Kate Lyle reappeared, she was already in a house thousands of miles away. Behind Kate Lyle there is also a mirror, exactly the same as in Kate Lyle's room. Because of the arrival of Kate Lyle, the candle was lit up by magic in the room, and then the sound of da-da-da was heard from outside. With a smile on her lips, Kate Lyle came to the door, opened the door, and saw a little girl walking down the stairs quickly. Seeing the person standing at the door, the little girl jumped up happily, hugged Kate Lyle's neck, her slender short legs, and said with a smile, "Brother, you are finally willing to come back. I haven't seen you for half a year. Well, I thought you didn't want Maggie." Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, hugged Maggie, walked out and said with a smile, "Why, brother, isn't he here to see you?" As Kate Lyle left, the door was automatically closed, and when Kate Lyle walked out of the stairs disappeared and turned into a wardrobe. Walking out of the closet, Maggie asked, "Brother, how long will you stay this time?" "I'll go back after celebrating Maggie's birthday." Kate Lyle said with a smile, "That's great. I'll call Soma and the others. We need to prepare delicious food and entertain them together, okay?" Maggie happily jumped off Kate Lyle and said happily, "Go, I'll prepare food for you." Kate Lyle waved her hand and asked Maggie to find someone, while she looked at the familiar house and walked towards the kitchen, saying. While walking, Kate Lyle's hand waved from time to time. Suddenly, the things in the room were placed in various positions under Kate Lyle's fiddling, and they were extremely clean. When Kate Lyle came to the kitchen, the somewhat messy hall had already been tidied up and clean. Tris Street, home of Kate Lyle. Harry came out of the laboratory, returned to his room and fell asleep tiredly, and at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and landed on Harry. Harry was hit by something suddenly and woke up instantly. With two big bat-like ears, a pair of protruding green eyes, the size of tennis balls, and its ugly appearance is like a monster. What? Terrified, Harry grabbed the wand beside the table and yelled at the monster in front of him, "Fireball curse, armor guard." A voice sounded, and without using a wand, the monster snapped its fingers, released the magic directly, and blocked Harry's attack. Yes, sorry, Harry Potter. I'm not a thing, my name is Dobby and I'm a house elf. At this time, Harry realized that the other party was not only ugly, but also had a slender nose, and was wearing very worn clothes like a homeless man. Why haven't I seen you? Now I finally found you. What are you? Harry looked at the monster in front of him, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked curiously, Dobby has always wanted to see you. I have been looking for you for a long time, as if I disappeared in this world. Harry was taken aback for a moment when he heard Dobby's words, and then said cautiously, House elf, are you Professor Cate's house elf? After all, this is Professor Cate's place, so Harry felt a little regretful just now. Why was he so frightened that he used magic on the monster in front of him? What if this is Professor Cate's pet? Shocked, Harry crawled out of bed and stood aside, staring at the monster in front of him. Harry was wary of Dobby, and at the same time was eyeing Dobby. Looking at the image of Dobby, Kate Lyle always felt a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Soon, Harry also reacted at any time. In the Elemental Magic Dueling Club, in charge of Gem, where the Gryffindor Academy is located. Gem is a goblin, but they are dressed very delicately in suits, and Dobby in front of him is like a tramp who came out of a slum. Goblins and elves are two different races, and because of some things, the environment they live in is also different. The elves are a lowly race who must serve their masters for generations. They are slaves of an ancient and wealthy wizard family. They undertake all housework and are bound by their masters. They cannot disobey their master's orders casually. If they do, they must punish themselves. Possesses magic, and the casting of spells requires the permission of the owner. Goblins are different. They are powerful, proud and noble, not bound by wizards. This is true for Gem, Grice and Nost. I can't tell you, Harry Potter. But please believe me, I really have no malice towards you. I'm just trying to help you. Someone is trying to deal with you. You can't go to school anymore. Dobby looked at Harry pitifully. Those big green eyes were full of anticipation again. Harry looked at Dobby, unable to tell whether Dobby's words were true or not for a moment. Dobby, Harry said hesitantly. Hearing Harry's words, Dobby nodded repeatedly and exclaimed with some joy, Yes, my name is Dobby. It's a great honor that you actually remembered my name. Harry looked at the happy Dobby, bouncing around a little nervous, and said helplessly, Dobby, you have to calm down. This is Professor Cate's home. Your sudden appearance will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Dobby, hearing Harry's words, grabbed his chin with his right hand, put his fingers into his mouth and said tremblingly, Yes, the master of this house is very powerful. I must be quiet. When Dobby found Harry, he also found the family. Seeing Dobby's frightened look, Harry froze for a moment, then smiled. Dobby, sit down, tell me, why am I going to school? Who is going to deal with me? Harry took a chair and sat down and said to Dobby. Hearing Harry's words, Dobby looked unbelievable, turned left and right, seemed anxious and excited, and seemed very contradictory. It's unbelievable that someone asked me to sit down and talk. I've had more respect than I've ever had, Harry. You've been so kind to me. Woo-oh Tilda. Harry looked at the happy crying Dobby, a little speechless, but still smiled and said, Don't get excited, you need to calm down now, and then tell me what's going to happen. Hearing Harry's words, Dobby couldn't help but calm down, looking at Harry Potter's eyes pitifully, but also looking a bit expectant. Harry looked at Dobby like that, chuckled and said, Dobby, you're a kind elf, aren't you? Hearing Harry's words, Dobby nodded repeatedly, clasped his hands together, put them in front of him and said excitedly and happily, Yes, I'm a kind elf. Speaking of this, Dobby immediately said with a mysterious face, Sir, please trust me. I am here to protect you, and you must not go to school. Schools are dangerous. Harry nodded and said, I understand what you said, but you may not understand. I am very strong now, and Hogwarts School is also very strong. If someone wants to make trouble in Hogwarts, the consequences will be very serious. Harry was full of confidence in himself, but also very clear that he must go back to school. He'd rather be at school, or with Kate Lyle, than go back to the Dursleys' house. That's fine. This is different. The person you have to face is very powerful. Dobby said quickly, He is very dangerous and also very evil. Seeing Dobby's anxious look, Harry was silent for a moment and said, Maybe I know who you're talking about. Is it Voldemort? From Harry's point of view, there was only one person who would attack him and kill him, and that was Voldemort. Voldemort's power, the eyeliners all over the place, these people are trying to kill him. To outsiders, he is the savior, the boy who lived. As far as Voldemort was concerned, he was his natural enemy. After fighting and understanding in the small world, Harry deeply understands that since he is a natural enemy, there is no reason to keep the enemy alive. So from a certain point of view, Voldemort wanted to kill him, so why didn't he want to kill Voldemort, deal with this enemy, and avenge his parents? My God, how can you call that person's name? It's an ominous name, and it's going to get us in trouble. We have to hide, and if they find us, we're dead, Mr. Potter. Dobby was extremely nervous, trembling all over, grabbed Harry's clothes and said hastily, "Let's leave now." Harry could feel Dobby's fear and feel that Dobby cared for him. Harry stretched out his hand, took Dobby's hand and said with a smile, "Dobby, thank you very much for your concern, but don't worry, I'll be fine. Professor Kate Lyle is a very powerful person and he will protect me." Dobby was slightly taken aback when he heard this and said, "Professor Kate Lyle, that is really a great existence. Although I haven't seen Professor Kate Lyle with my own eyes, I have heard about elemental magic. Elemental magic is very magical and has unparalleled magic and destructive power. In our elf world, although Dobby has very few friends, they all discuss elemental magic. When Dobby talked about elemental magic, he was extremely excited and looking forward to it, and even cheered. Such magical magic is also very attractive to them. Looking at the happy Dobby, Harry smiled and said, "Yes, elemental magic is very magical magic. Professor Kate Lyle is also very powerful. Dobby, I can feel your admiration for him and your concern for me, but you have to trust me, trust Professor Kate. In Hogwarts College, no one can do anything to me. But I'm still worried about Harry Potter." Dobby still looked at Harry nervously, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Dobby, I know there are many things I can't explain to you, but there is one thing, you must believe me, I have already defeated a Voldemort's weapon soul. The strength brought to me by elemental magic is beyond Voldemort's imagination. Dobby adores such a Harry, he is strong, he is brave, he is simply irreplaceable." Dobby still hesitated, still unwilling to believe. He knew that Harry had already defeated Voldemort's Horcrux, which was great. Finally he nodded, looked at Harry reluctantly and said, "Harry Potter, you must be careful. If I have news, I will definitely tell you." Harry looked at Dobby, who had disappeared, and pondered slightly. After the words fell, Dobby disappeared. Was Voldemort impatient to strike at himself? "He's not as powerful as you think." That night Harry tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. There is doubt, but also excitement. Harry wondered how Voldemort would kill him, and whose hand he would use to kill him. Professor Quirrell had warned Harry before this, how many innocent people would be implicated in this. Of course, what excited Harry was that the experience of the holiday made him confident and full of interest in fighting. Harry couldn't wait to break the trap Voldemort had set. The next day, the sun was shining on his face, and it was warm. Harry subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover the sun, and it was at this time that he woke up. Getting up, opening the window, breathing in the fresh air, Harry stretched. After a simple wash, Harry came to the lobby on the first floor. "Mr. Potter, my master has something to leave. Before leaving, the master left a message for you. You can continue to live here. When you return to school, I will send you to the train platform, or you can go to the Weasleys' house to relax." Kate Weiss stood upright, looked at Harry who appeared, and said. Harry nodded upon hearing this and said, "Thank you, Butler Weiss." Weiss smiled slightly and asked, "Wes prepared breakfast, do you need some?" Harry rubbed his stomach and said with a smile, "Thank you, please give me some." "Wait a minute in the dining room, I'll prepare breakfast for you," Kate Weiss said, turned and left. Harry looked around. Kate Lyle's departure made Harry feel more lonely and slightly disappointed. But thinking that Kate Lyle left because of something, I felt a little more comforted. Under the service of Kate Weiss, Harry ate a hearty breakfast, and then said to Kate Weiss, who was packing up the tableware, "Butler Weiss, the breakfast you prepared is very delicious, and I like it very much. Thank you for your compliment, it's my honor." Kate Weiss behaved very well, but the smile on his face was like a spring breeze. "Housekeeper Weiss, I've made a decision. I'll go to the Weasleys' house later. When Professor Kate comes back, please let me know," Harry said to Kate Weiss. Hearing this, Kate Weiss nodded and smiled and said, "No problem, you can tell me the exact location later, and I will give you a message first." Harry didn't refuse, and after telling Kate Weiss the specific address, he went back to his room and simply packed his things. Kate Weiss was already waiting by the fireplace when Harry reached the lobby on the first floor. "Mr. Potter, I have conveyed the news to you. Mr. Weasley is very welcome." Kate Weiss was holding a box in her hand with Floo powder on it and said to Harry, "Take it, stand inside, say exactly where you need to go." Harry nodded, stepped forward to grab a handful of Floo powder and said, "Thank you." Standing in the fireplace, Harry said the destination, dropped the Floo powder, a burst of green flames exploded, and Harry disappeared. Weasley's house. Ronald, Fred and George, Ginny, Percy and Mrs. Weasley stood in front of the fireplace, all looking expectant. Because just now, Ronald received a summons from an owl, saying that Harry would come over later. Ronald and the others didn't know how the owl appeared so quickly and found it here, but he knew that Harry was coming, and it was a joyful event. Boom. In the fireplace, a burst of green light flickered, and then Harry appeared in front of everyone carrying a suitcase. Looking at the 6 Ronalds standing in front of him, Harry was a little embarrassed, but he still mustered up his courage and waved, "Hi." Ronald looked at Harry, who appeared, paused briefly, and after confirming that it was really Harry, he immediately jumped on him and shouted happily, "Harry, you are welcome to my house as a guest." Fred and George also stepped forward to hug Harry and frantically patted Harry's head to kill, and then said somewhat funnily, "Welcome to Weasley, Mr. Potter." Percy and Ginny looked at Harry, somewhat reserved, but the smiles on their faces still told their feelings. Mrs. Weasley looked at the guys who were hugging each other with a smile on her face. She domineeringly separated Fred and the others, touched Harry's face, looked at Harry and said with a smile, "What a handsome boy, welcome came to visit the Weasleys. You don't need to be polite to treat this place as your own home." When Harry heard this, a smile appeared on his face and he said, "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Mrs. Weasley liked Harry very much and said to Ronald, "Ronald, hurry up and take Harry's luggage to the room and take him to the house by the way. Harry, come up with me." Ronald happily took Harry's suitcase, then pulled Harry up the stairs. Fred, George and Percy all followed, and Ginny wanted to go up too, but Mrs. Weasley stopped her and said, "Crazy girl, prepare something for lunch with me." "Mom, I want to go up too." Ginny looked at Harry and the others upstairs and said with her head down, "Harry is here, we need to prepare enough lunch for him," Mrs. Weasley said, pulling Ginny into the kitchen. Upstairs, Ronald took Harry into a room, put the suitcase aside, lay on the bed and said with a smile, "Harry, this is your room. This is what we arranged for you." Speaking of this, Ronald said somewhat mysteriously, "We have prepared good things for you here." Fred and George looked at each other. Fred quickly closed the door. George moved the closet, opened a hidden compartment, and took out a box from inside. Fred came over, took the box, opened it and said, "Eat carefully, don't be seen by my mother, she won't let us eat these snacks. There are all kinds of snacks on the box, most of which are BB multi-flavored beans." After opening the box, Ronald, George, and Percy immediately grabbed a few packets of snacks and started eating. Ronald handed Harry a bag of chocolates and said, "You don't have to worry about not having anything to eat if you live here for a few days." Harry took it over and said with a smile, "Ronald, where's the baby bump that Polk gave you?" Ronald quickly blocked Harry's mouth and said, "What lump? I don't know." Fred glanced at George and Percy and knew Ronald was lying. So the 3 put down their snacks, and Ronald took control. Seeing such a scene, Harry also knew that he had said the wrong thing. Ronald did not tell his family about getting a big gold nugget. Fred looked at Ronald and said with a smile, "Ronald, you are lying, tell me quickly, what kind of pimple is it? Don't take it off." Ronald's face changed drastically, and he waved his hands quickly. "Harry, you killed me. A gold brick, a huge gold brick, weighs 100 catties, and it is also extremely pure gold. This gold brick is a gold brick refined by the masters of Isladu. There are a lot of gold bricks like this in the Isladu royal family, and they are piled up as high as a hill. Dwarves are good at fighting, and their smelting and alchemy skills are even more superb. At the same time, they are also very greedy. For sparkling jewelry, gold coins, etc., there is a crazy love, so they are collected and treasured." Ronald thought about it for a long time, and Polk proposed to Nost, so Nost came forward and asked for the gold brick, and Polk handed it over to Ronald. After Ronald saw this gold brick, he went crazy and was extremely excited. Although the Weasley family is an ancient pureblood family, the Ronald family is not rich, and Ronald's clothes are basically second-hand. The same is true, Ronald is full of expectations and yearning for making money. The gold bricks undoubtedly solved Ronald's problem. At this time, the value of a piece of pure gold weighing 100 catties is completely incalculable. Not only does it have such a weight, but it is also so complete and extremely pure. Screams sounded in the room and it seemed very crazy. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny, who were preparing lunch in the kitchen, were startled by the screams. Especially Mrs. Weasley took out her wand and rushed upstairs in a hurry. "What's going on? What's going on, Mrs.?" Weasley opened the room, wand in hand, and rushed in nervously, shouting, "Mom, we are developed. We've got money." Percy, who has always been relatively stable, came to Mrs. Weasley, hugged happily and shouted. Fred and George, even more so. Mrs. Weasley was surrounded by the 3 of George, and seeing their madness, she was very confused. To shut up, Mrs. Weasley was puzzled. and at the same time very dissatisfied with their crazy appearance, she shouted angrily, "Are you planning to rebel? Or you are tired of living and need me to teach you a lesson? Mrs. Weasley has a very high status in the family, and Fred and the others are all controlled by Mrs. Weasley." When he got angry at this time, Fred and the others immediately quieted down, but there was still an uncontrollable expression on his face. Laugh. Harry stood aside and watched the scene in front of him, laughing, and understood Fred and others' feelings very well. "Mom." Ronald's voice sounded weakly. Mrs. Weasley heard Ronald's voice and searched among the crowd, but she didn't see Ronald, so she looked a little puzzled, so she started searching. Soon she spotted Ronald, and her eyes widened. At this time Ronald was sitting on the ground, guarding the gold brick tightly, looking at Mrs. Weasley with a somewhat pitiful gaze. Seeing such a scene, Fred, George, and Percy were even happier with smiles on their faces. "Merlin's beard, what is this, Mrs.?" Weasley came to Ronald in 3 steps instead of 2 steps, and knelt down, looked at the huge gold brick, and said in disbelief, "My eyes are not blurry, I see what's up. Is this a gold brick?" Ronald looked at the excited mother, subconsciously hugged the gold brick and said, "Mom, this is mine." "Go away." Mrs. Weasley grabbed Ronald's ear and pulled it aside, said. Ronald cried out in pain, and at the same time he let go of the gold brick unwillingly. Mrs. Weasley tried to lift the brick, the weight, the feel. For a moment, Mrs. Weasley's expression became extremely exciting, because Mrs. Weasley was incomparably sure that this was a gold brick, and it was a very high-quality gold brick. "Developed," 3 words shrieked sharply from Mrs. Weasley's mouth. Mrs. Weasley, who had worked so hard for the family, could no longer suppress the joy in her heart, and she shed tears of joy. Although Ronald was very reluctant to let go of the gold brick, he still let go when he saw his excited mother. "Ronald, where did you get these gold bricks?" Mrs. Weasley is a bold and capable person, but also a budget-conscious person. With more knowledge, Mrs. Weasley quickly calmed down from her joy. "It was a gift from a friend during a vacation trip," Ronald explained casually. "A gift from a friend, isn't it too rich?" Mrs. Weasley said in disbelief. Harry chuckled at the side and quickly stood up and assured, "Mrs. Weasley, I can testify that this gold brick was really given to Ronald by a friend. Actually, everyone we travel with has a small gold brick, but the only one is that Ronald is the biggest." Mrs. Weasley believed that Harry would not lie, so she smiled on her face, looked at Ronald and said, "Go to Gringotts, we will exchange enough gold coins and give you a good pocket money every month, and the rest I'll keep it for you." Ronald was dumbfounded when he heard his mother's words and said, "This gold brick belongs to me. You are still too young and you have too much money. You will be out of control. Mom will take care of it for you." Mrs. Weasley used her magic wand to pinpoint the gold brick and said, "The levitation curse." Hundreds of catties of gold bricks floated up under the control of Mrs. Weasley and left with Mrs. Weasley. Ronald looked at his mother, who had passed away, and fell to the ground, feeling hopeless. The 3 of Fred came to Ronald and pulled up the muddy Ronald. Fred even smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed, Ronald. The gold bricks are worth a lot. Believe me, after exchanging gold coins, we will get enough gold coins as soon as possible. Now, we need to think about how to use this money." "I want to buy a room full of snacks," Percy said quickly. "George, our experiment now has enough funds." Fred looked at George and said, "Hey Fred, we should also put on new clothes, and the room needs to be redecorated. I need cosmetics, I want that brand." Ginny also couldn't wait and excitedly stepped forward to discuss. Fred looked at Harry and asked with a smile, "Harry, what about you? Is there anything you want?" Harry looked at the desperate Ronald, a little embarrassed, and said, "I have money, so you don't need to think about me." When Ronald heard Harry's words, his whole body became agitated immediately, and he threw Harry to the ground, saying excitedly, "Harry, you will pay me gold bricks. My gold brick, woo 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 woo." Harry was very embarrassed and said, "Ronald, you have to understand, I gave you the gold brick, and it will only be confiscated in the end." Ronald was stunned, slumped in the tunnel and said, "My gold brick." Gold bricks brought great wealth and joy to the Weasley family, and laughter filled the whole room. The only one who couldn't laugh was Ronald, because he lost a huge amount of wealth. Arthur Weasley, Ronald's father, worked in the Ministry of Magic as the director of the Department of Prohibiting the Misuse of Muggle Substances. He is very interested in things from the Muggle world. Arthur was a bit busy today, but he received a letter from his wife saying that something big happened at home and he had to go home. Arthur was anxious, asked for leave, and rushed back immediately. "Molly, what happened?" Arthur pushed open the door and rushed in anxiously, shouting. Molly and the others, who were carnival in the hall, stopped the carnival and all looked at Arthur. Molly ran up to Arthur excitedly, hugged Arthur and shouted excitedly, Arthur, we are rich, we are rich. Arthur was a little surprised when he heard Molly's words and said, Why make a fortune? Didn't you say something happened at home? Dad, we have a huge gold brick and we have developed. Fred stepped forward and said quickly, The gold brick is mine. Ronald quickly explained, fearing that such credit would be taken away and he would lose a lot of wealth. Gold brick, how big is the gold brick? Arthur widened his eyes when he heard this and asked excitedly, Where is the gold brick? A gold brick, even if it is only a small piece, is very valuable, at least higher than his salary, not to mention, there is a huge gold brick now. Honey, the gold brick is here. Molly brought Arthur to the gold brick and shouted excitedly, This gold brick is enough to exchange for our family's wealth for at least 10 years. We should now have a good life plan how to use it. Arthur was shocked by the huge gold brick in front of him, and his mouth grew wide, full of disbelief. Such a huge gold brick and immeasurable wealth, I am afraid that the entire magic world has never had it. Developed. Go to Gringotts, we're going to auction it off, it's worth more. Arthur exclaimed excitedly. Looking at the excited father and family members, Ronald couldn't be happy at all. He looked at Harry in despair and complained, It's all about you. If it wasn't for you, this is my personal property. Harry chuckled and said, Ronald, the gold bricks are gone, but you still have me. My gold bricks can also be exchanged for enough wealth, and provide enough funds for our potion specialty store, which is our constant source of wealth. Wealth, Ronald retorted, that requires unknown labor, but the gold bricks don't need anything from me. While Harry and Ronald were complaining to each other, Arthur also made a decision to go to Gringotts immediately to auction off the gold brick. As for the matter of eating, it is not worth mentioning in front of exchanging for huge wealth. Diagon Alley. Accompanied by the Weasley family, Harry strode into Gringotts and went straight to the innermost part where he found Zella, the highest elf on duty today. Zella looked at Arthur, who appeared in front of him, and said with a joking smile, Mr. Weasley, are you here to withdraw money? It's just, why don't I remember that you have a small vault in the bank? Obviously, Arthur and Zella are somewhat familiar. Fred wanted to say something but was stopped by Molly. Externally, the position of the head of the family must be adequate. Zera, I want to auction off a treasure, Arthur said seriously. After hearing the words, Zella stepped forward as if to see what Arthur was going to auction. Arthur smiled slightly and said, Zera, we need a hidden room. Zella pondered slightly, then said, Please follow me. Everyone came to a small room with a table and a few chairs. Zella sat on the chair, looked at Arthur and said, What treasure are you going to auction, Arthur? Arthur pulled out the gold brick, put it on the table and said, I'm going to auction it. Seeing the huge golden brick in front of him, Zella stood up in shock. As elves, they have the ability to distinguish between true and false, and even Zella can see the purity of this gold brick at a glance, which is unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, Zella looked at Arthur and said, Mr. Weasley, can you tell me how you got this gold brick? I'm sorry, Zella, I have no comment on this matter, but what I can tell you is that its origin is very formal. As the director of the Ministry of Magic, Arthur is very aware of the twists and turns, so he said with a smile, I believe in the ability of Gringotts. I want you to help me operate it and sell it at a high enough price. Zella was silent, and his eyes looked at the golden brick from time to time. Mr. Weasley, can you allow us to discuss something? Zella said silently. Arthur nodded and said, No problem. Zella left quickly, and the Weasley family also quickly surrounded them, chatting about small money. Harry also always watched as a bystander, and was very envious of the excitement of Ronald's family. After a while, Zella walked in with 3 elves, attracted by the gold bricks, and discussed the purity and size of the gold bricks. The exclamations sounded in the room one after another, and the smiles on the faces of Arthur and others became more and more intense. Mr. Weasley, we have a small request, and I wonder if you would like to help. Zella looked at Arthur and smiled. Arthur looked at Zella's smile and said with a gleam in his eyes, Zera, are you trying to tell me that you want to buy this gold brick alone? Yes, Mr. Weasley, we'll pay enough galleons. Zella laughed. Zera, do you know that such a pure and large gold brick is the only one in the entire wizarding world, even in the Muggle world? Arthur Weasley said deeply. Yes, I understand very well, so we are willing to pay 2 million galleons. Zella laughed. Molly and the other Weasley children laughed excitedly and almost cheered loudly. But Arthur shook his head, opened his palm and said, 5 million galleons. Molly and the others took a deep breath when they heard the words, suppressing their excitement and full of anticipation. Zella glanced at Harry, was silent for a moment and said, 2.5 million galleons. Molly, Fred, George, Percy, Ginny and Ronald all cheered at this moment. The Weasley family is about to rise. 5 million galleons. Arthur Weasley said flatly, narrowing his eyes. 3 million galleons, Zella said in a deep voice. This is the highest price we can give. Deal. Arthur Weasley smiled confidently. Zella took a step back subconsciously, looked at Arthur Weasley and said, even if it's an auction, it's hard to reach such a price. That's not necessarily the case because it is unique, Harry said aside, and it is also very rare, and the craftsmanship for making this gold brick is also very high. Only now have gold bricks of such purity been produced. Molly was a little anxious when he heard this, and was about to step forward to argue with Zella, but was held back by brothers Fred and George. Bye. It is unavoidable for people who become rich, and it comes from the habit of nouveau rich. Buy new clothes, buy various experimental materials, buy Nimbus 2000, buy various magic products, and then give each person a generous pocket money, and Ronald also received an extra 1,000 galleon pocket money, which made Ronald, who lost the gold brick, was so excited that he was about to cry. These kinds of things are simply too wonderful. As a result, Harry experienced the exhilarating feeling of buying. Harry was not short of money, as his parents had left him a small coffers. It feels great to be rich. Fred still had a lot of galleons in his pocket, and now he was walking in Diagon Alley, wanting to buy everything he saw. Fred, do you still remember our ideal to open a store of our own here? George said, stepping forward to hook Fred's shoulder. Yes, I remembered, and you successfully reminded me, George, Fred responded. Ginny slowed down her pace, waiting for Harry to come to her side, and asked a bit shyly, Harry, I heard from my brother that you are an elemental magician who is familiar with wind and fire, and you are also very powerful. Upon hearing that, Harry smiled and said, Thank you, but in school, there are many people who are more powerful than me. Ginny looked at Harry with some admiration and said, My brother also said that you are a magic warrior, and you have defeated many enemies in the small world. Also, he said that you teamed up to kill a lot of enemies, especially when you were in school. You also teamed up to defeat that person. Harry nodded and said, Ronald is brave and very reliable. Our cooperation is perfect and we have defeated many enemies. I recorded a lot of images in that world and we watched them together at night. When Ginny heard it, she cried out in anticipation, Really? Are you sure, Harry? What are you talking about? Ronald saw that Ginny was so excited, so he walked over, looked at Harry with some doubts and asked, Brother, Harry said that he has recorded images in the small world. Ginny whispered excitedly. When Ronald heard the words, he immediately reacted and said with a smile, Yes, Harry has a crystal memory ball. He has recorded a lot of images, and we can enjoy them together at night. How many things are recorded in the crystal ball? Even though Ronald has seen it, he has not finished it completely, so he is full of expectations. Harry, Ronald. Just then, a voice sounded. When Ronald and Harry heard this, they looked aside, and it turned out to be Hermione and her parents. Hermione. Seeing Hermione in Diagon Alley made Harry and Ronald a little surprised, but also a little happy. Wow, Ronald, you look like a nouveau rich now. Hermione smiled in surprise as she watched Ronald change into a formal suit. Remember the gold brick that Polk gave us? Harry laughed aside. He's an upstart now. Hermione understood immediately when she heard this, and whispered in Ronald's ear, Ronald, congratulations, you don't need to wear old clothes anymore. Ronald was a little embarrassed, and glared at Hermione and said, You're the one who talks too much. Harry and Hermione laughed, and after Hermione introduced her parents to Harry and the others, they walked around Diagon Alley together. In a tea restaurant in Diagon Alley, Harry and the others asked for a big table and ate together. Arthur behaved very richly and treated Hermione's family to afternoon tea. Arthur Weasley was full of interest in the Muggle world, so after sitting with Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, they chatted passionately, and finally, Arthur invited Granger to be a guest. The Granger family, under such kindness, had no choice but to visit the Weasley family. Soma, that's the steak my brother prepared for me. You are not allowed to grab it with me. Maggie ate satisfactorily, looked at Soma opposite, and shouted mischievously. Soma has braided hair like a twist, brown skin and thick lips. At this time she is eating a big meal, and she is even more fierce without the gentleness of a little woman. Got it, I'll just eat something else. Soma shouted without raising her head. Brother Kate, we are very powerful now. Those people are not my opponents. Latin was shirtless with 2 hideous scars on his body, eating roasted chicken legs and said, I often go to the Tauren tribe to play. Their attacks can't reach me now. As Latin said, he raised his hand and saw a small whirlwind appearing in his hand, and the speed was extremely fast. For a while, a gust of wind blew up in the restaurant. Latin, do you want to be beaten? Bulmer said angrily, hitting Latin on the head with a fist. Latin was beaten so badly that the little whirlwind in his hand disappeared. At the same time, he yelled at the beautiful but very violent little elf beauty, "Bulma, I want to fight you." "Can you beat me?" Boomer said, looking at Latin jokingly after hearing this. Hearing this, Latin said angrily, "Then try it." "Latin, don't try anymore, you just can't beat Sister Boomer." Maggie laughed. Kate Lyle watched them chatting and yelling, but she didn't have any intention of stopping to enjoy the big meal, and laughed happily. This is an elf world different from Grice's, but a different magical world. In this world there are magicians, warriors, and powerful magical animals everywhere, and people in this world prefer to call them monsters. The existence of these monsters is not only huge in number, but also very powerful. The four little guys Maggie, Soma, Latin, and Bulma are the children that Keltrell took in and taught elemental magic when he was playing in this world. In this small world, there is no classification of elemental magic, but people here need to sing like elemental magic to release magic. In addition, the warriors of this world are very strong and are also the main power system, because compared with magicians, there are undoubtedly more fighters. Maggie is the youngest at 10 years old, Soma is 12 years old, Latin is 13 years old, and Bulma is the oldest at 18 years old. She is a beautiful elf. As a big sister, she is also taking care of Maggie and the three of them. According to the agreement, on Maggie's birthday, Kate Lyle needs to come to celebrate Maggie, which is why when Kate Lyle opens the door, Maggie comes running. Of course, Kate Lyle is here with one more thing to do. That is to fulfill the promise I made with someone when I first came to this world. Happy birthday, Maggie. Under the gazes of Boomer and others, Kate Lyle handed a small gift to Maggie and said with a smile. Maggie looked at the exquisitely decorated gift box with a pair of big watery eyes, revealing her love and expectation. Maggie took the gift box and asked happily, "Brother, can I open it now?" "Of course," Kate Lyle nodded and smiled. Bulma, Latin, and Soma also gathered around, looking at the gift box with great anticipation, and Maggie opened it bit by bit. Soon, the gift box was opened, and a pair of earrings appeared in everyone's eyes. The light blue earrings look somewhat transparent. In addition, the earrings are still in the shape of a centaur. The earrings are not big, only 3 centimeters in size. Maggie looked at the earring, a little surprised, stretched out her hand and picked up the earring. It was also at this time that the earrings shone with light and merged into Maggie's body. The next moment, Maggie could clearly feel what kind of huge power was contained in the earrings. The light comes and goes quickly. In fact, the process just now was a process of recognizing the Lord. Maggie smiled excitedly, grabbed the earrings, and immediately came to the mirror to put them on for herself. "Brother, do I look good?" Maggie turned around, her long yellow hair fluttering, her smile like a flower, matched with the earrings. She was extremely cute. "Wow, Maggie, you are so cute." Soma, who was the first to love her, stepped forward and hugged Maggie and called out cheek to cheek. "It's so beautiful." Boomer also stepped forward, looked at the earrings Maggie was wearing and said enviously. Latin smiled and didn't say anything. Kate Lyle took out the camera and said with a smile, "Latin, you go too, I'll take a photo for you." Latin nodded and walked over with a smile. "Look at me, stand up and smile." "Eggplant, okay, another one." Kate Lyle smiled and took a lot of photos of the Latin people, and then Bulma and the others presented their own gifts. It wasn't until very late that Maggie and the others helped tidy up before going to sleep. Kate Lyle took out some equipment in a small dark room and began to clean the photos. There are no cameras in this world. If they want to leave a souvenir for themselves, they need to find a good painter to help them paint. When Kate Lyle came out of the small dark room and stood on the balcony, a gust of wind blew by, and a figure quietly appeared on the railing of the balcony. "After so many years, I thought you were already dead at the hands of monsters." With a gentle voice, a straight figure, a long purple dress, fiery red hair, and a graceful figure, under the reflection of the moonlight, she looks like a goddess of moonlight, beautiful and noble. Kate Lyle looked into the distance, and the fireflies were dancing. With the distant mountains, night, and starlight, she said, "Today's moonlight is very gentle. Then you want me to become more enthusiastic." The voice was brighter, the temperature was a little taller, and the long purple skirt turned fiery red. Kate Lyle was a little helpless, and then snapped her fingers. But at this time, snowflakes began to float outside, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. As for the woman standing on the railing, her long skirt also changed, turning white, and her expression was also somewhat indifferent. "You are so gentle and enthusiastic, and you are so aggressive. You are full of contradictions." Luna, Thales Duref. Kate Lyle chuckled. The woman beside her was still the same. It seemed that there was no change. Moon God is the natives of this world, and they respect her like a god. The reason why it is called so is because Lelis Julev traveled around the world. eliminating harm for the people, and saving the people from suffering, so people in this world began to believe in and worship Thales Julev. In addition, the top of Thales Julev's wand is a model of the moon, so the name of the moon god spread. In fact, Thales Julev's magic has something to do with the moon. No one knows where she came from except Thales Julev himself. They only know that Thales Julev suddenly appeared in the troubled times and saved the people. Are you sure? Thales Julev looked at Kate Lyle and said, "Is there any danger?" Kate Lyle asked back, "There is danger, otherwise I wouldn't ask you for help." Thales Julev said in a deep voice, "Then do you want to tell me your background?" Kate Lyle continued to ask, "You complete the agreement between us first." Thales Julev's expression also became cold, and the calmness in his tone revealed a bit of coldness. Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Well, I don't want the chaos in this world to affect the world we live in either. By the way, every guardian of a small world has his mission. Why do you want to stand out?" Memories flickered in Thales Julev's eyes, but such memories quickly disappeared. It was as if that distant memory was an untouchable thing for her. "I'm curious, how many hidden secrets are hidden in each hidden small world?" "In the small worlds I know, there will be 1 to 3 guardians, who maintain the stability and development of the world where the guardians live. And in every small world, there is a powerful force guarding it. However, although you are strong in my eyes, you are still too weak for this world and for me. However, there is one thing that I am not as good as you, that is, you know more about this world." Thales Julev looked at Kate Lyle indifferently, stared at Kate for a long time and said, "Do you want to understand this world? And then, you stayed in this world for half a year back then, and you traveled no less than me." Kate Lyle laughed and said, "You are different, Thales. I just want to increase my knowledge. There is no other meaning." Thales Julev landed, stood beside Kate Lyle, and said in a deep voice, "But you have already learned that once the abyss demons come to this world and break the rules of this world, then the small world will return to the big world. Fusion, the races and creatures in the small world will return to the big world. Can the armed forces of the big world withstand the return of our small worlds? The legend is not as simple as imagined. It's a real existence that lives in the big world. It's just that in the former big world they were either exiled, or they entered the small world in order to survive." Thales Julev's words echoed in his ears, and Kate Lyle's thoughts also followed. Since coming into this world and coming out of that family, Kate Lyle has been wandering outside. Those worlds that had disappeared for a long time gradually appeared in his perception as Kate Lyle passed by. The Earth is not as simple as imagined. What happened to the world countless years ago, and which of these small worlds are inextricably linked to the world of the Earth? These small worlds and which worlds have evolved over countless years. The existence of the small world is not a joke. On Earth, the Wizarding world and the Muggle world are 2 different worlds. The magical world is hidden in the Muggle world, and it is also different from the Muggle world. It is not an exaggeration to say that these are 2 different worlds. Things that cannot be defined by science are very common and taken for granted in the magical world. Miraculous does not mean impossible. It's really a headache. Why do I always encounter these problems? I have no choice but to go there myself. Kate Lyle stroked her hair and said helplessly, "That night there was an extra woman outside the small house. It's not that Kate Lyle doesn't want to take pity on the other party, but that the other party doesn't want to come in." The next day, Kate Lyle prepared breakfast, and after having a hearty breakfast with Maggie and the others, she said goodbye to them. Black Phoenix Mountain. It was dark, like a hell in the dark. In this area, there are a lot of monsters living. These monsters are very strong, and they are also very big. It is also the place where the monsters are most concentrated in this world. Compared with the monsters here, there are hidden existences that are more terrifying and powerful than monsters. However, this existence was sealed under the mountain. Kate Lyle and Thales Julev looked at the black mountain in front of them. The thick and dark atmosphere filled the void, and it emitted various magical fluctuations. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes, looked at the Black Phoenix mountain range in front of her, felt the aura emanating from it, and said, "I haven't seen you for a few years, and the monsters here have become even stronger." Having said that, Kate Lyle looked at Thales Julev and asked, "Didn't you clean them up regularly?" Thales Julev heard Kate Lyle's words and said lightly, "No need. Although this place is called a restricted area, it is still a place where magicians and warriors hone their will and strengthen themselves. Monsters are not the biggest threat in this world. The biggest threat comes from the abyss suppressed by the mountains." Kate Lyle nodded and said, "Let's go. I also want to see how powerful that abyssal demon that was once suppressed by the Guardian is." Thales Julev didn't say anything. In an instant, his figure turned into a stream of fiery red light, and rushed into the Black Phoenix Mountain range. It was also at this time that the monsters in the Black Phoenix Mountain seemed to have sensed something, and raised their heads one after another, or walked out of the cave. The weak monster hid in horror after feeling the breath. The powerful monster let out an angry roar, stood still, or ran out angrily. For a moment, the entire Black Phoenix Mountain trembled. Kate Lyle flew in the air, looking at Thales Dulev, who was moving rapidly, with a smile on his face with the intentionally released breath. This woman is as strong as ever. In the scorching summer, the icy breath quickly covered the trees. Before the monsters approached, they were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. As a result, those powerful monsters, watching more and more monsters die after Thales Dulev, did not dare to get any closer, so they had to roar from a distance. Thales, die! Not all monsters are afraid of Thales. The existence in the abyss is not useless. In this world, in this Black Phoenix Mountain, there are still many wandering around, following. They hide in the darkness, waiting for the Demon King to repeat the day of the day, and this time is very near. Boom. Huge power suddenly erupted from the ground, and a huge black centipede bit at Thales. Thales' eyes were flickering with cold eyes, and he was not frightened at all by the huge black centipede in front of him. He stood there quietly and said in a deep voice, "Great God of Flame, please lend me my divine power, and light the fire that tears apart the darkness. Let it be flames, the Vulcan curse." Flames shot out from the wand, instantly igniting the black centipede. The red flame was extremely hot, and the black centipede dodged as soon as the flame touched its head. But this flame is like a brown candy that cannot be shaken off. It enters the stomach, and it is like a strong wine being ignited, and it is out of control. The body of the black centipede was burnt red by the flames, and its tens of meters long body also rolled out of the ground. Thales ignored the black centipede and continued to go deeper. Boom, the huge stone pillar, so the general, Thales, teleported away without any change in expression, and when he reappeared, he was already at a height of 100 meters. Looking at the red-eyed, black-red-haired black ape with a height of more than 20 meters and great strength, Thales held a magic wand and said in a deep voice, "Black blizzard that freezes everything, turn everything into white snow, frozen ceiling curse." In an instant, countless ice arrows, like starlight in the darkness, shot towards the black devil ape. The black demon ape roared and slapped his chest, and a grey light appeared in front of him, forming a barrier. Aggressive. "Holy Mother of the Earth, respond to my call, tear this world apart and devour everything." The magic power surged, and the powerful force made the ground tremble, and a huge crack was torn open under the feet of the black demon ape. He is indeed a genius. Thales Dulev snorted coldly and continued to move forward. Teach her elemental magic, and she can still play such tricks. Kate Lyle looked at Thales Dulev and killed him all the way, and couldn't help sighing. This guy, I haven't seen him for a few years. He has become stronger and stronger. However, in this Black Phoenix Mountain, there is also a dangerous existence. Wherever he passed, no matter how many monsters jumped out to block him, Thales Dulev would strike without hesitation and let them die without a place to bury them. Thales Dulev has such power and is strong enough to be the most powerful person known by Kate Lyle. The black demon ape fell into the abyss when it was out of reach, the earth healed, and the black demon ape was devoured in this way. This existence will soon see the light of day again, in the depths of Black Phoenix Mountain. There is such a mountain, which is particularly obvious in the Black Mountains, emitting red light, and at the foot of the mountain there are corpses all over, and the rich blood energy rises to the sky. At this time, there are hundreds of powerful monsters covering here. Has the woman Luna appeared? We must not let her ruin our big event. A strong Tauren, sitting on the shoulder of a huge black devil ape, looked into the distance, said in a deep voice, "Baron, you go." The burly lion named Baron stood up, more than 10 meters long and more than 3 meters high. The next moment, it started running at a very high speed, setting off bursts of roaring noises, and quickly disappeared into the distance. The Tauren looked at the eagle and said, "Feng Kai, you go too, try to delay her, and buy time for the resurrection of the Demon King." The eagle spread its wings and flew, 100 meters long, rolled up a huge whirlwind, and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Following the departure of the Liger demon Baron and the eagle Fitch, 2 bear demons took their place. Under the mountain, there are invisible veins of magic power, which continue to extend towards the ground, and under this earth is an endless abyss. Above the abyss, there is an enchantment. These magic veins are like tentacles, constantly wearing down the power of the enchantment. Under the barrier within the abyss, a figure floated from the darkness. I can't see its face or figure clearly, but the aura it releases is absolutely powerful. The monster Liger stood on the hillside, looked at Thales Julev in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Get out of here, Thales Julev." While speaking, the Liger released bright moonlight, and at the same time the Liger's hair fluttered like willow leaves, and the golden thunder and lightning jumped in the hair, which was very dangerous. Thales Julev looked at the Liger and said in a deep voice, "Baron, you shouldn't be here." Hearing this, Baron said in a deep voice, "You can't understand my mood nor my determination. That's why you want to betray your people." Thales Julev said dissatisfied, "Get out of here, I can pretend I didn't see it," Baron said in a deep voice. Thales Julev raised his wand, pointed it at Baron, and said in a deep voice, "I will never leave. Once the great demon King Barav is resurrected, this world will also be plunged into darkness. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude." Baron was a little angry, and the golden lightning on his body exploded instantly, attacking Thales Julev. And at this moment in the dark night, a ray of holy light fell, and Baron jumped back with a startled expression. Boom. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Baron continued to leave when he sensed the danger again. At the same time, the holy light that fell from Baron turned out to be a huge sword. Boom, boom, boom. A series of swords condensed with holy light were stuck on the ground, and Baron avoided them even more dangerously. In just a moment, dozens of lightsabers were inserted into the land, and Baron was also besieged. "Get down," a voice sounded, but Baron hadn't realized who was speaking. He only felt that tens of tons of force were pressing on him, and his body was immediately pressed to the ground. Even though the golden lightning exploded, he couldn't stand up. "Baron, long time no see." Kate Lyle slowly landed on Baron's huge head, and the surrounding golden lightning did not hurt Kate Lyle at all. Grabbing a handful of white hairs floating in front of him, he tugged vigorously and said, "When did the Liger, known as the Guardian of the Moonlight, become a monster of the Black Phoenix Mountain?" Baron listened to Kate Lyle's words and felt Kate Lyle's powerful aura. His big eyes were full of fear and trembling, and he said, You're still alive." Kate Lyle heard the words and said with some doubts, "Why can't I still be alive? Do you think that there is any power in this world that can threaten my life and death?" Baron was silent and said, "Maybe there is. The Barav sealed under the abyss." Kate Lyle said with a playful smile, "It's not as powerful as you imagined. However, one thing is certain is that if it comes to this world, the Ligers and Tigers will also be extinct. Darkness cannot perpetuate light, because they are born enemies." Hearing Kate Lyle's words, Baron's eyes were full of struggles. Kate Lyle patted Baron and said with a smile, "Everything has two sides. Although your body is in darkness, your heart is still in light. Since you are wandering between darkness and light, let me lead you to the light." The suppression of gravity dissipated, and Baron no longer had that heavy feeling. "Come on, take us there." Unable to resist the strength of Kate Lyle, Baron stood up slowly. "Thales, come on, abandon other identities. This is a good means of transportation." Kate Lyle smiled at Thales. Thales Julev didn't refuse, landed on Baron's back and said, "Baron, I hope you haven't done anything that I regret." Baron remained silent and did not answer, while Thales Julev kept an indifferent face. When the strong wind hit, it was densely packed with wind blades, and wherever it passed, the trees collapsed or were crushed. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes, curled up her mouth, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile, "This wind magic is pretty good." Illusory wind transformed into a guardian dragon, the phantom dragon of the wind. In an instant, the gust of wind howled, and with Kate Lyle and the others at the center, a cyan wind dragon formed, let out a low roar, and absorbed all the oncoming wind blades. After absorbing the wind magic, the green dragon let out a roar and chased after Ficky. Kate Lyle heard Baron's words and said with a smile, "You are also self-aware." Just as Kate Lyle was speaking, Fitch broke away from the dragon's entanglement and flew towards a higher place. 1, 2, 3, 4 tornadoes formed in an instant, and as Fitch flapped his wings, they accelerated their rotation and gathered, just like the falling super-high-speed electric drill, with incomparably powerful power, trying to knock Kate Lyle and others were killed. As an eagle, Fei Kai has already been demonized, exuding a dead air from his body. After reaching a certain height, it even flew down, making ear-piercing chirps, and bursts of magical power emerged. Seeing this, Kate Lyle frowned slightly and said, "This power is not bad, but unfortunately it has already been demonized." Fitch spread his wings and flew high and let out a cry, which was harsh and pierced through the soul. Baron looked at Fei Kai, who was entangled with the green dragon, and said, "Fei Kai, don't waste your energy. In front of this lord, your little strength can't hurt him at all. However, this guy won't talk to you well." Baron looked at Fitch, who swooped down, his eyes flashed with sympathy. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how you struggle, the result will be the same. Sure enough, Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and a powerful wave of magic power burst out. The falling tornado was completely destroyed in an instant. Even Ficky was in front of this force. Its huge body seemed to be thrown into a meat grinder and cut piece by piece. Boom! The huge skeleton fell to the ground and instantly scattered into pieces. Baron looked at Fitch, who had been shaved to the bone, with a look of fear in his big eyes. Ficky is very strong, and with its air combat ability, even if it is him, it is very difficult to take down the opponent. However, at this time, in front of Kate Lyle, he couldn't even withstand a move. Sure enough, in front of such a god, any powerless resistance is futile. Accelerating with a huge body, bursting at an extremely fast speed, Baron took Kate Lyle and Thales Dulev, and it didn't take much time to arrive at the big mountain. Baron's appearance attracted everyone's attention, but soon anger was revealed in their eyes. Baron actually betrayed them and brought Thales. But this is not the key point. The key point is that among them, someone recognized Kate Lyle, the existence that made them extremely fearful. Although such fear, just a glimpse from a distance, is enough to make them tremble. Because the other party can easily hit any of them with just a light shot. What if you go all out? Looking at you, the ceremony is almost done. It seems that I don't need to help. Kate Lyle looked at the fiery red mountain in front of her, said with a smile on her face. Listening to Kate Lyle's words, the Tauren Haas looked silent. The appearance of Kate Lyle was beyond their expectations, but fortunately, their ceremony was almost completed. Your strength is beyond my imagination, but no matter what, we will do our best. Haas stood on top of the black ape, holding a magic wand with bones of unknown animals hanging on it. He murmured something in his mouth. A powerful wave of magic power covered the whole place in an instant. On the battlefield said, "Bless the earth, ho ho ho." Hundreds of monsters present under this force erupted powerful magic power fluctuations. Their power under Haas's auxiliary blessing erupted into terrifying power. Baron feared these monsters in his eyes. If it was him alone, Baron would turn around and run away without hesitation. But with Kate Lyle, it's a different story. Thales Dulev had an indifferent face and was ready to make a move. Kate Lyle pressed Thales Dulev and said with a smile, "Leave this kind of scene to me." "No need," Thales Dulev said lightly. "This is my duty." After the words fell, Thales Dulev raised his wand and rose into the air. Powerful magic power emerged from Thales Dulev's body, and the white moonlight fell from the sky and landed on Thales Dulev's body. At this time, Thales Dulev deserved her title of Moon God. Like a god, she burst out with a powerful aura, which was not inferior to the hundreds of monsters in front of her. Lovely god of moonlight, in response to the call of your loyal followers, send down the breath of moonlight, destroy the scars of darkness, and purify all the filth in the world. Moon god's wrath. The brilliance of the moon, like a meteor, fell from the sky. The monster that rushed towards Kate Lyle, Baron, and Thales Dulev was killed by the falling moonlight in an instant. At this time, Thales' clothes turned purple, and his long red hair fluttered in the wind, with an astonishing momentum. At this time, she is the most powerful person who dominates the world. No matter how powerful these monsters are, they cannot compete with Thales Dulev. As a strong person walking in this world, Thales Dulev's strength is already the ceiling of this world. However, with such an existence, facing the soon-to-be-born great demon King Barov, he felt a little helpless. Haas held the wand in his hand, bent his body, and Thales Dulev above the void fell into silence. Baron looked at Thales Dulev in fear. It didn't expect Thales Dulev to be so powerful. These are hundreds of monsters whose strength is not much weaker than it, and under the blessing of Haas, the combat power has been greatly provided, and it is already superior to it. But this kind of power is simply not enough for others to have magic. Is this a huge gap? Hundreds of powerful monsters were killed, dripping with blood, and quickly covered the earth. The Haas traitor sat on the ground, with his wand stuck aside, holding a black crystal ball in his hand, murmuring incessantly. On the ground soaked in blood, streaks of red light appeared, exuding an evil aura. Under the moonlight, the blood was all over the ground, and it was quickly absorbed. Even those powerful monsters were also quickly withered, leaving only skin and bones. Seeing such a scene, Baron turned around and ran away without hesitation. Under the earth, a terrifying aura burst out continuously. The great demon Lord Barov is about to be resurrected. It was Haas, who used black magic to speed up the devouring of the barrier, and resurrected the great demon King Barov. Haas's eyes flickered with madness. He looked at Kate Lyle and Thales Dulev, and said, "The great demon Lord Barov has resurrected, you all have to die." Kate Lyle laughed when she heard this and said, "Don't squeeze yourself out so quickly, I won't force you. Barov will come out if he wants to, I won't stop him." However, I will also let you know that the great devil Barov you speak of is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Hars heard what Kate Lyle said and said disdainfully, "You don't even know the power of the great demon King Barov. And you too will be the first sacrifice of the great demon King Barov to come to this world. And you, Thales Duref, everyone in this world must submit to the mighty power of great demon King Barov." Thales Dulev raised his hand, the moonlight shrouded it and shot on Hars. Thales Duref gritted his teeth and looked at Has and said in a deep voice, "Has, you should die." Hars didn't take it seriously. He laughed and said, "This world is a prison and we are just exiled. However, it's different now." A figure also rushed out. "The great devil Barov will lead the people of this world back to the original world and become the god of the original world. Teles Dulev, I know that you have received the inheritance of the god of moonlight and become the guardian of this world, preventing us from leaving this world. We need to return to the original world. The great demon King Barov is our hope." Following Har's words, the entire mountain trembled. All of a sudden, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, the mountains shattered, and countless gravels flew and scattered all over the place. Boom, ha 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 ha. After so many years, it finally came out. This wonderful breath is really very comfortable. A figure flew out as the mountain collapsed, billowing with lifeless energy. It also exploded and covered a radius of 10 miles. Crazy laughter, accompanied by billowing lifelessness, swept around like a tsunami like that of the Doomsday, wave after wave. Facing the sweeping aura, Baron trembled, trembling. Unlike Kate Lyle's restrained breath, Barov's strength is arrogant and arrogant, without any restraint. Such a powerful existence is simply not something it can contend with. So what Baron can expect now is that Kate Lyle is strong enough to kill the Barov Demon King. Thales Dulev looked at the great demon King Barov with a solemn expression, and his aura did not restrain himself at all, as if he was going to compete with the great demon King Barov. "The mighty great demon Lord Barov, your faithful servant, I pray and bless you. Congratulations on regaining the sky, coming to this world, and leading us to unify this world and return to the original world." Hars turned around. He couldn't kneel on the ground, but twisted his body, looking at the great demon King Barov above the void with difficulty, and shouted excitedly. Above the void, the great demon King Barov heard Hars' call, and his figure quickly fell. The great demon King Barov is nearly 3 meters tall, burly and powerful, with blood-red eyes, 2 curved red horns on his head, and blood-colored wings like bats behind him, flapping gently. Hars looked at the great demon King Barov right in front of him, and stood up in a morbid manner, then knelt down on the ground again and said with a smile, "Your servant, Hars, welcome the great demon King Barov to regain his freedom, leading us to unify the world." Hearing what Hars said, the great demon King Barov laughed loudly and said, "What a beautiful voice. Ha ha ha, this world should fall into my hands." Thales Dulev looked at the excited Barov the great demon king, and said solemnly, "Barov, you are too confident in yourself." Barov was silent for a moment after hearing Thales Dulev's words and said, "The breath of the moon god, are you the moon god?" "No." Thales Dulev said calmly, "But I am the one who wants to kill you." The great demon King Barov heard Teres Dulev's words and said indifferently, "Although you are very strong, you are still too young to kill me. However, you have the breath of the moon god on your body, so you must die." The great demon King Barov will never forget the scene where he was sealed by the moon god and endured countless years of torture in the dark abyss. Dark Scythe. Barov appeared behind Thales Dulev in an instant, and when he raised his hand, the black dead air turned into a scythe in an instant. A moonlight rose behind Thales Dulev, and in the moonlight, miniature moonlight and stars could be seen. After the barrier collided with the sickle, Thales Dulev also counterattacked, and the moonlight of the general, like a sharp blade, fell towards Barov. The great demon King Barov swung his backhand up, and the falling moon's brilliance was instantly shattered. The wrath of the moon god. Thales Dulev waved his magic wand and shot again. Barov laughed excitedly. This kind of battle is very meaningful for warming up, and it is also very exciting. Devil Shady. Rolling death energy erupted from Barov's body, and wrapped Barov in it, forming a huge black ball, and blocked all of Thales Dulev's attacks. Thales Dulev looked solemn, pointed his wand at Barov again, and said in a deep voice, "The great fire god king, in the name of the contractor, borrowed the magical power of destroying the world from you, burning all the evil in the world, and letting the light fire burns the earth the dragon roars." The giant flame dragon quickly condensed beside Teres Barov, and in an instant, it erupted with terrifying power. The roaring dragon swallowed the great demon King Barov, who had just blocked the brilliance of the moon. Wrath of death. Barov's pupils shrank suddenly, and his strong and powerful hands condensed an incomparably powerful force. 2 black energy balls quickly smashed towards the fire dragon. Throw out 2 and 2 more, as if this magical power is not afraid of wasting at all. The speed is astonishingly fast. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The black balls kept hitting the fire dragon one by one, and the fire dragon was also beaten so that it could not move forward. As a bystander, Kate Lyle first recognized Thales Duref's strength. Secondly, Kate Lyle was also amazed at Barov's strength. This guy is a powerful magic warrior. However, as a special race, the power contained in it is incomparably astonishing. Such an existence, no wonder Thales Duref felt tricky and unsure. Boom, the fire dragon was shattered, and Barov gasped a bit. However, Barov was not disappointed by this, but was extremely excited. How long has it been since I have experienced this feeling of fighting? Happy, what kind of magic is this? It's so powerful. Barov looked at Thales Dulev, full of fighting spirit and excitement, and shouted at Thales Dulev again. Thales Dulev didn't dare to let Barov get close, and kept releasing magic, trying to repel or kill him. However, Barov's body is very strong, not too powerful magic as long as he is not considered a threat. He will not dodge and then quickly approach Thales Dulev. The two chased after each other. Fierce battles continued. All kinds of magic. Fierce battles continued. Kate Lyle and Baron were an audience from the beginning to the end, watching it wonderfully and excitedly. Boom. At this moment, Thales Dulev was seized by Barov, and with a powerful whip kick, Thales was directly kicked out. It hit the ground heavily, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face instantly turned pale. Barov looked at Thales Dulev, who was staggering to stand up with a strange and evil smile on his face. Stretch out your finger, the powerful magic wave condenses and forms a black ball. The black energy ball shot down. Thales Dulev looked at the falling magic with a pale face, unable to resist. Too fast, too strong. Thump. At this moment, Kate Lyle appeared beside Thales Dulev, and a silver-white light curtain blocked the attack. Your magic is strong enough to beat someone like him, but your casting speed is not enough. Look at me, I'll tell you how to beat this kind of person. Kate Lyle looked at Barov above the void and said with a smile. Thales Dulev looked at Kate Lyle's back, and there was a little tenderness in his eyes. Barov the Great Demon King. Heh, why don't we see who is more like the Great Demon King? Kate Lyle jumped into the air, looked at the Great Demon King Barov with a playful look on the opposite side, and said with a smile, I've been interested in you for a long time, I hope you can make me happy. You probably haven't fully recovered your strength yet, so I'll use 30% of my strength to play with you first. After hearing Kate Lyle's words, the great devil Barov froze for a moment. It was the first time he was looked down upon so much. What made Barov even more dissatisfied was that Kate Lyle actually wanted to compete with him for the identity of the Great Demon King. You are courting death. The Great Demon Lord Barov stared at Kate Lyle and said in a deep voice. Kate Lyle smiled slightly, with holy light blooming on her body, and said, Then try it, will I die? The Great Demon Lord Barov felt the holy light released from Kate Lyle's body, and felt the danger. His expression changed suddenly. The Great Demon Lord Barov clearly felt this power, which was a great threat to him. Taking a deep breath, the Great Demon King Barov rushed towards Kate Lyle with a ferocious expression. During this period, another sickle appeared in the hands of the Great Demon King Barov. The sickle was huge and extremely sharp. Kate Lyle's figure was close in front of him, and at this moment, General Barov's black sickle fell towards Kate Lyle. Block, the scythe fell on Kate Lyle, making the sound of swords clashing. However, what the Great Demon King Barov imagined did not happen. The white holy light shrouded Kate Lyle's body, and that seemingly weak hand was tightly grasping his sickle. How can that be? The Great Demon King Barov's expression was filled with horror, and he screamed loudly. How can you take my sickle? How could someone take my sickle? Who are you? At this time, the Great Demon King Barov was extremely horrified and even found it inconceivable. In this world, how could someone accept his attack so easily without any harm? Don't you think it's incredible? It doesn't matter, there are still many things that shock you. So have you ever been kicked by the light? Kate Lyle looked at the Great Demon King Barov, narrowed her eyes, and the ball of light flickered on her right foot. The Great Demon Lord Barov hadn't reacted yet. What echoed in his mind was, why can he catch my sickle? Can light kick? Have you ever been kicked by light? Light, are you insulting my intelligence? The dead energy in Barov's body was billowing, and the dark energy surged ferociously, as if trying to swallow Kate Lyle. He roared. Boom! The Great Demon King Barov flew out in an instant and hit the ground heavily. Standing on top of Baron, Thales Dulev looked at the Great Demon King Barov, who was kicked to the ground, his eyes filled with shock. Light can really kick. Baron admired him even more, as expected of him. The great demon King Barov flew out of the pit, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Angrily, Barov wanted to seek revenge on Kate Lyle, but soon discovered that Kate Lyle had disappeared. "Are you looking for me?" Kate Lyle's voice rang in his ears, and the great demon King Barov was stunned. Boom! With a heavy kick on the back, the great demon King Barov was kicked away again. Boom! Kate Lyle turned into beams of light and kicked Barov the great devil again and again. Boom! When the great demon King Barov was kicked above the void by Kate Lyle again, Kate Lyle came to the void one step ahead of him, and the holy ball of light slapped the great demon King Barov directly on the head. It can be seen that at this moment, teeth sputtered out. The roaring sound resounded through the void as the great demon King Barov fell to the ground. To the horror of Thales, Julev and Baron, the ground was being torn apart inch by inch. Boom! The ground was torn and bulged, an ominous premonition rose, and the expressions of Thales, Julev and Baron changed. Escape! It was also at this time that countless ghosts emerged from the crack like a tide. The ghosts who escaped from the sky scattered in all directions, making a hissing sound, and the gloomy Black Phoenix Mountain became darker and colder. Thales, Julev looked at these scattered ghosts, his eyes flickered with anxiety. Once these hidden dangers leave Black Phoenix Mountain, the world will be in chaos. Great Moon God, please respond to my call. Send down the brilliance of the moon and wash away the filth of the world. Moonlight baptism. Thales Jurev faced the white moonlight and released powerful magic. The moonlight shrouded it, and the scattered ghosts were quickly purified. But Thales Julev's magic has a limited coverage and cannot purify all ghosts. And at this moment, Kate Lyle made a move. A sphere of holy light, like the sun, appeared at an altitude of several thousand meters, covering the entire Black Phoenix Mountain range. Wherever the holy light passed, countless ghosts dissipated. Under the giant pit, the great demon King Barov was lying on the ground dying, his bones all broken. In front of Kate Lyle, Barov was completely defeated. Kate Lyle landed next to the great demon King Barov, holding the holy sword, and said with a smile, "You are still too weak, the great demon king. Since you lost, I can only make you disappear from this world forever." The great demon King Barov spurted blood, looking at Kyle Lyle, unable to say a word. Even if he wanted to say it, he couldn't say it. He could only watch the holy sword fall towards his heart. And just when Kate Lyle's holy sword was about to fall on the great demon King Barov, above the void, terrifying energy quickly gathered and formed a figure. This figure was shrouded in darkness, and it was extremely huge. The huge holy sword and the giant black hand were all shattered in the collision. The big hand, which had always been black, fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, and it actually made a roar like a motorcycle motor, accelerating vigorously. In this world, how could there be a more powerful existence than Great Demon King Barov? Boom! Who is this? Why do I feel trembling? Baron's eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled for a while. It felt a more terrifying power than that from the Great Demon King Barov. Kate Lyle held the holy sword and slashed forward. There is such a person, whose existence is said to have lived for tens of thousands of years, far above this small world. Thales Julev looked at the condensed figure in horror, and felt the horror in it, tremblingly said, "If it is him, then we are in trouble." Thales Julev looked at the figure above the void, was extremely shocked, and said, "How is it possible?" Kate Lyle frowned, looked up at the black shadow above the void, put away the holy sword and quickly soared into the air, flew out of the deep pit, and looked at the opponent. A huge figure took shape and stood above the void. Countless black air, like a robe, was constantly floating behind the black figure. The black shadow stared at Kate Lyle, and then shot. A black air descended from the sky and enveloped the great demon King Barov. Under such power, the wounds on the great demon King Barov's body are recovering quickly. In just a few breaths, the great demon King Barov fully recovered. But soon, the great demon King Barov was crushed to the ground by the piles of stones. Do not. While being sealed in the mountain, the great demon King Barov roared in despair, trying to break through the seal. But unfortunately, everything he did was in vain. Kate Lyle looked at the things in front of her and didn't stop her. The great demon Lord Barov is very strong in this world. However, in his eyes, he is a weak chicken. However, the black shadow that appeared in front of her eyes made Kate Lyle cautious. Get out of here and go back to your world. The sound that resounded through the sky, accompanied by waves of death energy, went away. At the same time, waves of ripples appeared above the void, and a beam of light also descended from the sky. This sentence was obviously meant for Kate Lyle. However, Kate Lyle did not leave as the other party said, but looked at the other party and said, "I have been thinking about a question. There are so many small worlds in the original world. Who opened them up, and who created them? Who sealed it? Where did the legend that was sealed in history go? All of these have something to do with you, Thanatos, the god of death. Thales Dulev was short of breath when he heard Kate Lyle's words and looked forward to the shadowy person. Is it really Thanatos, the creator who governs the world? Sombra didn't answer Kate Lyle, but shot directly, and the space around Kate Lyle fluctuated for a while. The next moment, in the eyes of Thales Dulev and Baron, Kate Lyle disappeared. Thales Dulev and Baron stared at the disappearing Kate Lyle, their breath stopped. The strength of the opponent actually directly took Kate Lyle away. Thales Dulev, the existence of light and dark, life and death, requires a balance. The dead air dissipated, and the black figure also disappeared, but there was a sentence left behind. Thales Dulev fell into silence upon hearing this. Earth, the original world, the streets of London. Kate Lyle looked at the passing crowd, then closed her eyes, feeling her surroundings, and after a while she opened her eyes. It's really back. Kate Lyle murmured in disbelief. Is this your strength? So, where are you hiding? The existence of the Grim Reaper has always been the goal that Kate Lyle has been working hard to find. In the magical world, there are still many unsolved mysteries hidden. These unsolved mysteries are what the mighty Kate Lyle can't wait to crack. As for Voldemort, it wasn't challenging at all, because if he needed it, he could find and destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes right now. Professor Kate, is that you? A voice sounded, and Kate Lyle was a little surprised. Then he turned around and saw Quirrell standing behind him with a school bag on his back. Kate Lyle looked at Quilinus and said with a smile, Quilinas, what a fate to see you here. I'm also very happy to be able to see you here. Quirrell stepped forward to hold Kate Lyle's hand and said with a smile, there's a nice coffee shop here. How about having some tea and some snacks? Kate Lyle smiled when she saw a coffee shop beside her. That's exactly what I mean. Quilinus Quirrell nodded and smiled. The two came to the restaurant, sat down in a corner by the window with 2 cups of coffee and 2 snacks. Quilinas, have you been traveling all this time? Kate Lyle asked with a smile. Yes, Professor Kate, I have been to 2 magical places in the past 2 months. Quilinus Quirrell responded with a smile. Oh, what is this magical place? Kate Lyle asked curiously. The Cape of Poseidon, a land of Ragnarok. Quilinus Quirrell somewhat mysteriously took out a trident bracelet, handed it to Kate Lyle and said, there is the legend that has been passed down for a long time involves a very wide range. If Professor Kate is interested, he can go somewhere. This is the key to guide the direction. Kate Lyle took the trident. It was only as long as an adult's middle finger. I don't know what material it was made of, and it contained magical fluctuations. It was something I stumbled upon in a black market when I was traveling, and it guided me when I was passing through that place, Quirrell explained. Kate Lyle nodded upon hearing this and said, thank you, I will go and have a look when I have time. Quilinus Quirrell is very grateful to Kate Lyle and has a lot to say. Without becoming a professor and not being tortured by Voldemort, Quilinus Quirrell was obviously more sunny and active at this time, without the slightest affectation and cowardice in Hogwarts. Kate Lyle and Quilinas were chatting quietly in the coffee shop, and the time passed very quickly. After nightfall, Quirrell took Kate Lyle to a nice bar. Why not? Because most of the people drinking here are wizards. Under some dim lights, an inconspicuous intersection may be that they are exchanging information, and it looks normal. At the back door of the bar, there is a black market that only wizards can enter. As a person who walks in the dark, Quilinus is undoubtedly more familiar with the twists and turns than Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle followed Quilinas and walked among them, watching and talking in a low voice. After getting acquainted with each other on the black market, Kate Lyle and Quilinas also left immediately and came to a restaurant for dinner. Professor Kate, I got news that the Death Eaters have made another move. Hogwarts students are in danger. Quilinas cut the steak and said in a low voice, Yes, Master, Kate Weiss responded, turned and left. Hearing this, Kate Lyle took out her pocket watch, looked at the time and said, School will start tomorrow. It seems that if I want to do something, it will be too late for now. I will continue my trip, and if I find anything, I will contact you in time. After the meal, Kate Lyle said goodbye to Quirrell and returned to her home on Tris Street. Quilinus Quirrell nodded and said with a smile, This is what I should do, Professor Kate. Master. Kate Weiss looked at Kate Lyle, who came back and said, Bring the information collected during these hours to my study. Kate Lyle nodded, walked straight to the study and said, Thank you though, Quilinus. After a while in the study, Kate Lyle looked at the information collected by Kate Weiss and read it carefully, sometimes soothing, sometimes frowning, and sometimes lost in thought. King's Cross Station. Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley escorted Harry and the others, and they were about to enter platform 9 and 21 to catch the train that was about to depart. At the time of departure, many things happened, leaving Harry speechless. Whether it was Fred, George, or Ginny, every time Mr. Arthur drove the car out and left home for 5 minutes. He just remembered that he had not taken this book, that suitcase, and so on. Also, so much time wasted that they had to rush the look. Fred and George, Percy and Mr. Weasley, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley successively entered platform 9 and 1/20th, and when Harry and Ronald were about to enter, an accident happened. The large car rollover accident at the scene made Harry and Ronald make a fool of themselves and were reprimanded by the Muggle police. What's the situation? Ronald asked suspiciously, patting the wall. Harry was also a little puzzled when he heard this, and after carefully sensing the wall he said, "It seems to be sealed by magic, so we can't get in. Then what should we do?" Ronald said anxiously, "We still have less than a minute. There is no other way, we can only find other ways." Harry thought about it and said, "Maybe we can fly there by ourselves." "We'll be found," Ronald said hastily. "No." Harry smiled mysteriously. "Don't forget, Filch didn't notice us the night Professor Kate took us flying." When Ronald heard the words, he immediately understood and exclaimed in surprise, "Have you learned the disillusionment curse?" "Of course," Harry said confidently, "I'm a magical genius." "Ha ha ha, hurry up, this is quite exciting, an experience I have never had before," Ronald said excitedly. The two found an empty corner. Harry first cast a flying spell on them, and then cast an invisibility spell on them, and the two galloped in the direction of Hogwarts. Following Harry and Ronald's departure, Dobby, who came after him, panicked when he saw the two disappeared. "Why? Where did they go? Mr. Potter is in danger, Dobby is in a hurry. What should I do?" Dobby walked up and down in the deserted alley. His expression was full of anxiety and panic. On the other side, Harry and Ronald flew out of King's Cross Station. They were so excited that they just wanted to shout, but this would make the disillusionment charm useless, so they had to suppress it. But the two of them were still in a good mood, because the Ministry of Magic had regulations prohibiting the use of magic in the Muggle world, and if they were discovered, they would be in big trouble. So to be able to fly unscrupulously in the Muggle world and not be seen is a very exciting thing. The beautiful forest scenery, villages and towns with European and American architectural styles, the magnificent sea, and the wide green plains all have a panoramic view, and Harry and Ronald have a different taste. "Fred, is it really all right that Harry didn't get on the train?" At the terminal station of Hogwarts train station, Ginny pulled the suitcase and got out of the car, looking at the students who kept coming out. She seemed very anxious because she never saw Harry. Fred laughed and said, "Don't worry, my good sister, your Harry will find a way to fly to Hogwarts. Yes, Harry is a genius, a wind magician. I bet they will definitely fly back." George said mysteriously and quietly, "So you don't need to worry about him at all, your Harry is a very smart guy." Ginny blushed when Fred and George said it. It was too embarrassing. "What is your Harry? Are you sure you are my good brother?" Fred and George looked at each other and smiled unscrupulously. Unable to bear the teasing from Fred and George, Ginny pulled the suitcase and hurriedly followed Percy. "Hagrid, I suggest you go back. Maybe they were delayed by something." Hermione didn't find Harry in the car either, and thought they didn't find it by staying in that compartment, but watched almost all the students leave after getting off the train. Harry and the others were still not seen, so he found Hagrid and said. Hearing this, Hagrid said with a smile, "This is a good suggestion, but there is only one train, and it is not in compliance with the rules to drive back. And I believe that with Harry's cleverness, he will definitely find a way to get to Hogwarts. Perhaps you can see them now when you return to the Gryffindor common room." Hermione bit her lip when she heard that, turned and left. "I hope so. I don't have much hope for their cleverness." Hearing Hermione's babble, Hagrid felt a little helpless, and then said something to comfort him, saying, "There are too many first years entering Hogwarts this year, twice as many as last year. I am very busy." Gryffindor common room. Having put her luggage back in the dormitory, Hermione packed up and came to Harry's dormitory and knocked on the door. It was Neville who opened the door, looked at Hermione at the door and asked with some doubts, "Hermione, what's the matter?" Hermione looked inside and said, "Harry and Ronald are here." Upon hearing this, Neville shook his head and said, "No, I'm also wondering where they went. I didn't see them on the train." Hermione snorted, turned and left. "They're back, let me know, Neville." Neville nodded and said, "Okay." Outside Hogwarts, the two of Harry and Ronald crossed mountains and seas, finally saw the school in front of them and cheered excitedly. "Harry, we did it, we flew all the way to Hogwarts." Ronald cheered excitedly, and the effect of his disillusionment charm disappeared. Harry didn't think too much and cheered excitedly, saying, "It's really great." After a while, Harry and Ronald landed on the ground. excitedly going back to the Gryffindor common room and showing off to Neville and the others. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, I am honored to see you all using magic outside of school in the new term. So, I'd be more than happy to deduct 20 cents from each of you in Gryffindor. Severus Snape appeared from around the corner expressionlessly and stood in front of Harry and Ronald. Looking at Professor Snape, Harry and Ronald who appeared, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after hearing Professor Snape's words, both Harry and Ronald immediately despaired. Before school officially started, the two resulted in Gryffindor being deducted 40 points. He hasn't changed at all. Sure enough, Professor Snape was still so unfriendly, full of malice towards Gryffindor. Harry, Ronald, you are finally here. Tell us, how did you come to school? Haha, judging by your expressions, something interesting must have happened. I can imagine that they must have suffered inhuman torture. Gryffindor common room. Fred, George, Hermione, Neville, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Ginny, etc. Watched Harry and Ronald come in, and they all gathered around and asked with great anticipation. Among the chatter, there are excitement and banter, and there are also those full of expectation and curiosity. However, at this time, Harry and Ronald were not happy at all. Harry, what's the matter with you? Hermione asked after quieting everyone down. Ronald and Harry looked at each other, both showing bitter smiles. The thing is like this. Ronald hesitated for a while, and then told what happened on the road from beginning to end. After everyone quietly listened to the encounter between Harry and Ronald, they were all astonished and extremely excited at the same time. Nice job, Harry, Ronald. It's amazing that you've done what we haven't done. Fred and George hugged Harry and Ronald excitedly, looking forward to it. The same is true for Neville, Ginny and others, and they are full of expectations for wind magic. Harry, you are amazing. If only I had the talent for wind magic. Ginny looked at Harry, her cheeks were a little red, and she whispered, "You can have it." Harry smiled reassuringly. Facing the excitement and enthusiasm of Fred and the others, Harry and Ronald relaxed a lot after talking about their experiences, with smiles on their faces. Hey, you seem to have forgotten something. Hermione's voice sounded, and the lively crowd fell silent immediately and looked at Hermione. Harry and Ronald had a bad feeling, especially Ronald, who whispered in Harry's ear, "She's a bit annoying." Both of them were using magic, which was discovered by Professor Snape, and Gryffindor got 40 points, said Hermione, staring at Harry and Ronald. Facing the eyes of everyone looking over, Harry and Ronald exchanged a glance, nodded subconsciously. It's really annoying. Which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted? This is obviously adding salt to the wound. The Gryffindor common room fell into silence for a while, and Harry and Ronald were also a little embarrassed. Okay, isn't it just 40 points? Let's work hard to earn it back. George stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder, smiling. That's right, we're trying to earn it back. Fred patted Ronald on the shoulder and said with a smile. Everyone cheered again and chatted excitedly. Albus Dumbledore's office. Kate Lyle looked at Dumbledore and smiled. Albus, I haven't seen you for a holiday, you're getting fat. Dumbledore laughed and said, I wanted to gain some weight and look younger, but unfortunately my wish didn't come true. I'm curious, what did you experience during the holidays, and what kind of experience and growth did the children get? Kate Lyle took a BB multi-flavored bean and tried to make Dumbledore's fox eat it, saying, they have gained enough experience and growth, and they already have the courage and strength to fight independently. Dumbledore smiled and said, that's great, it's what I was looking forward to. Albus, next you have a lot to do, Kate Lyle said, staring at Dumbledore. Not all of our students are good students. Hearing this, Dumbledore pondered slightly and said, I understand, but this is a test for us, and it is also a test for him. Kate Lyle smiled but did not speak. New semester, welcome dinner. Numerous candles are suspended in midair, and stars are visible on the ceiling, just like the Milky Way in the endless universe. The bright lights illuminated the auditorium, and also illuminated the students of each college sitting around the 4 long tables, as well as the first-year freshmen queuing in the middle. Another year, Harry, Ronald and others successfully advanced to the 2nd grade and welcomed the first-year freshmen. Ginny was standing among the freshmen, with fiery red hair, very conspicuous, and a pair of small eyes. After sizing up in the crowd, she landed on Harry, her cheeks flushed, a bit shy. Harry looked at Ginny like that and lowered his head, pretending not to see. Living at the Weasleys' house these days, he had met Ginny like this countless times. Every time, Ginny would be like losing her soul, always doing something special, such as accidentally knocking her head, accidentally touching something dirty, or even accidentally smashing her favorite cup. If it was before, Ginny would feel distressed, and Mrs. Weasley would even yell at Ginny, because the Weasley family is not rich. But now, the feeling of being an upstart made Mrs. Weasley put a smile on her face. She comforted Ginny and said, "Honey, it doesn't matter if it's broken. Mom will buy you a new one. Harry, you said earlier that when you were about to enter platform 9 3/4, the entrance was sealed by magic." Hermione looked at Harry opposite and whispered. Yes, Harry heard this, subconsciously clutched his stomach and said, "The feeling of us hitting the wall at full speed is really too bad. I don't know who released the magic. If you let me know, I will make him taste the taste of slugs." Ronald said while gritting his teeth, "Wow, you are so powerful. When did you learn that magic?" Seamus heard their conversation, looked curiously at Ronald beside him, and exclaimed in surprise. Ronald looked at Seamus's adoring look, with embarrassment on his face, and said, "No." "Well, it turns out that you are only good at talking." Seamus looked at Ronald, patted him on the shoulder, and joked, "Ronald, you are getting better at bragging. It's a pity that I believed you so much just now." Seeing this, Harry and Hermione laughed softly. "Harry, there may be other reasons for that incident, you know. Some people are very unfriendly to you," Hermione reminded Harry. Harry nodded, and immediately thought of Dobby the house elf who had appeared at Kate Lyle's house. While Harry was pondering, Professor McGonagall, wearing glasses and with his hair tightly tied into a small ball, placed the famous Hogwarts sorting hat on the stool in front of the new students on the professor's bench. Every year this old hat, patched, dirty and worn out, had to sort new students into different colleges again. You may think I'm not pretty, but don't judge a book by its cover. Familiar voices, familiar words. The sorting hat is about to sing again. It was the same. Harry and the others all looked towards Slytherin. Last year's regret, this year should find a way to make up for it. On the Slytherin side, Malfoy also looked at Harry and the others, full of fighting spirit. However, in the duel, Gryffindor lost to Slytherin, which made Harry, Neville, Ronald and others feel regretful. Last year, they won the House Cup for Gryffindor, the first time Gryffindor House had beaten the Slytherins in 7 years. The first-year freshmen were attracted by the hat, and it made Harry and the others couldn't help but recall the scenes they experienced last year. The delicious food at the welcome party was incomparably rich, and Harry and the others were very excited because of it. With the completion of the freshmen's sorting, Dumbledore gave an old-fashioned speech, and the welcome dinner officially began. During the period, because the freshmen were full of expectations for elemental magic, Kate Lyle was invited to show the charm of elemental magic. The enrollment of Hogwarts School this year is twice that of last year. The reason for this is that the students who should have gone to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, because of the power and magic shown by elemental magic, after some thinking, or Hogwarts. In fact, there are more students coming here, but considering that there are too many students to manage and there are no more dormitories, many students who want to study at Hogwarts are rejected. "Harry," I inquired, "the new defense against the dark arts professor is that person, Gilderoy Lockhart. He wrote the textbooks we bought." Ronald looked at Gilderoy Lockhart on the professor's chair and said. Hearing this, Harry saw Gilderoy Lockhart, who was wearing a suit on the professor's chair, smiling and bragging about something, and for some reason felt that this guy was a bit exaggerated. "He's handsome and he's often featured in the Daily Prophet. He's a powerful wizard with a lot of influence," Hermione interjected. "He looks like a liar," Neville said, staring at Gilderoy Lockhart for a moment, frowning. Harry and Ronald laughed when they heard this. Ronald even joked, "Maybe he is a liar. Also, I can imagine that he may not be able to beat Harry. Maybe it was Harry who was brought down." Hermione also said, dissatisfied seeing Ronald speak so badly of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Hermione, you underestimate Harry too. The good brother was despised." Ronald immediately confronted Hermione and said in a loud voice, "It's definitely not a coward to be a defense against the dark arts professor and be featured in the Daily Prophet," Hermione retorted. On the professor's seat, Kate Lyle looked at Harry and the others, as if there was a quarrel over something, which made him a little puzzled. "These brats have gone through so much, why are they still arguing about it?" "Professor Kate, hello." Gilderoy Lockhart came to Kate Lyle with a smile, raised his goblet, and said with a smile, "I have admired your elemental magic for a long time. I am very happy to see you today and become a colleague with you. An honor." Kate Lyle looked at Gilderoy Lockhart in front of her, smiled slightly, and said, "It's a great honor, Professor Gilderoy. I have read several books you have written. They are very interesting. It is hard for me to imagine that you, who are so delicate, will break with female ghosts, swim with ghouls, take a vacation with hags, and have a relationship with werewolves, traveling on the same ship, etc. Makes people have to say that your experience is very rich, and you didn't go crazy in such an experience. When it comes to female ghosts, many people will think of the glamorous female ghosts in the Oriental world, but in the magical world, it is different. She is a myrtle-like ghost, a kind of soul. The female ghost in Gilderoy Lockhart's book is also known as the Banshee." Like the Thestrals, the Banshee is harmless, but because she is often accompanied by death when she appears, she is also regarded as an ominous creature, so people fear her. Banshees, either young women or hideous witches, haunt graveyards and the like, always weeping while brushing their hair with a comb. Let alone muggles, even wizards would be quite frightened when they saw them. It is hard to imagine that Gilderoy Lockhart would have any love-hate entanglement with the female ghost, and finally break up because of some reason. In the magical world, a dominatrix is not used to describe a woman with a fierce personality, but is indeed a creature. They generally look like ugly old hags with nasty warts on their faces and can use basic magic. The Ministry of Magic classified the dominatrix as human beings, and the centaurs and mermaids were very upset about this. They would rather classify themselves as beasts than become the same category as the dominatrix. In folklore, dominatrixes will also transform into beautiful women to seduce men to have S*X with them, and then give men nightmares and make them sick. With a hypocrite like Gilderoy Harold going on vacation with a dominatrix, those who knew Gilderoy Harold laughed, and laughed at the 5-time Wizards Weekly Award winner of the most charming smile, a liar who always flaunted his achievements. Gilderoy Harold had a smug smile on his face when he heard Kate Lyle's words, and said happily, "Thank you, it is my honor that my work can satisfy you." Gilderoy took a sip of red wine, lowered his eyes, his eyeballs rolled around, and then smiled. "Professor Kate, I think we can have enough topics to communicate, such as our experiences with each other." Kate Lyle squinted her eyes, looked at Gilderoy Lockhart with a sincere face, and said with a smile, "Not bad proposal. That would be wonderful," Gilderoy Lockhart said happily. "Professor Kate, let's have a drink." Hagrid walked over with a big wine glass, pushing away Gilderoy Lockhart at the same time, and laughed. Gilderoy Lockhart was pushed aside by Hagrid, staggering a bit, and when he was about to say something, Hagrid lowered his head as if he had just noticed him, and said, "Oh, isn't this Professor Gilderoy? I'm sorry, you are too short, I didn't see you. I just felt that I came over, as if I bumped into something." Gilderoy Harold looked up at the bearded Hagrid and wanted to say something, but then he smelled something special about Hagrid, subconsciously took out a handkerchief, covered his nose, and moved away from Hagrid. "It's all right, Hagrid." Hagrid looked at the back of Gilderoy Lockhart going away, pouted his lips, and then said to Kate Lyle, "He thought I didn't know how to get rid of water monsters and goblins, and he also bragged about how he got rid of female ghosts. If any of them are true, I just gave the teapot." Kate Lyle had a smile on her face when she heard this and said, "I know something about him. Maybe in the Muggle world, he can win an Oscar winner." Hagrid listened to Kate Lyle's words, and after clinking glasses with Kate Lyle, he looked at Gilderoy Lockhart in the distance, with a wicked smile on his face. "Professor Kate, you have to be careful with this guy. He is a hypocritical liar. You talk, I need silence. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't find a professor of defense against the dark arts, we would never have chosen him. So, I think he is very suitable for acting." After speaking, Gilderoy Lockhart smiled apologetically at Kate Lyle and turned away quickly. In the new semester, first-year students are beginning to adapt to their life at Hogwarts. In the Elemental Magic Hall, Kate Lyle also began to conduct magic element tests for this year's first-year freshmen. Ella Easton, Dark Elemental Magic Attribute. My God, a very rare elemental magician finally appeared in Slytherin. No, this is the first dark elemental magician to appear in Hogwarts College. A 6 Brighton, a Slytherin student in the 1st grade, was in charge of helping the Slytherin Academy to register. Looking at the crystal ball shining with black light, he screamed with great excitement. A group of students, hearing Brighton's words, all looked over with their heads poking around. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sputro and others couldn't help coming over, looking at the little girl in front of them, a little surprised. She has short silver hair, amber eyes and a smile on her face. She's very pure and at the same time looks very gentle. It is a bit unbelievable that she has dark elements. What a cute little girl. It's a pity that she has the magic attribute of the dark element. Professor Snape, such a little girl shouldn't be in Slytherin House. Why don't you let her come to our Ravenclaw, and I will guide her to the light. As Professor McGonagall said, he came to Ella Easton and was about to take her away. Gilderoy Lockhart rolled his eyes, looked at Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, and seemed to think of something, so he came out, stretched out his hand, and pulled Ella Easton out of Professor McGonagall's hand, pulling him to his side, said, "What a lovely child, this is such a great talent. How can I miss it? Why don't you two save face, and let me, the new defense against the dark arts professor, personally guide this child?" Hagrid laughed when he saw Gilderoy Lockhart being so shameless. Hagrid laughed loudly, and everyone's eyes followed. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at the huge Hagrid, took a step back subconsciously, and took out a handkerchief to cover his nose. Hagrid saw Gilderoy Lockhart's actions, panting heavily with his big nose, and a yellow light permeated his body. The next moment, a shield and a spear appeared on Hagrid's hands. Seeing Hagrid's posture, everyone except Professor Snape subconsciously took a few steps back, feeling a little scared. "Hagrid, what are you trying to do?" Professor McGonagall stared at Hagrid with some unkindness and said, "You have blatantly violated the rules. Hagrid is not allowed to use magic for a few reasons. If Dumbledore hadn't been protecting Hagrid, Hagrid wouldn't have been allowed to stay at Hogwarts, becoming a member of Hogwarts as Inspector of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was told by Professor McGonagall that the aura he had just accumulated was gone in an instant. He blinked, put away his shield and spear, and said, "I didn't mean it, Professor McGonagall. I just want to tell this liar. No, I mean this hypocrisy. Well, sorry, I just want to tell Professor Gilderoy that he doesn't understand elemental magic, so he can't teach Ella." Gilderoy Lockhart heard Hagrid's words, and his face was a little ugly, especially Professor Flitwick. Professor Teslap and others seemed to agree with Hagrid's words very much. Of course, these are not the most important thing. The most important thing is, Hagrid is saying that he is a liar, a hypocrite. This made Gilderoy Lockhart panic and anxious. Snape had a dark face, ignored Gilderoy Lockhart, stared at Professor McGonagall and said with a half-smile, "Professor McGonagall, Ella Easton is a student of Slytherin. How can he be temporarily transferred? Once you enter Slytherin, you will be a Slytherin for the rest of your life. Besides, are you sure no one can teach Ella Easton?" Gilderoy Lockhart's face became even more ugly, which was Kai Gugua's humiliation. Gilderoy Lockhart opened his mouth to say something to show his status, but he heard Professor McGonagall say indifferently, "Except for Professor Kate, he is very busy and cannot take care of too many students." "I don't need Professor Kate, I can teach Ella Easton the dark element magic myself." Snape waved his black robe and said confidently, Do you know dark elemental magic?" Professor McGonagall looked at Snape with some doubts and said, "With Professor Snape's character, maybe it's really possible." Professor Flitwick looked aside and couldn't help but look at Snape and said, "I don't believe it." Professor McGonagall mused, staring at Snape. "Ella Easton, congratulations on becoming a dark elemental magician. Your future dark elemental magic courses will also be taught by me personally." Snape pulled his face, and while speaking, he stretched out his hand, condensing a shape in his hand. The dark elemental magic ball looked at Professor McGonagall with a somewhat provocative taste. Everyone exclaimed when they saw Snape displaying the magic attribute of the dark element. "Merlin's beard, Professor Snape, you are actually a dark elemental magician. You have been hiding it for too long," Professor Flitwick said in shock. "Professor Snape gave us a big surprise. Mrs. Hooch covered her mouth and exclaimed. Gilderoy Lockhart looked as if he had eaten a fly, his face blackened, and he was once again humiliated and bruised. Not only was he ignored, but he was also slapped in the face and deserved to be beaten hard. Professor McGonagall looked a little ugly when he saw this scene. Slytherin is simply the natural enemy of Gryffindor. Why do such good talents always go to Slytherin? Kate, Lyle and Dumbledore looked at the two people who were robbing talents and looked at each other, both smiling. For geniuses, they both love it. Professor McGonagall was a little astonished when he heard the student's words, and immediately pulled up his skirt and trotted over to check what happened. It was not the first time that Dumbledore had met each other for the talent of the Academy. "It's rare for a dark elemental magician to appear, and you don't plan to teach it yourself?" Dumbledore asked curiously. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at the man in the middle, was attracted to him, and heaved a sigh of relief. "Merlin's underpants, what's the matter?" "Ravenclaw has another light magic genius." Hagrid cast a glance at Gilderoy Lockhart, shouted loudly, and ran towards Ravenclaw with his thighs. But soon meeting Snape's indifferent gaze, Gilderoy Lockhart shuddered, smiled awkwardly with Snape, and hurriedly turned and left. Kate Lyle laughed and said, "I think so too, but it's a good thing that someone can share some of the pressure for me. Besides, Severus is really amazing." Professor Flitwick was hugged and ran, a little dazed, and even wanted to break free from him, but was soon shocked by the wonderful news. Professor Flitwick, another magician with light attributes appeared in our college." A student from Ravenclaw College ran over and picked up the short Professor Flitwick. He ran to his college with great excitement. Where is the light magic genius of our Ravenclaw Academy?" Professor Flitwick was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was short in stature and had a terrible appearance. He was extremely excited at this time, especially the affectation that he wanted to let go of but couldn't let go, which made many students laugh. Professor Flitwick, that's her, Luna Lovegood, light magic attribute. The student in charge of the registration shouted, pointing at Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood has golden hair. Although her face is pale, she looks very calm in the face of everyone's eyes and excitement. What's more interesting is that she exudes a strange aura, fluttering hoo-hoo temperament. But it cannot be denied that Luna Lovegood is still a standard little beauty. Luna Jennifer in the 2nd grade. Flitwick was so happy that the students were confused by what they said. It's Luna Lovegood, Professor Flitwick. The student said to Professor Flitwick again. Professor Flitwick heard clearly this time, and looked at Luna Lovegood, and smiled happily. What a beautiful little girl. Congratulations on becoming a light magician. Did you know that last year, your senior sister, her name is Luna Jennifer, and before you, she was the only student of the light department of magicians other than Professor Kate Lyle. Luna Lovegood looked at Professor Flitwick, who was about the same size as her, who was the dean of their college, with wide eyes, patted Professor Flitwick on the shoulder and smiled slightly. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. The excited Professor Flitwick suddenly paused. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and then turned around without saying a word. Luna Lovegood looked at Professor Flitwick's lonely back, a little astonished. Well done, little Luna. Hagrid suppressed a smile, bent down and touched Luna Lovegood, said something and turned to leave. But before taking 2 steps, when Hagrid bent down to comfort Professor Flitwick, he couldn't help laughing anymore. What's the matter? Luna Lovegood asked, puzzled. The senior who was in charge of the registration suppressed a smile and whispered in Luna Lovegood's ear, You shouldn't have patted Professor Flitwick on the shoulder. He is very concerned about his height. You just patted the shoulder for him, is humiliating him. Luna Lovegood heard what the senior said, and she was a little stunned. She looked at Professor Flitwick squatting on the ground, hugging her legs, blinking her eyes, and after thinking about it, she turned to Professor Flitwick. Go. Luna Lovegood stretched out her hand and said, Professor Flitwick. The senior of Ravenclaw College, seeing Luna Lovegood reaching out to pat Professor Flitwick's shoulder again, was stunned. Junior, are you serious? Professor McGonagall looked at Luna Lovegood in a daze, not knowing what to say to describe this girl. Luna Lovegood silently withdrew her hand. Knowing what she had done wrong again, she pursed her lips and said, I'm very sorry, Professor Flitwick, I didn't mean it. The cold wind blew and Professor Flitwick was a little messy. In the blank mind, sad music sounded inexplicably, and Professor Flitwick's heart was hit again and again. Phileas, my good friend, if you need it, I have a potion that can help people grow up. If you want to use it, you need to persist for a while. Kate Lyle came over and pulled Foley. Professor Way smiled. Professor Flitwick lowered his head and said helplessly, This is fate. Dumbledore also came over, smiled and said to Professor Flitwick, Ha ha ha, Phileas is not like you. Maybe we should find a place to have a glass of sherry soda with ice and snails. Professor Flitwick looked up at Kate Lyle and Albus Dumbledore, with a smile on his face, and said, Hey, are you really okay with this? I'm just too happy. Professor McGonagall will be jealous of me if I don't. Kate Lyle laughed and said, Phileas, don't be too complacent. There are still many students in Gryffindor who haven't tested their magic attributes. Maybe Gryffindor will have a few more magicians with rare attributes. And our Hufflepuff, Professor Sputro came over and said with a smile. Phileas, you underestimate me too much, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Luna Lovegood looked at Professor Flitwick in front of her, and suddenly felt that the professor was a little humorous. In fact, Phileas Flitwick is a very powerful wizard. When he was young, Phileas Flitwick was still a duel champion. He was humorous, very gentle, and not too strict with the students. His magic spell course was one of the students' favorite courses. Professor McGonagall, we have a thunder mage in Gryffindor. A voice sounded, and Professor McGonagall turned away excitedly with a smile on his face, as if he had won the lottery. Professor Sprout, we have a wind and a thunder magician in Hufflepuff College. Another voice sounded, and the chubby Professor Sprout, like Professor McGonagall, smiled happily, said goodbye to Professor Flitwick cheerfully, and hurried back to his own college. I don't know how many geniuses will appear this year, Kate Lyle said, scanning the first-year students. Dumbledore laughed and said, they are all geniuses. What I am looking forward to now is to cultivate a few good professors, and then help me share some pressure. Kate Lyle watched the various colleges testing magic attributes in full swing, and smiled. There are more and more students. Ready to expand. This is what the other 2 academies are very anxious about. The geniuses are gone. Isn't their school going to decline? However, because of the emergence of elemental magic, and its great reputation in the magic world, many parents traveled thousands of miles just to let their children learn elemental magic while learning traditional magic. But because of some restrictions, Hogwarts School, Durmstrang School, and Beauxbaton School will control the number of students enrolled, and because of different regions, the students enrolled are all from nearby countries, and they will not run away too far to go to school. Kate Lyle couldn't help laughing when she heard what Dumbledore said. Magic school enrollment is not only for the wizarding world, but also for the Muggle world. Kate, do you know that Principal Maxim and Principal Karkaroff sent letters a few days ago, and they were complaining that I robbed their students, ha. And this also means that the reputation of Hogwarts College will become bigger and bigger, and it will get more high-quality students. There are actually many students that can be recruited. The expansion of the teaching building and dormitory building has been approved by the school board of directors, and the funds are already in place. The expansion will take place after a while. It is conceivable that more students will enter Hogwarts next year. Dumbledore responded. The first-year freshmen took the magic attribute test this morning, and I don't know what kind of magic attribute Ginny will have. After finishing the morning class, everyone began to walk towards the restaurant. Ronald also remembered that Ginny's first class was the class of Elemental Magic School, so he said with some expectation. Harry heard this and said with a smile, "Guess what magical attribute Ginny will have?" "I hope she will be a rare attribute, such as light attribute or dark attribute. Of course, thunder attribute is also very cool." Ronald said without the slightest hesitation, "Perhaps wind attribute is also good." "If I have a younger sister with wind attribute, we don't need to rely on you, we don't need magic cars, we don't need broomsticks, we can fly in the air. Water attributes are better for girls." Hermione, who was walking in front, hugged the book and laughed while listening to the conversation between the two. "Not necessarily," Ronald responded. "No matter which attribute it is, it's very powerful," Harry said with a smile. The three of them came to the door of the restaurant and met Luna Jennifer, who was coming. Harry said hello and asked with a smile, "Luna, has any genius magician appeared in your Ravenclaw?" When Luna Jennifer heard this, she smiled mysteriously. "I heard from the senior that there is another light magician in our Ravenclaw, and her name is also Luna." "Wow, then you are really destined," Hermione said enviously after hearing that. "I'm looking forward to little Luna." Luna Jennifer looked at the restaurant, the first-year student area, and said, "No, I need to say hello to her, goodbye," Luna Jennifer said and walked away quickly. Harry and Ronald were also full of curiosity about Ginny's magical attributes, so they also strode into the restaurant and found Ginny, who was eating. "Ginny, what elemental magic attribute are you?" Ronald trotted forward and asked. At the same time, Fred and George also came over, and George said a bit funny, "Let me see, what kind of magical attribute is my Ginny?" Ginny was watched by several brothers, as well as Harry and Hermione. She glanced at Harry shyly and said, "I am a wind attribute magician." "Wow, you turned out to be a wind attribute magician, Ginny. You are truly a genius of our Weasley family," Fred exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. "Ginny, you really surprised us." Ronald looked at Ginny and said excitedly and enviously, "You know what? During the magic familiarization test last year, I always expected that I would have the wind attribute, but the result was very disappointing. It disappointed me." "It's just a wind attribute, what's so surprising? We have a dark attribute magician in Slytherin, she's even rarer than you." Malfoy walked over with Goyle and Crabbe and said arrogantly. Hearing Malfoy's words, Ronald said a little funnily, "Oh, a dark attribute magician. It's really rare, but who is that person who has a dark attribute magician? Is there any benefit for you?" Although he said it with a smile, he was also mocking Malfoy. Malfoy's expression turned slightly ugly when he heard that. "Damn, come here and pretend to be aggressive. I didn't expect to be humiliated. There are more geniuses in our Slytherin Academy than you Gryffindors. Last year you were proud. This year our Slytherin will make you Gryffindors regret it," Goyle said with a bad look. "That will really wait and see." Harry stared at Malfoy and smiled playfully. "Malfoy, the new semester has begun, and the points of the Elemental Magic Dueling Club have also begun to refresh," Harry said again immediately. Malfoy understood what Harry meant. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up and he said with a smile, "Then let's see who is stronger this year. In addition to the individual competition, there is also the team competition, and by the way, there is also the Quidditch competition. This year we will still step on your feet," Ronald said confidently. Malfoy glanced at Ronald, curled his lips and said, "Redhead upstart, I don't know where your confidence comes from, but what I want to remind you is that it's best not to meet me during the game, or I will make you regret it." After speaking, Malfoy returned to the Slytherin table with two bodyguards. Fred and George didn't speak. They were seniors and knew more about magic than Malfoy. At the same time, they couldn't be known. They bullied the younger, otherwise it would be very troublesome. But if there is a real contest, Fred and George also understand that they may not be Malfoy's opponents to the elemental thunder magician. This guy, back from a vacation, seems to have grown stronger, making them feel threatened. Ronald, come on, we support you. Fred and George patted Ronald's shoulder and said in unison. Ronald rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, although he doesn't want to admit it, Malfoy is really a pervert, and the more he fights, the stronger he gets. Fred and George looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and said, then there is nothing we can do to help you. We will not participate in your battle, but if we place a bet, we are very happy. Don't be afraid, no matter how powerful he is, don't we still have us? Harry put his arms around Ronald's shoulders and said with a smile, in the individual competition, Malfoy will hand it over to me, and in the team competition, the three of us will fight together, guaranteed to overthrow them. We are the strongest combination, we cooperate with each other tacitly, we have the means to dominate the airfield, they can't beat us. Hermione also said confidently, hey, let me introduce you, this is Luna Lovegood, like me, a light magician. Luna Jennifer walked over with Luna Lovegood and introduced with a smile on her face. Luna Lovegood looked at Harry and the others, waved her little hand, and said with a crisp smile, hi, I'm Luna Lovegood, nice to meet you. Hello, little Luna. Hermione stepped forward, took Luna Lovegood's hand, and smiled. The girls communicate very well, and Luna Lovegood is also a little moved. Harry and Ronald looked at Luna Lovegood in amazement. The two of you standing together are like a twin flower, very beautiful. Ronald looked at Luna Jennifer and Luna Lovegood and praised. Thank you, Luna Jennifer smiled. Words of praise always make people feel happy. After Harry and the others introduced each other one by one, they got to know each other. In the Slytherin first-year dining area, Ella Easton looked at Harry Potter and Luna, and there was a gleam in that gentle gaze. And not far from Ella Easton, a fellow student of Slytherin College, Carriona looked at Ella Easton, muttering something, sometimes showing indifference, sometimes smiling. Outside Kate Lyle's cottage, Snape was still the same, pulling the bell lightly, with a calm expression, as steady as an old dog. Kate Lyle, who was researching potions in the laboratory, heard the voice and put down her work. Severus, what's the matter? Kate Lyle invited Severus in, prepared another cup of coffee for him, and asked with a smile, Kate, I would like to ask you more about dark elemental magic. Snape took the coffee handed over by Kate Lyle, nodded his thanks slightly, sat opposite, and said, That's no problem at all, Severus. Kate Lyle laughed and said, If you can learn more dark elemental magic, it's a good thing for me, which means that I don't need to have too much magic. There's a lot of pressure. By the way, are you for that freshman? Kate Lyle said, looking at Snape immediately. Snape nodded, shook his head again and said, My current knowledge is enough to teach her dark elemental magic, but I'm still full of expectations for advanced magic. Kate Lyle chuckled, took a sip of coffee, then turned and went back to the room. When it came out again, Kate Lyle held a book in her hand and handed it to Snape, saying with a smile, This is a book that records all kinds of dark elemental magic. You can take it home and study it carefully. In addition, if you want to study dark elemental magic, I suggest you find a place with few people. Dark elemental magic is very destructive, and some other magic will scare people. Snape took the spellbook, opened it for a few glances, put the spellbook away and said, Thank you for reminding me, Kate. Kate Lyle laughed and said, Severus, you don't need to thank me. I hope that when you learn it, it will be useful to you. Snape pondered slightly and said, During the past holidays, many students were frightened and threatened. Students in the school need to pay more attention. Kate Lyle finished the coffee in her cup, looked at Snape and asked, Can you tell me more about the situation? Snape didn't refuse, so he told some of the things that happened to the students after returning home from vacation. It turned out that during this holiday, many students were threatened and attacked by Death Eaters. After learning the news, the school reacted in time and cooperated with the Ministry of Magic to deal with it. However, the cooperation of the Ministry of Magic was not satisfactory, at least according to Snape and Dumbledore. Although it seems that there is no death, it is not clear whether there are other unknown hidden dangers. In fact, if all the students who return to the academy use polygraph medicine, most of the hidden dangers can be ruled out. However, there are not so many such medicines in the school, and secondly, this will cause unnecessary panic. The Death Eaters are planning something in the dark, and if we don't get rid of them, it will cause us a lot of trouble, Snape said solemnly. Kate Lyle glanced at Snape. Although he didn't know exactly what the Death Eaters were planning, there was one thing he knew. About which one, Kate Lyle thought about it, but she still didn't tell Snape. It seems that only Dumbledore knows about this matter. If it's to check if any of the students are controlled by Death Eaters, I have a way. Kate Lyle looked at Snape and smiled mysteriously. "Oh, what can you do?" Snape asked curiously. "I still need your help with this matter, Severus." Kate Lyle said with a smile. "I'd love to help, Kate," Severus said without hesitation. "However, before that, why don't you go to the laboratory with me to discuss the magical potion?" Kate Lyle stood up, walked towards the laboratory and said, "During this vacation, I got a lot of magical herbs, or etc. I think it is very necessary to share and discuss this matter with you." Hearing that, Snape's eyes shone brightly, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he showed a rare smile miraculously. For Snape, potions was a subject that interested him very much besides defense against the dark arts. At this time, Snape had a very high achievement in potions. After finishing Sprout's herbal medicine class, he walked out of the classroom and walked towards the dining room. Harry asked Ronald beside him, "What's the class in the afternoon?" "Defense against the dark arts," Hermione replied quickly. Ronald looked at Hermione, as if he had discovered some new world, took her class schedule, and said in surprise, "Why did you circle all Harold's classes with a heart shape?" Hermione blushed a little annoyed and snatched back the schedule, saying, "You don't need to worry about it." Seeing Hermione leaving angrily, Harry looked at Ronald and said, "Ronald, there is something wrong with your eyes." "What's wrong with my eyes?" Ronald asked a little puzzled. "Blindness needs to be cured." Harry smirked and said, "Didn't you find out?" Are many people reading Lockhart's biography? Especially Hermione and Ginny, they are full of admiration for Lockhart. Ronald thought about it seriously, then patted his forehead and said, "Isn't Professor Kate not enough for them to admire?" "If there is a choice between Lockhart and Professor Kate, I will choose Professor Kate without hesitation. She is stronger and more handsome." In the corridor, Hannah Abbott happened to walk by and heard the conversation between the two. Hannah. Neville Longbottom looked at Hannah Abbott, who appeared. His eyes lit up slightly, and he hurried forward and said. Hannah Abbott looked at Neville Longbottom, blinked, and said with a smile, "Neville, I heard that you had a very special holiday. Can you share it with me?" Upon hearing this, Neville Longbottom had a naive smile on his face and said, "Of course, I am very willing to share my experience, Hannah. This is a bit long to say. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk together?" Neville Longbottom said with a naive smile, "Do you need to prepare some snacks?" Hannah Abbott laughed. "That's a nice note, Hannah," Neville Longbottom said happily. Seeing Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott in the distance, Harry and Ronald stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Harry, I'm not mistaken, is he really Neville?" Ronald said in a daze. Harry adjusted his glasses and said with great certainty, "Yes, he is the Mr. Longbottom who seemed a little dull in your eyes." Harry touched Ronald, and Ronald reacted and quickly said, "We're talking about what's delicious for lunch, Professor McGonagall. Is she a ghost? Why didn't I know that when she walked she was silent?" Ronald couldn't help complaining. Professor McGonagall was still a little suspicious, but he couldn't keep holding on, so he turned and left and said, "I hope you didn't do anything bad. Gryffindor can't afford to be deducted points every 3 days." Ronald and Harry were a little embarrassed when they heard this. Professor McGonagall can transform into a cat. When a cat walks, it is silent. Harry explained helplessly. "They are underage, how can they do this?" Ronald said in a loud voice. Both Ronald and Harry were shocked when Professor McGonagall appeared behind them. Harry quickly explained, "Professor McGonagall, you got it wrong. We were just discussing what to have for lunch. Mr. Weasley, I seem to have heard the word underage just now." Professor McGonagall looked at Ronald suspiciously and said, "How can this happen? Can you explain?" "Some people don't want to go to Professor Lockhart's class. He gives me the feeling that he is always so hypocritical. I still remember when I left the restaurant at noon, that guy hooked my shoulder and insisted that Colin take a photo of me and him. I seriously doubt that he wants to rub my fame and let him have the capital to continue bragging." On the way to the classroom, Harry thought of the strange way Lockhart was looking at him, so he complained. After lunch, when everyone was going to rest in the lounge, as soon as Lockhart saw him, he couldn't wait to rush over. No matter what time the conversation was about, he would say a few words. "Hey, have you heard?" Lockhart was humiliated when he had the audacity to snatch geniuses from Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall when the first-year students were taking the magical attribute test. What's even more interesting is that Hagrid also directly entered the state of a magic warrior, transforming into a shield and a javelin, humiliating Lockhart for a while. "I feel very sorry that I was not there at the time." Andy trotted over and hugged Harry and Ronald's shoulders from behind, beaming with joy and incomparably excited. When Harry and Ronald heard the words, there was joy in their eyes. Ronald clapped his hands and applauded. "It's really great, it should be like this." "Beautiful job, I didn't expect Hagrid to scare him so arrogantly." Harry also said excitedly, "Are you gloating? How can you treat him like this?" Hermione hurried over, heard the conversation between Harry and the others, and said dissatisfied. Hermione, what are you thinking? Lockhart is a vain guy at first sight. There is no way to compare with Professor Kate. Ronald was also a little dissatisfied with Hermione's unreasonable trouble, said. Andy looked at the two people who seemed to be driven by a quarrel, a little at a loss. Hermione fell silent when she heard that. This one is different, his book is very interesting. Hermione said a little stubbornly, it's just that he is good at writing books. Ronald said lightly, who can blow water? Let me blow it. I guess it will be more exciting than his writing. Hermione snorted, didn't bother to look at Ronald and turned to leave. What's wrong with her? Professor Kate doesn't worship, but worships that hypocritical guy. Ronald said dissatisfied, there's no need to worry about this, Ronald. Harry comforted Ronald and said, Lockhart is a hypocrite. As soon as we expose his hypocrisy, Hermione will change his mind. Andy nodded after hearing what Harry said. Ronald, I agree with what Harry said. Ronald nodded, then said with a smirk, it's Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class later. Not as good as us. There were smiles on Harry and Andy's faces. It was a bit of a smirk. Crack, click. Perfect, your smiles just now are good or bad. Are you planning something bad? Colin Creevey held the camera, looked at Harry excitedly, and said with a smile, this picture is amazing. I think we can continue to add phantom potions in it, so that the smile and picture you just had will be preserved forever. Colin Creevey, a huge Harry Potter fan. After lunch at noon today, I came up to ask for a photo with Harry and asked for an autographed photo. In addition, this guy, like several Jiajan, told the information about Harry that he came back from the investigation. It was also because of the appearance of Colin Chris that Lockhart found the opportunity to take a photo with Harry and sign for Harry. Colin, you have to delete that photo just now. Harry stepped forward and grabbed Colin Creevey and said angrily. If this photo is released, won't it ruin their reputation? No, how is this possible? This is a very remarkable memory, which is of great nostalgia value. Colin broke free from Harry, turned and ran away. Harry tried to catch up, but Colin ran so fast that he flowed into the classroom in one fell swoop. Is he a dog? He runs so fast, Ronald said in a daze. Well, I don't think I'm in a good shape, but I think you'd better hope Colin doesn't meet Ginny. I'm pretty sure the two of them will start a Harry Potter fan club. I heard people say that every photographer or reporter has a pair of dog's eyes and a dog's nose, which is very clever. Andy said. Harry was a little speechless, walked towards the classroom and said, forget it, let's go to class quickly. If Lockhart takes advantage of the problem and makes us lose points, it will be troublesome. The three trotted to the classroom where the class was held. To the slight relief of the three of Harry, class hadn't officially started yet, and Gilderoy Lockhart hadn't come either. Just then, Gilderoy Lockhart walked in with a big thing in his hand. Lockhart put the cloth-covered thing on the podium, swept it around with a smile on his face, and finally landed on Harry, and said with a somewhat exaggerated smile, Harry Potter, we meet again. You are such a brave guy, I think we have a lot to talk about. After class, you come to my office. Harry looked at the smiling and proud Lockhart. Hearing this, he subconsciously covered his forehead. His cheeks felt a little hot, and he even felt a little helpless and said, Professor Lockhart, I'm sorry, although I feel very honored, but I have other things to do and I don't have time for now. If Professor Lockhart wants to make an appointment, I can see my schedule. While talking, Harry also took out a notebook and flipped through it as if there was something wrong. Seeing Harry like this, Ronald and Andy exchanged glances and secretly gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Lockhart looked at Harry Potter flipping through the notebook. His cheeks twitched slightly, and his mood was a little unhappy. Hermione looked at Harry, then at Lockhart, frowning. In fact, Harry really didn't have time to accompany Lockhart to chat in the office, but Harry's demeanor made Lockhart a little embarrassed. Well, I thought we could do a little quiz today. When I first came in, I found out that a lot of people bought my complete book, which is great. Don't be so nervous, I just want to see how you are reading. If someone wants to ask you for an autographed photo, or if there are any fans pestering you, you might as well ask me for advice, and I will give you a good suggestion. Well, as expected of Harry Potter, your fame deserves your busy schedule. Lockhart is worthy of being a cheeky hypocrite, while forcibly changing the subject. He even continued to rub shoulders with Harry's fame, which made Ronald and Harry look at each other, and had to admire Lockhart, a hypocrite. Right, if the answer is correct, you can get extra points. Now then, let's look at the books. What's Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What was Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? Looking at the test papers that were handed out, Harry was stunned. Harry, it's a real hammer. This guy is a hypocritical liar. Can you believe a defense against the dark arts professor would show off something that has nothing to do with magic? I have serious doubts that he is a bragging writer, not a defense against the dark arts professor. Looking at the test paper, Ronald felt that he had read a book from heaven, and even felt extremely disgusted, so he couldn't help complaining to Harry in a low voice. Harry nodded and said, "I don't think anyone can answer such a question. Not necessarily," Ronald said in a low voice, looking at Hermione behind him. Hermione heard the conversation between Harry and Ronald, raised her head, glanced at the two, opened her mouth to say something silently, then lowered her head again and began to write seriously. ****. Both Harry and Ronald understood it, but felt a little helpless at the same time. Simply, the two of Harry turned over the test paper and covered it, not knowing how to answer the questions at all. Gilderoy Lockhart saw that Harry and Ronald didn't write, so he walked over in doubt and said, "You didn't write. Are you telling me that you haven't read my book?" "Actually, what you said is correct, Professor Lockhart," Ronald said as he sat up straight and looked at Lockhart. "Compared to reading your biography, I prefer Professor Lockhart to teach us magical knowledge," Ronald continued. Ronald paused for a moment, and when Gilderoy Lockhart was about to speak, he smiled a little. He said, "Of course, if Professor Lockhart wants to compete, I am also very happy to be Professor Lockhart's sparring assistant." Listening to Ronald's words, many students in the class who didn't want to do the test papers all looked at Lockhart. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, which made Lockhart hesitate. That, I think. Well, this is a good idea. However, before that, I still think that you need to work as hard as you can to complete the test papers, and then we will teach you a practical magic. And finally, let's talk about the exchange of ideas." While talking, Gilderoy Lockhart moved away from Ronald and Harry. At this time, Gilderoy Lockhart found that both Ronald and Harry were very annoying. "Why do we have to compete? Can't we chat about something interesting? These are rare materials." Facing the walking Gilderoy Lockhart, he talked about some of his deeds and works, and generously reminded them to keep them in mind, and also answered the questions on the test paper, so that, except for those lions who worshipped Gilderoy Lockhart, feeling a torment. "This professor is so F*****g good at blowing, and so F*****g good at ink blotting." Compared to Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry and others suddenly missed Quirrell a little bit. Although Quilinus Quirrell looked goofy, stuttered, and made a lot of jokes when he taught defense against the dark arts, at least they were happy. But Gilderoy Lockhart was different. He was annoying, like a nagging godfather in church, a capable man with calloused ears. "It's a pity that most of you are not able to read my book with confidence, which makes me very sad. However, among you, there is one student who makes me very satisfied, and she is Miss Hermione Granger. She knew my secret ambition was to rid the world of evil and sell my own line of hair care. Among so many students, you are the only one, Miss Hermione Granger. I'm very touched, so 10 points for Gryffindor." Listening to Gilderoy Lockhart's impromptu performance and exaggerated acting skills, which still captured the hearts of many girls, Harry and Ronald couldn't help but rolled their eyes wildly. Andy and Seamus even covered their mouths and laughed. This professor is not only nagging, but also very narcissistic. However, Gilderoy Lockhart's last words caught Harry and the others' eyes, so they stretched out their hands and clapped vigorously. "Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, you have finally done the right thing and made us happy." In the applause, Gilderoy Lockhart felt the warm atmosphere and enjoyed the applause very much. So Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, "Ahem, cough, let's get down to business. I feel everyone's love for magic, so I will teach you how to resist the most evil thing the wizarding world has ever known. Next, you will face the scariest thing in the magic world." Having said that, Gilderoy Lockhart paused for a moment, and after seeing the expressions of fear on the faces of the little girls and boys, he quickly said, "But don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't suffer any harm. However, before that you need to keep quiet." Gilderoy Lockhart glanced at the crowd and said in a gentle tone, "Because screaming will offend them." For a while there was no sound in the classroom, and Gilderoy Lockhart immediately lifted the cover. "Dang ding dang dang, this is the elf from Cornwall that was just captured, a dangerous and disgusting existence," Gilderoy Lockhart said somewhat grimly. "These elves are iron blue, the size of a palm, with pointed faces, and their voices are sharp and harsh, and they are not pleasant at all." Ronald looked at the elf in the cage, couldn't hold back his smile, and said, "Ha ha ha, Professor Lockhart, are you sure this is a very dangerous and terrifying existence?" Gilderoy Lockhart looked at the students. Even Hermione laughed and was furious for a while. "Oh, I'm sorry, I laughed so much that I couldn't control my tears." Ronald poked his eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, in our opinion, these goblins are not dangerous at all. Facing ugly giants and participating in club challenges, many students are very courageous. The elves in Cornwall are really not challenging." Now, as the cover was removed, these elves began to chatter, jump up and down, shake the cage, and even make weird faces at everyone. They deserve a beating. They are extremely cunning destroyers. Facing them, you will be afraid and mad. Pfft, aren't you afraid at all? Seamus, Harry and the others were initially intimidated by Lockhart, but soon found out the truth and thought it was extremely funny, and Ronald's tears of laughter made Harry and the others laugh unscrupulously. Gilderoy Lockhart was still trying to intimidate Harry and the others, hoping that such intimidation would allow him to achieve good success in his next teaching. However, Gilderoy Lockhart still underestimated the student in front of him. They are bold and courageous, and have been through quite a few challenges. What's more, some people are already very familiar with Cornish elves. As for Harry and the others, after seeing many magical animals in the small world, they are really not afraid of the Cornish elves at all. Laughter echoed in the classroom. Gilderoy Lockhart's face became more and more ugly, and a burst of anger suddenly rose in his heart. "Well, your confidence is somewhat beyond my imagination." Gilderoy Lockhart was dissatisfied and shouted loudly, "I want to see how you deal with them." Under the eyes of Harry and others, Gilderoy Lockhart opened the door of the cage. In an instant, the little elves exploded like a group of hornets whose nest had been stolen. The pixies fly around and start wreaking havoc. Boom. The glass windows of the classroom were damaged by a few elves, and the glass was broken all over the floor. Objects such as tables, books, chandeliers, and even Harry and others have all directly become targets of attack. Watching the elves wreaking havoc and successfully frightening some little girls, the screams continued to resound in the classroom. Gilderoy Lockhart laughed proudly and let out a pig cry. "Harry, look at his complacent look. He really deserves a beating." Ronald pulled Harry to avoid an elf attacking from behind, and then he saw the laughing Gilderoy Lockhart and said dissatisfied, "Levitation curse." Neville's voice sounded, and an elf was suspended in the air, unable to move. "Water polo curse, levitation curse, wind spirit curse." "Freezing curse." Harry glanced at Neville, who shot Andy, Seamus and others. All kinds of magic were flying in the whole classroom. A smile appeared on his face, and he whispered something in Ronald's ear. When Ronald heard this, he showed a wicked smile. He bent down, took out his wand, found a relatively hidden corner, aimed at the podium next to Gilderoy Lockhart and said, "Stinger." In an instant, the podium was pushed up, and before Gilderoy Lockhart could react, he was hit directly by the flying podium. The screams sounded. Ronald showed a smug smile on his face and hurried back to Harry. But Harry took the shot seriously, and together with Hermione and others, took down the elves one by one. It seemed that no one in the class noticed that Gilderoy Lockhart was smashed by the podium. What's interesting is that Gilderoy Lockhart didn't want anyone to see his embarrassment, so he quickly held back the pain, pushed away from the podium, and rolled out. Harry and Ronald glanced at each other quietly, and they both showed wicked smiles. Gilderoy Lockhart felt a bit of fear in his heart, and the pain from his arm also made him panic. When Gilderoy Lockhart wanted to see if Harry and the others would be worse and more embarrassed than him, he found that the last elf had been taken down by the chaotic students and put back in the cage. Then everyone looked at him, some looking forward, some jokingly laughing, and some caring. Gilderoy Lockhart's complexion suddenly paled a lot. "Did you see the ugly look just now?" "No, you have to keep calm. Maybe they really didn't realize just now. They are working hard and serious to deal with the elves." "Awesome. Your performance once again exceeded my imagination. I didn't expect that you would take down the elf so easily. In light of your performance, I feel that 20 points should be awarded to Gryffindor." Gilderoy Lockhart stepped off the podium and came to the middle of the classroom. Looking at the elves locked in the cage, many of them were frozen into ice sculptures or suffered fractures, bleeding and other injuries to varying degrees. Endure the pain, pretend to be calm and praise, and use bonus points to restore the image and shift the target. When Andy, Seamus and others heard this, they were a little surprised at first, but soon cheered happily. They suddenly found that although Gilderoy Lockhart was nagging and narcissistic, he was really satisfying in the matter of scoring points. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at the cheering Harry and the others, with a smile on his face, and at the same time he was greatly relieved in his heart. This should change his image and fool him. Ronald, who was happy, looked at the huge crystal lamp dangling above Gilderoy Lockhart's head, which was about to fall. He couldn't help but grow his mouth, shaking Harry and pointing at it. Harry and the others also noticed Ronald's anomaly and looked up subconsciously, but saw that the shaking crystal lamp had already begun to tilt and fall down. For a moment, the lively and cheering classroom fell into a strange and dangerous silence. Facing the sudden silence, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was brimming with laughter, asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" This sudden silence made me a little uncomfortable. "Now stretch out your hands and cheer." Looking at Gilderoy Lockhart, who was still basking in joy without knowing it, Harry couldn't bear to say, "Professor Lockhart, look up." Hearing this, Gilderoy Lockhart smiled triumphantly. "What's wrong with me? Oh, I see. Are you talking about my hairstyle? Let me tell you, as long as you use my exclusive shampoo, you will have strong hair." Harry was speechless when he heard that. No matter what time, this guy is still so narcissistic. "Professor Lockhart, the chandelier on your head is about to fall," Hermione said hastily. "Chandelier." Gilderoy Lockhart was stunned when he heard Hermione's words, and then realized that he looked up quickly. I saw that the chandelier was shaking, and it was getting off the hook little by little. Snapped, a crisp sound sounded. Gilderoy Lockhart turned pale, quickly dodged, and screamed, "Merlin's beard." Boom, tear, me. Subconsciously, Gilderoy Lockhart touched his behind him. It was slippery, warm, elastic, and sensual. Yes, it was also wet. Gilderoy Lockhart's face was even paler, and after he realized it, he let out an incomparably shrill pig cry, accompanied by the clothes behind Gilderoy Lockhart, torn by the falling chandelier. Merlin's beard. A chill came from behind, and accompanied by a slight pain, Gilderoy Lockhart froze. And some girls quickly covered their eyes with their hands, then spread their fingers apart, their eyes widened, and their screams kept echoing in the classroom. The chandelier fell to the ground, made a roar, and shattered to the ground. Harry, Ronald, and other students standing aside were shocked when they saw the big white stripes of naked fruit as their clothes were torn. What? Gilderoy Lockhart, that guy was smashed by a chandelier, his clothes were ripped behind him, and he ran naked with his asterisk. This is simply big news. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Won't Professor Gilderoy Lockhart have no face in the future? How could it be that Professor Lockhart, whom I adore, should be so humiliated? It's too cowardly. In the restaurant, the story of Gilderoy Lockhart running naked was spread, and even what happened in the classroom was spread in great detail. Among them was the incident in which the podium was thrown into the air by a ground spike. Does anyone have a photo of Lohar running naked at that time? Please give me a copy, and I will definitely keep it carefully. A thin fourth-year student in Slytherin shouted lewdly. When everyone heard the words, they all looked at that person. Facing the gazes of everyone, that person didn't feel shy or fearful at all, but was full of confidence and narcissistic agitation. Vomit. Ronald, Harry, Neville, Seamus, Andy, and the others all couldn't help retching. Of course, like Harry and others, there are also students from other colleges. Merlin's underpants. How can there be more narcissistic and coquettish perverts in this world than Lockhart? MMMMMMMMMM. I don't know who gave a low growl, and almost everyone responded. Professor's seat. Professor McGonagall's reaction was a little weird. The students below made some unknowable expenses, and they also smiled, but they didn't object or stop them at all. Well, Lockhart is an unlucky poor B*******D. I think he can't attend class for a few days. Hagrid laughed and looked at Harry with a playful look in his eyes, and others. Hagrid was absolutely certain that the podium that was flying from the thorns must be the masterpiece of Harry and others. Although I think I should sympathize with him, I really can't help but want to laugh. What should I do? Professor Flitwick said with a trembling body and a somewhat messy voice. Ha ha ha, although I also think it's very rude and friendly, but I want to say, I can't help it, giggling. Mrs. Hooch covered her stomach with one hand and her mouth with the other, and smiled. Snape's face was indifferent, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly, as if trying to suppress a smile. Kate Lyle on the side smiled and said, "Severus, our defense against the dark arts professor is really strange. I think this is the first case ever among professors." Snape thought for a moment, then nodded. Dumbledore also had a faint smile on his face, obviously feeling a little happy, so he closed his mouth, stood up, came to the crowd, and said, "Quiet." After Dumbledore spoke, Harry and the others also fell silent, all looking at Dumbledore. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and said, "Although I feel a little regretful and sympathetic, Professor Lockhart is a member of our school, so please take this matter seriously, be careful, and avoid similar incidents." Speaking of this, the corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched and said, "Also, everyone needs to sympathize and comfort Professor Lockhart. If you have something to say, don't say it. So, if you can, it's better to choose to forget. Okay, that's all I've said. Everyone hurry up and eat, and then go back to rest, or go to the dueling club to play." Dumbledore stepped forward to set the tone, and Harry and the others became more serious, hurrying to eat. The Elemental Magic Dueling Club has already opened, and those who want to collect points have started to play one after another. Both Harry and Ronald didn't want to miss such an opportunity. After eating, they headed towards the Elemental Magic Dueling Club. Elemental Magic Dueling Club. When Harry and the others arrived, someone had already started fighting. The huge arena is divided into 4 careful arenas. In every game, there are players from different colleges competing. Among them, Harry and Ronald found Malfoy. This guy, he came on stage so soon. Is he preparing to bully people? Ronald looked at Malfoy, who had directly entered the state of a magic warrior, and couldn't help but complain. Malfoy's opponent is a 4th-year senior who has Martian magic attributes. After studying at school for 3 years, he has already mastered a lot of traditional magic. At this time, facing Malfoy, who was always trying to get close to the attack, the 4th-year senior didn't panic. Although his counterattack couldn't keep up with Malfoy in speed, it was both offensive and defensive, making it impossible for Malfoy to directly attack him. He took it. Kate, Lyle and Dumbledore also came to see how the students in the new semester have vigorous experiences and growth. Dumbledore looked at the students on the field and the students watching around and nodded in satisfaction. I have seen their growth, enthusiasm and vitality. However, what I'm not sure about now is how many of them are from our school. Kate Lyle heard the words and understood what he was thinking, so she said, "There will be a result tomorrow, Albus. Have you thought of something already, Kate?" Dumbledore asked. "If they are under the Imperious Curse, then they can be easily screened out." Kate Lyle said confidently, "If they are brainwashed, then it will be a little troublesome. The brainwashed guy needs time to correct it." Kate Lyle said in a deep voice, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "No need, Severus is enough." Kate Lyle laughed. A small notebook is also in her hand, recording names one by one. In the following time, Kate Lyle and others were watching the game seriously, and Hagrid and Severus also arrived shortly after. And so similar to Ella Easton, appeared in every corner of Hogwarts College. Harry and Ronald were on the audience stage, watched for a while, and couldn't help signing up, working hard to get more ranking points. Of course, what she is more interested in is the battle on the field and Malfoy, who has the ability of Magic Warrior. Carriana sat in a corner and glanced at some people, including Ella Easton. On the side of the audience where the Slytherins were, Ella Easton was at the club for the first time and was full of curiosity. "Then I'll trouble you, Kate." Dumbledore nodded upon hearing that. The small notebook was in her hand, and as the pen continued to write, she quickly recorded a lot of things in the notebook. "Is this really okay?" Snape looked at the 2 crystals installed at the entrance of the restaurant and said with some uncertainty. "These 2 crystals are a bit big, and with the emergence of magic power, they still emit a faint blue light. The 2 crystals resonated with each other and formed an invisible light. This ray of light won't cause much reaction when seen, and it will even make people look like it's just a decorative lantern." However, Snape understood Kate Lyle's plan, so he also understood the role of these 2 crystal balls. However, despite the tests, it is impossible to say whether it will work for the students. "Severus, is that why you don't believe me?" Kate Lyle felt a little helpless when she heard Snape's words and said, "You have already felt deeply about our experiment. Believe me, as long as you walk through this door, they will be revealed." Kate Lyle was so confident that Snape had nothing to say. The gate of the restaurant is the place where all students will pass by. As the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, the morning class ended, and the students walked towards the dining room one after another. Kate Lyle, Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Dumbledore had already been waiting on the professor's chair for a long time. And before the students entered, the 4 of Kate Lyle also dripped a few drops of special medicine in their eyes. The appearance of the 2 crystal balls made the students feel curious. Some looked forward to it, some ignored it, and as Kate Lyle imagined at the beginning, no one paid special attention to it. As the students entered the restaurant one by one and passed through the gate, it was clear at a glance whether any students were controlled by someone using the Imperious Curse. But for all students who have been using the Imperious Curse, as long as they are irradiated by blue light, a phantom will appear above their heads, and this phantom is the murderer behind the release of the Imperious Curse. Of course, not everyone can see it, but it can only be seen after it is dripped into the eyes with a special potion and has a certain magical effect. As more and more students entered the dining hall, Professor McGonagall's expression became more dignified, and Snape's face was always dark, making it impossible to peep. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and his eyes were among the students, sweeping back and forth with a faint smile on his face. Those who are familiar with Dumbledore will not see any problems on his face at this time. Such a disguise is very deceptive. As for Kate Lyle, she is always smiling, making her even more unpredictable. In addition to the shameless Gilderoy Lockhart, when all the students and professors entered the restaurant to eat, Dumbledore and others also used the Imperious Curse on those people, and there was a detailed list. Dumbledore looked around, motioning for Professor McGonagall and others to eat. The Death Eaters were going to do something at Hogwarts. The professors had already speculated about this matter, but what kind of method the Death Eaters will use to make things happen in the school is somewhat unclear. Using the Imperious Curse to control students and professors is part of it. After all the students had their meals, they all returned to their respective common rooms. Kate Lyle, Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore came to Dumbledore's office. This is the list of those students. Dumbledore magically used his wand to extract his memory and stroked it on a piece of craft paper, forming names one by one, and said, "The identities of these people are mostly Muggles. The family involves students of all grades, a total of 58 people." Kate Lyle looked at the list in front of her and said with a smile, "It's a little less than expected, but this is only controlled by the Imperious Curse, but I don't know about the others." "What's next?" asked Professor McGonagall. Being used by someone with the Imperious Curse means that at some point, he will become someone else's puppet, and in the long run, it will cause irreversible damage to the controlled person, especially the brain. When Snape and Dumbledore heard Professor McGonagall's words, they both looked at Kate Lyle. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall looked at Kate Lyle and immediately understood something, so he asked, "Professor Kate, have you figured out a solution?" Kate Lyle took out a bottle of silver-white potion and said with a smile, "Well, it's ready. This is a potion that Severus and I researched together. Everyone drinks one, and the other soul in the body will be driven away, go out. Of course, if I use magic, I can also do it, but it will be more fulfilling not to research a new magic potion. Not everyone knows how to use light magic, but it's much easier to create a bottle of magic-breaking potion. The recipe for this potion will be announced through Severus, Advanced Potion Making." Professor McGonagall nodded upon hearing this and said, "It seems that you are ready, then I will cooperate with you. Shall I inform Professor Flitwick and Professor Teslap, and then call all the members on the list? It doesn't need to be like this, just distribute the magic-breaking potion to them, and then let them take the people on the list to a place to drink it." Kate Lyle narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "This is not a troublesome thing. Do as Professor Kate says, but I'd suggest going house by house," Dumbledore said. "Okay, the first problem can be solved at any time. Then how many of the students still have problems? We need to observe carefully." Kate Lyle laughed. And as these people were lifted from the Imperious Curse, the Death Eaters who were hiding in certain places also immediately became aware of it and took action. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. Harry and his little friends are not fuel-efficient guys." On the second day, all the dozens of students who had been released from the Imperious Curse were all released. The next thing is much simpler. With the detailed list, Kate Lyle also took out the configured magic-breaking potion, and Professor McGonagall acted immediately. Snape turned and left. Although he didn't say anything, he acted very crisply. However, because of being controlled for a long time, some people were in a trance and even fell ill. Dumbledore and Kate Lyle went to see Professor Flitwick and Professor Teslap respectively, and after explaining some things, they also looked for opportunities and took action. "Beside Harry, I still need to trouble you, Professor Kate." Dumbledore glanced at Snape and then said to Kate Lyle, "Our people have been discovered. They were all called away by the deans of the colleges, and when they came back, they all appeared strange, which was the sequelae after the Imperious Curse was lifted. I've looked for a few people and tried to get in touch, but they haven't had any response. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a short figure was sitting under a dark tree. If one hadn't looked closely, no one would have noticed that there was another person here. Moreover, the speaking voice was still a girl's voice, somewhat waxy. How was it discovered? As the girl's voice fell after waiting for about 5 seconds, a hoarse voice also sounded, asking, "According to my observations in the past few days, it is very likely that it has something to do with the 2 crystal balls in front of the restaurant's gate. However, I haven't found out what it does exactly. However, I still found out that the 2 crystal balls are the work of Professor Kate Lyle." The girl's voice sounded again, carefully responding. Just like last time, after a brief silence, a hoarse voice sounded, "Continue to observe and carefully hide your identity." "Yes, sir." The girl's voice sounded. After a moment of silence, she got up and left. The petite figure, wearing a black robe, galloped in the darkness, and a black mist was stirred up. "Who? a voice sounded, and the running petite figure immediately accelerated. Hagrid looked at the figure that was going away quickly, with a bit of astonishment in his eyes, and at the same time a little dignified. He also started to run. With the arrival of the new semester, various dangers will appear at any time. Hagrid was specially told by Dumbledore, so he only came out to patrol a few times at night. I didn't expect to find a sneaky person tonight, and looking at that figure, he looked like a student. One in front and one behind, one big and one small, both of them are very fast. But Hagrid soon found that with his speed, he couldn't catch up with the opponent. This figure shrouded in a black robe, although petite, was extremely fast. Earth Wall Curse. Hagrid directly entered the state of a magic warrior. While speeding up, he kept creating obstacles in front of him. However, the other party still behaved very agilely, avoiding collisions several times and dodged. Some skills, but don't want to escape from my palm. Freezing Curse, Quicksand Curse. Hagrid shot with all his strength, and the magic fell overwhelmingly. The petite figure swayed in the darkness and magic, and danger appeared several times. This time I want to see how you run. Full body binding spell. Seeing that Hagrid was about to approach, there was a bit of panic and anxiety in the eyes hidden under the black robe. Ding! In the darkness, an object suddenly appeared in front of the man in black extremely fast, blocking Hagrid's magic. At the same time, a black mist filled the air, and the man in the black robe went away. Seeing this, Hagrid wanted to continue chasing, but he didn't have that speed. There's trouble, Hagrid murmured, leaving quickly. This matter must be reported, this is his duty. This is just the beginning, one place, is it the same in other places? Everyone took a deep breath, this matter will definitely not end so easily. Sim, what's the matter with you? You've been a little listless these days. On the way to the charms class, Harry looked at Seamus, who looked sluggish and pale, and asked with concern. Simo yawned and said, I don't know, maybe I didn't sleep well. Ronald looked at Seamus, who was going away, and then said to Harry in a low voice, Similar to Seamus, there are quite a few people. I feel that since they were named by Professor McGonagall and left for a while, they all look a bit out of spirits. It feels like being F***ed by that. Then what's the matter? Harry asked in astonishment when he heard the words. That's what it is. Ronald stared at Harry and said seriously. Harry shook his head, still puzzled. Ronald stared at Harry for a while, then left in silence. Professor Flitwick's charms class was still interesting and full of topics. Harry, Ronald and others attended the class and spent a fairly good morning in a relaxed learning environment. There is no class in the afternoon, what are you going to do? Hermione looked at Harry and asked. Go to Professor Kate. Harry thought for a while and said, Okay then, I won't accompany you guys, I'll go to the library today. Hermione quickly left with a few books in her arms. Ronald saw what book Hermione was holding, so he complained. Is she usually very smart? Hasn't she seen that Gilderoy Lockhart is a hypocritical liar? He is simply far worse than Professor Quirrell. Hearing this, Harry pushed his glasses and said, Maybe. Neville, are you going to Professor Kate's this afternoon? Harry immediately saw Neville walking by, so he asked. It's a rare rest this afternoon. Hannah asked me to go to the lakeside to look for herbs, so I won't go to Professor Kate's. Neville responded as he walked. Not far away, Hannah Abbott was at the corner, holding a few books, waving to Neville. When Harry and Ronald met, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, and at the same time complained a little weakly. You forget your righteousness when you see S***X. The two of Harry had no choice but to report to Professor Kate by themselves. Library. Holding Lockhart's book, Hermione walked for a while and found that every table was full, and looked at Lockhart's biography interestingly. Although Gilderoy Lockhart lost face in the streaking incident and became a joke, in these days everyone has forgotten a lot, and they are still interested in Lockhart's biography, which is a good pastime book. Hermione. Ginny saw Hermione, waved her hand and smiled. Hermione saw that there were several seats beside Ginny, so she walked over, put down her book and asked with a smile, You need to go to class today, Ginny. No need. Ginny answered, then saw the book in front of Hermione, and said with a smile, Professor Lockhart's book looks a little different from Professor Lockhart's character. Hearing this, Hermione was originally full of energy, but quickly became discouraged, and said, It's really different, but the story here is really brave and very interesting. Perhaps he is really just a writer, Ginny said as she opened her basic wind spell book. Hermione thought for a while, feeling a little irritated, and then saw Ginny recording something in a thick notebook and asked curiously, Where did you get this notebook? It's so beautiful. Ginny said with some joy, Ira Easton gave it to me. It is a testimony of our friendship. Ginny, so you're here too. Hermione was slightly taken aback when she heard that. Ella, you're here too. Ginny saw a happy smile on Ella Easton's face, then saw the book on the table and said with a smile, "Wandering with Werewolf, the interest of the two of you it turned out to be the same." The three girls sat down and immediately chatted about a lot of topics. There was a lot of laughter among the cheerful voices. There seemed to be a good friendship between the three girls. Upon hearing this, Ira Easton smiled gently at Hermione. "Hi, my name is Ira Easton, and I also like Professor Lockhart's biography very much. By the way, he is a first-year genius of Slytherin, possessing rare dark elemental magic. During these years, she has been praised many times during her studies. For this reason, Slytherin was awarded 30 points by the professors. Let me introduce you, this is Hermione Granger. She is also a fan of Professor Lockhart." Hermione waved her little hand to say hello. It was considered acquaintance. Ella Easton came over with a book in her arms and sat opposite Ginny. Hesterling, a place in the wizarding world that is relatively rich in herbs. Hesterling is also a very large mountain range, where many invisible magical animals can also be seen. For example, thunderbirds, flamingos, tusk-based dragons, etc. will be encountered here. The hair and blood of these magical animals, combined with some special herbs, can produce various magical potions. When Kate Lyle traveled, she stayed here for a while. "Kate, what kind of herb is this? Have you ever seen it?" Snape looked at the whole body of white in front of him. Among the blooming petals, there was a white fruit that looked like a head, while its roots and branches were plants with barbed thorns, full of curious. It was a plant that Snape hadn't seen before, but it was definitely an herb for sure. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle walked over, looked at the white plant in front of her, smiled on her face, and said, "This plant is called Ghost Lotus, and it is a kind of herb that is likened to the messenger of hell. Its value is very high, but also very rare. In addition, according to my introduction in a long-established copy, there will only be one ghost lotus within a radius of 100 miles. In addition, their growth is very harsh on the conditions." This time when Kate Lyle and Snape were researching potions, because of the lack of some special herbs, the two also came here together, just to collect herbs and make a breakthrough. And so far, the two of them joined forces and have spent 2 days and 1 night here. Hesterling's rich resources have greatly benefited the two of them, and the ghost lotus in front of him can be said to be one of the biggest gains. "We're in luck, Severus." Kate Lyle stepped forward, carefully dug out the ghost lotus, and put it in a container. Afterwards, Kate Lyle took out a box, put it on the ground and opened it, arranged a barrier around it, and entered the box in front of Severus. Severus was not surprised by this and didn't go in. In other words, Severus had already entered, and the opposite world was full of shock. There are all kinds of magical animals in it, and they are also species from all over the world. In particular, Kate Lyle even raised a dragon. When Kate Lyle entered the world in the box, Snape's gaze was looking into the distance, with a gleam in his eyes. Immediately, Snape walked out of the barrier, looked into the distance, waved his wand and said, "Shen Feng Wu Ying." The attack like a wind blade carried an extremely fierce momentum, and wherever it passed, it carried a murderous aura. Boom! With a sound of inclination, the enchanted tree was broken in the middle. At the same time, a figure also used apparition to leave in an instant. Snape glanced at the other party, and instead of chasing him, he turned around, and there was another sharp front without a shadow behind him. "Avada Kedavra," a voice sounded, and the masked man in black robe who was hiding behind a certain stone also launched an attack instantly. A black shield erected in front of Snape, and the shield helped Snape block the attack. At the same time, more than a dozen people appeared one after another in the surrounding area, and some of them were sitting on broomsticks. Snape looked at the black-robed masked men who appeared, without any fluctuations on their faces, and said, "A mouse with its head hidden and its tail exposed. Severus, have you forgotten your mission?" A masked figure stared at Snape, said in a deep voice. When Snape heard the other person's words, Fury Wubo's eyes changed slightly, but he didn't answer immediately. Seeing that Severus remained silent, the man in black didn't answer, so he said, "If I were you, I should go up and close that box now and seal him with magic. If you don't do this, then we will understand that you are betraying Master Demon King. Are you ready?" As the man in black finished speaking, the other men in black pointed their wands at Severus. It is believed that as long as Severus chooses to betray, they will attack Severus without hesitation, then break the barrier, close the box, and release the seal, completely sealing Kate Lyle in it. The appearance of Kate Lyle has seriously threatened their plan. Severus looked up at the crowd in front of him and said flatly, "Ignorant and arrogant fellows, you have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. As for the betrayal you mentioned, it's a little hard to understand. I broke away from the Death Eaters a long time ago. The Ministry of Magic has already filed this matter. Having said that, Snape's aura also became stronger, and looking at the Death Eater in front of him, there was a strange red light in his eyes. Death stare. The light came and went quickly. However, the man in black who was talking to Snape and looking at each other let out a scream at this moment. Before the group of Death Eaters realized what was going on, they saw that the man in black robe had removed his mask and hood in great pain, revealing a pale face. Not only that, but he also grabbed his head and hair vigorously, which was extremely painful. Just when someone wanted to check on this person's situation, he suddenly fell silent, lying on the ground without breathing. This sudden and strange scene made all the Death Eaters extremely surprised and shocked. This person is the leader among them, and his magical power is naturally strong. However, such a master of magic died in pain without them knowing anything. Do it, someone shouted and immediately attacked Snape. Not only was there an attack on Snape, there was an attack on the barrier. They wanted to take this opportunity to divert Snape's attention, break the barrier directly, and seal the box. There was a sneer on the corner of Snape's mouth, and the next moment, the whole person disappeared in place. The dense magic landed where Snape was originally, and the collision of many magics burst out many dazzling magic lights. It was also when they were terrified that darkness enveloped them. It was as if something had taken away their bodies and strength in an instant. Just after the Death Eaters wondered where Snape was going, they heard screams from their companions. Fear and despair shrouded them, and a powerful force was tearing at their bodies, and they could clearly feel that their vitality and strength were being lost. When they looked over, they found that the companions in the screams were no longer breathing, and their bodies lost their original color, turning white and skinny. At this time, Snape's figure seemed to stand on the top of a mountain, and he would tower over the top and look at all the small mountains with aloofness. No matter how they struggle, they are powerless to stop. In just a moment, all the Death Eaters were patronized by Snape, and when they showed their figures again, they had already appeared outside the barrier, with calm expressions and cold eyes. Severus, this ghost lotus is a good thing. If we can cultivate it, it will save us a lot of time in searching for such a rare material. In addition, we will also have enough ghost lotus to help us do some interesting experiments. By the way, I suddenly discovered that although you often have a dark face, you have a bit of the potential of the European emperor. This is very lucky. Kate Lyle came out of the box with a smile on her face, full of admiration for getting the ghost lotus. For a high-level rare herb like ghost lotus, it is natural to prepare more useful potions. Hearing Kate Lyle's words, Severus turned around slowly and looked at Kate Lyle, who came out with a smile on his face, although it was a bit ugly. Kate, if you say that, I also think I have such potential. Severus laughed. Kate Lyle heard the words and smelled some smells in the air and said with a smile, "Then your luck is really good." Kate Lyle put away the box and walked in one direction, saying, "Let's go, I hope your luck will allow us to gain more." Kate Lyle didn't ask much because he chose to trust Snape. Severus didn't say anything either, but continued to search for herbs in Shiter Forest with Kate Lyle. However, the two didn't go far, and immediately the guy in trouble appeared. This time it was a werewolf, and there were hundreds of werewolves at that. Besides werewolves, there were hundreds of Death Eaters. Looking at these people who appeared, Kate Lyle was a little surprised, and then smiled. "I'm curious, how did you know we were here?" When Kate Lyle and Severus came here, they used apparition to come here, and when they came here, they also came here on a whim. And 2 days after coming here, the Death Eaters appeared. What makes Kate Lyle even more interested is that this amount is not a lot at all. Is there more? Why don't we come out together? If it's still on the way, then I can wait. Kate Lyle's voice sounded again, and those werewolves who had already been unable to hold back were provoked even more. Werewolves are excluded from the same kind in animals. They will immediately go crazy when they see humans, and have the desire to eat humans. But these werewolves in front of them are obviously different. I don't know how they overcome it, at least they all have strong self-will, and they didn't completely lose themselves in the restless desire. "Severus, is there a problem?" Kate Lyle asked Snape, seeing that these people didn't speak. Hearing that, Snape nodded, under the cold eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and said, "It's been many years, and I haven't been presumptuous. Then leave all these to you." Kate Lyle smiled, took 2 steps back, gave it to Snape, and said, "It's just that I'll come to see, your dark elemental magic has been cultivated to that level." Snape didn't say anything and directly entered the state. The dark elemental energy ball was lingering in his palm. His cold eyes were like the eyes of death, and the black robe was automatic without wind, a proper black-clothed boss. Looking at Snape in this state, the corners of Kate Lyle's lips curled up slightly, and then his figure disappeared. The sudden disappearance of Kate Lyle made the werewolves and Death Eaters stunned, but at the same time, they had to be vigilant. Unbeknownst to Severus, Kate Lyle had left, and at this moment he, the Grim Reaper, had already attacked. As soon as Severus moved, the werewolf screamed and ran. Hundreds of werewolves against Severus alone, standing above the void, the invisible Kate Lyle wondered how Severus would play. The strength of werewolves is not weak at all, especially when there are hundreds of werewolves. If Dumbledore got his hands on it, he'd have to spend some time fighting them triumphantly. Of course, with Dumbledore's strength, it would be relatively easy if he had enough range to attack. For example, the raging fire released from Dumbledore's hands has a large range and is destructive enough. However, in addition to werewolves, there are hundreds of powerful wizard masters here. Under such a formation, even Dumbledore would feel resentful if he was not careful. This time, in order to deal with Kate Lyle, the Death Eaters are also making a big move. However, such a big move didn't work for Kate Lyle at all. Instead, it helped Severus Snape. Snape already had extremely high attainments in traditional magic, so he was called under Dumbledore. But more than 10 years ago, the place below Dumbledore was still Professor Flitwick. He was the real dueling champion. After learning the magic of the dark element, Snape's strength has also improved to a higher level. In the eyes of others, becoming a magic warrior is difficult, and in fact it is difficult, but in Snape's case, this difficulty is obviously a fracture. At the beginning of the battle, Snape released all his firepower. The speed and sharp claws that the werewolf was proud of were all useless at this moment, because Snape in the magic warrior state is a pedestrian bomber. One by one, the dark element energy balls moved at a high speed, and he threw them out one by one, or pressed them directly on the werewolf's head or stomach. Any werewolf hit by the energy ball of the dark element will die or be injured almost one by one, losing their combat effectiveness. A large number of werewolves died in battle, and those Death Eaters were even more anxious. At this moment, they didn't care about guarding against Kate Lyle and launched an all-out attack on Snape. Avada Kedavra, the soul is out of the body, cruciate, total petrification, damned. The Death Eaters were extremely shocked and puzzled, but Kate Lyle, who was above the void, nodded repeatedly. To put it bluntly, at this moment, these werewolves and Death Eaters were amused in front of Snape. For a time, countless magic poured down and caused great destructive power. However, all these spells, within 3 meters of Snape, were all absorbed by the black energy surrounding Snape. This magic can release the dark elemental energy that lingers within 3 meters of the whole body. This energy can absorb enough magic. Such amazing magic was also the reason why Snape was confident in playing the werewolf first, and then the Death Eaters. This is the magic called energy absorption in the dark elemental magic, and it is an advanced magic unique to dark elemental magicians. However, there is also a prerequisite for this. That is, the user needs to have enough magic power support, and according to the characteristics of the dark elemental energy, the ratio of 1 to 2, 100 units of magic power can absorb 200 units of magic power damage. Standing on the edge, looking at the raging fire, Snape's face was flushed with excitement. The fight just now was something Snape had never experienced before. However, that feeling is really great. Hundreds of werewolves, hundreds of Death Eater wizards, such a formation, if it was in the past, he might have caught them without a fight or fought to the death. However, is it necessary to do so now? No need at all. How does it feel? Seeing the raging fire, Kate Lyle had already burned the body, so she took action to extinguish the fire. It's never been more fun. Snape heard the words and responded. The power of the dark elemental magic, the deeper it goes, the more powerful it is, it's hard to understand. Kate Lyle laughed and said, "Dark elemental magic and light elemental magic are among the most mysterious magics among many elemental magics." Snape quickly understood the meaning of Kate Lyle's words, so he asked, "Is there still light and dark elemental magic, more mysterious magic?" Having said that, Snape paused for a moment, showing deep thought, and said, "Albus once said that teleportation magic is a kind of magical magic which involves space. If space is an element, then..." Kate Lyle looked at Snape and smiled slightly. "Severus, you are smarter than I thought. Actually, your guess is correct. So there are not only 7 kinds of elemental magic." Snape understood and said. Kate Lyle said as she walked, "There is more than one kind of powerful elemental magic, but not everyone can comprehend those elemental magics. It's rare to have one person in a million people." Snape was silent for a moment, watching Kate Lyle's back as she left. The next thing is even simpler. Kate Lyle and Snape stayed in Shittling for another 2 days and collected enough herbs. Time passed little by little, and Hogwarts has been very peaceful during these times. The students are actively learning. Among the first-year freshmen, many geniuses have emerged. In learning elemental magic, they are more successful and efficient than learning traditional magic. As for the Elemental Magic Dueling Club, there are many students watching and competing every day. The same is true for Harry et al. What's more, in the team competition, the Lions team composed of Harry, Ronald, and Hermione showed a strong combat power, swept almost all the team groups, and ranked first with 19 points. In other words, during these times, Harry's three-person team successfully completed at least 19 games and won. In fact, Harry's three-person team directly achieved 19 consecutive victories, converting 1 point per victory, that is 19 points. On the team ranking list, the first place is the Lions team, and the next ones are the second-placed Black-Bellied Snake team, the third-placed Bright team, and the fourth-placed Pingtouch team. The Silver Fox team has 18 points, which is 1 point less than Harry and others, but no one dares to underestimate it, because the members of the Silver Fox team are Malfoy, Carriona, and Goyle. Malfoy is the main force, plus Carriona's powerful output of fire elemental magic, and the defense of Gortu elemental magic. The combat power of this team is not much weaker than that of the Lion team that Harry and the three belong to. The reason why the Black-Bellied Snake team was 1 point less than the Lion team was because they encountered the Bright team, and after the first battle, they were defeated. Team Bright is the third team with 17 points in total. Its members are Luna Jennifer, Edward Wilson, and David Little. David Little is a wind magician. Although he is not the strongest, he has a strong sense of fighting. Luna Jennifer's blessing doubled the fighting power of Edward Wilson and David Little. The collision between the Black-Bellied Snake team and the Bright team, this battle, 5 days ago, caused the entire Elemental Magic Dueling Club to fall into a carnival. Because Malfoy thought of defeating the Bright team and maintaining a winning streak, surpassing the Lions team where the three of Harry belonged. Unfortunately, his self-confidence made him fall a big somersault in front of Luna Jennifer. The cooperation between Edward Wilson and David Little, and the combination of wind and fire magic, made Malfoy suffer a lot. Although Carriona has a very high talent in fire magic, she can't stand the sweeping flames. Even Gower's pillars and soil walls, facing the baptism of high temperature, the numbers representing their health are always falling. The Pingtouch team has a total of 16 points, and its members are Cedric Diggory, Sihan Forbes, and Lion Bilton. The Pingtu team is very tough. First they met the Lion team and were beaten miserably. Then they met the Black-Bellied Snake team. When they finally faced the Bright team, they let the Pingtu team try again and again. 3 straight losses. However, Lion Bilton of the Pingtouch team, as a water magician, combined with the combined magic released by Cedric, has earned a lot of attention. Lion Bilton was no better than Hermione, who possessed the Water Spirit Orb, in controlling water elemental magic, and Lion Bilton almost defeated Hermione in a personal contest. In the entire Hogwarts, there are currently 50 magical teams participating in the team competition, and there are no restrictions on the combination of students of all ages involved. During the battle, the low-ranked ones can challenge the high-ranked ones. If you do not challenge, a lottery will be held among the teams that signed up for the competition that day. It can be said that the Pingtu team is really unlucky, and it is very top-ranked. It has drawn the top 3 teams for 3 consecutive days. Extraordinarily tonight, the Black-Bellied Snakes and the Bright squads put down their rhetoric and want to challenge the Lions. Now, those who want to bet, hurry up. George Weasley and Fred Weasley shuttled through the corridor, each carrying a box, shouting loudly. The voices of George and Fred shuttled in the corridor after class. People who didn't know the situation were full of curiosity. What is the specific situation? I buy the Black-Bellied Snake team. We Slytherins will never lose. Big news, did the Lions accept the challenge? Team Black-Bellied Snake and Team Bright are going to join forces to challenge Team Lion. When does the game begin? I buy the Lions, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. I'll buy the Lion team, a pack of BB multi-flavored beans. I'll buy Team Bright and bet 10 sickles. Fred, I have 10 lollipops, what's the betting ratio? Hey, don't forget that a few days ago, the Black-Bellied Snake team was beaten in front of the Bright team, and they were powerless to fight back. Elemental Magic Dueling Club. At this time, there was a lot of voices, and all the teachers and students of the school gathered here, not wanting to miss the battle of the first 3 teams in the team competition. Among them, the students of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin were the most lively, followed by Hufflepuff. After successive head-to-head irons, they also had to admit that if they wanted to compete with Harry and others, they still needed to continue to improve their strength. Such a scene is really lively, comparable to an international Quidditch tournament. Gilderoy Lockhart looked at the students sitting all around, as well as the cheers, and even the battle singing and shouting between schools, which was full of momentum. Although Gilderoy Lockhart had lost face before, the crowd gradually faded away, and Gilderoy Lockhart also returned to his original nature. On the professor's seat, although Mrs. Hooch and the others were still not very satisfied with Gilderoy Lockhart's character, they still showed respect, talking and laughing, but respecting him. The last time there was such a lively scene was when the Elemental Magic Dueling Club was first developed last year. Hagrid liked the lively atmosphere very much, and smiled to Professor Flitwick at the side. "Oh, it's really exciting. The battle between Malfoy and Neville, and the fierce battle between Harry and Malfoy are exciting." Flitwick nodded. "There are still a lot of battles, and it's very exciting." Teslap also agreed with a smile. "It seems that it's time for us to come back." Kate Lyle walked into the professor's platform and smiled. Looking at Kate Lyle, who came back, and Snape, who appeared, Professor McGonagall showed a smile on his face and said, "Kate Severus, if you don't come back, I will think that something happened to you." Seeing Kate Lyle, Hagrid said happily, "Kate, it's time for you to come back today. Harry, Malfoy and Luna, they have a very exciting team match tonight. It hasn't started yet, and you know it's very exciting." Kate Lyle laughed jokingly. After finishing speaking, Kate Lyle looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Albus?" Fudge looked for him, went to the Ministry of Magic, and hasn't returned. Professor McGonagall responded. When Kate Lyle heard the words, she didn't think too much, and then she found a seat and sat down. Looked at the students in the auditorium all around and said expectantly, "I have also studied elemental magic. For more than a year, I don't know how much progress they have made." Snape sat on the chair, his eyes calmly swept across the auditorium, and stayed on the Slytherin's side for a while. "Are you playing by lottery? Or decide for yourself?" Jem the elf looked at Harry, Malfoy and Luna and asked. "Our snake team will fight the lion team first." Malfoy stared at Harry and said, full of fighting spirit, "No, our team of light will fight the team of lions first." Luna glanced at Malfoy, then looked at Harry and said, "Both of their teams will challenge the lions. Whoever challenges the lions first, the battle will be more meaningful." Whether it's Luna or Malfoy, they both want to defeat the lions in an open and honest manner, not after the other party consumes the strength of the lions. They will come out to challenge each other. If you don't want to take advantage of it, then fight tomorrow. "Our black-bellied snake team must play today." Malfoy stared at Luna and said in a deep voice, "Impossible." Luna Jennifer refused without hesitation. "Then let's draw lots. No matter which one of you comes first, our lion's team is not afraid of you." Harry looked at Malfoy and Luna with a confident smile on his face and said, "Yes, we are not afraid of you. You are welcome to challenge." Ronald raised his chin and said while patting his chest, "We're waiting for you in the arena." Hermione said with a slight smile. The three of Harry smiled and left. Malfoy and Luna looked at each other, and the next moment, the two shot suddenly. Rock, paper, scissors. Luna Jennifer looked at Malfoy, who was pulling out the scissors with a smile on her face. She raised her powder fist and said with a laugh, "We are the first ones to play, just watch from the sidelines. Come on, Edward David, today we must step on the lions." Luna Jennifer led Edward Wilson and David Little towards the passageway where Ravenclaw was. Looking at his sisal hands, Malfoy couldn't help curling his lips and finally clenched his fists. "Then let them fight first. Harry and the others have magic potions. They can still recover. The big deal is, let's let them rest for 10 minutes. Carriona looked at the three of Luna and Jennifer who were going away and laughed road. Malfoy nodded, then walked towards the players' preparation room where Slytherin was. "Gryffindor, Gryffindor, in the face of desire, we never hide from it. We are brave, we are decisive, we are righteous, we seek truth, we fight evil, we are Gryffindor." As Harry, Hermione and Ronald walked out of the aisle in the auditorium where Gryffindor was, cheers also rose and, accompanied by singing, resounded throughout the audience. Even though Harry, Ronald and Hermione were used to such an atmosphere, they still felt their blood surging, because as the number one, they represent the glory of Gryffindor. "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, Luna our angel, Luna bless you, it's Ravenclaw. We are from the river, we're smart, we're cool, we're deep, we're truth seekers, we never give up, we're Ravenclaw. P.S. Thank you Zyro Yuxi for leaving this slogan at the beginning. Among many mouths, I think this is the most appropriate. In fact, in the team points ranking competition, Ravenclaw has the most teams. Among the top 30 teams, 15 teams are occupied, which is the accumulation of the other 3 academies. However, in terms of the highest-end combat power, it is still far behind, because they met Malfoy and Harry. Therefore, the students of Ravenclaw College are also known as the most craftsman's spirit, genius gathering place. Ravenclaw's students are highly intelligent, hardworking and good at thinking, and their fighting style in the duels over the past year is full of wisdom. Because they are a group of weirds with high IQ, Ravenclaw is the college that produces the most celebrities and inventions among the 4 colleges. On Ravenclaw's side, with the appearance of Luna Jennifer, Edward Wilson and David Little, Ravenclaw also cheered excitedly. For this reason, Dumbledore also made a special evaluation of Ravenclaw's students, saying, "It is not an exaggeration for Ravenclaw's students to make important contributions in other industries after graduation." Luna Jennifer led the crowd and waved to the audience with a smile on her face, without any stage fright. It is not the first time to face such a scene. Like Luna and Harry et al., Harry Potter, our battle has begun. Luna Jennifer looked at Harry Potter and smiled confidently. After a pause, Luna Jennifer looked at Hermione Granger again and said with a smile, "Hermione, our battle is not over yet. In such a game, healing magic can restore a certain amount of health. For example, if there are only 20 points displayed on the Fate bracelet, then a light healing spell or a hydrotherapy spell can add 5 points to that person. According to the rules, the healing technique can only be released 3 times for the same person in the same match. Therefore, how Hermione and Luna seize the opportunity to help teammates or herself to win the game is another contest. The reason why the black-bellied snake team lost to the bright team was that Luna's healing magic and blessing systems played a vital role. Hermione Granger raised her delicate chin confidently when she heard that, nodded and said, "This time it will be over." "That's not necessarily the case." Luna Jennifer laughed when she heard this. Ronald stood on Harry's left side, looked at Edward Wilson and David Little, and said with a smile, "I don't know if your magic can break through my defense." "Then try it," Edward laughed. David Little looked indifferent and did not speak, but his eyes were full of excitement. Presiding over the competition was Jem the elf, with a short body, slowly floating in the air 1 meter above the ground, looked at the 2 teams of Harry and Luna, and said, "Execute the ceremony." The 6 of Harry and Luna looked at each other, then put their wands up in front of them, bowed slightly, and each took 15 steps back. During the retreat, Harry looked at Ronald, and Ronald responded to Harry with a nod, expressing his understanding. After the 15th step fell, Ronald, who spread out their positions, quickly made a move and said, "The Earth Wall Curse." In an instant, a 10-meter-long, 1-meter-5-meter-high earthen wall rose rapidly in the middle of the battlefield. Flying Curse. Harry's voice sounded, and Ronald, Hermione, and Harry all had a pair of invisible wings, dragging them into the air. "Spirit of water, bloom your beauty, use your gentle hands, hold a bow and shoot through the angry flames, rain arrows." Hermione's body, wand in hand, chanted as it soared into the air. In an instant, hundreds of rain arrows erupted with powerful force, and launched an attack on Luna and Jennifer, who were separated by a wall in the sky. Facing the counterattack of Harry's trio, Luna and Jennifer can't do anything. For example, Luna Jennifer took advantage of this opportunity to release the blessing magic. "Spirit of light, heed my call and grant us strength, blessing of light." For another example, David Little used the Gale Curse, which gave the 3 of them faster mobility. Therefore, when Hermione's rain arrows fell, the 3 of Luna and Jennifer had already quickly distanced themselves and avoided the falling rain arrows. Edward Wilson moved to one side, looked at the 3 of Harry who were flying into the air, pointed his wand at Ronald, who was the closest, and said, "Fireballs." 5 fireballs shot out in succession at an extremely fast speed. Ronald is a flying genius. Maybe the heart that wanted to fly in the sky was at fault. Ronald dodged the fireballs that came from the lasing one after another. "Spirits of the earth, heed my call, and destroy the enemies that trample the earth, Earth Spear Curse." Holding the magic wand, he dodged one after another, dodging the flying Windblade Curse. Ronald shot quickly and aimed at Edward Wilson. "B******D, you actually joined forces to attack me." After releasing the magic, Ronald hurriedly distanced himself and couldn't help shouting. Edward Wilson laughed and chased after Ronald, saying, "Ronald, I'll make you scream." "Fart, I don't know who will die." Ronald shouted angrily when he heard this. Binding of light. Luna Jennifer and David Little walked side by side, and David Little acted as a guardian, always keeping within 2 meters of Luna Jennifer to prevent Luna Jennifer from being Harry and others successfully attacked. Luna Jennifer is the main auxiliary force of the Bright Team. It is their main force for protracted battles and battery life. They must not be taken out first. Water curtain. The torrential rain fell, forming a water curtain to block the incoming light magic. Hermione quickly came to Ronald's side and said, "Ronald, that David Little doesn't seem to have learned the wind curse. We can implement sea tactics." Ronald and Hermione flew high into the sky, playing rogues and getting out of the attacking range of Edward Wilson and the others. Ronald yelled at Harry below, "Harry, see tactic." At this time, Harry was fighting against David Little with wind magic. Wind blades were constantly flying on the battlefield, tearing the ground and stone pillars apart. On the side, there was Luna Jennifer's constant orb of light, or a light shield, which helped him and David Little block Harry's magical attacks. When Luna Jennifer heard Ronald's voice, she immediately said, "David, hold Harry back, and absolutely don't let them meet." David Little nodded and said, "Spirit of the wind, listen to my call. The wind is coming, become the fangs of beasts and tear each other apart, wind killing curse." In an instant, 3 small tornadoes composed of wind blades broke away from the ground, quickly formed within a 5-meter radius of Harry, and quickly approached Harry Potter. Kate Lyle looked at the wind killing curse released by David Little. Her eyes sparkled, and she was a little surprised. The wind killing curse is an intermediate magic, and among the intermediate magic, it is more difficult to master. This David Little has already mastered intermediate magic after studying for a year and a half, which makes people even more concerned. One must know that Harry Potter was relatively stable and able to release intermediate magic after experiencing some things and adding his own talent. Harry looked at the windblade tornado, his face changed suddenly. If he was hit by these 3 tornadoes, he would be eliminated directly. Once the wind-killing curse hits, it will strangle the target, and it will not collapse easily because he is controlled by the releaser's magic power and spiritual power. Harry didn't dare to stay and galloped away. He had to break through and he couldn't be surrounded. Water curtain. Hermione watched Harry fall into crisis and quickly released a water curtain which temporarily held back a tornado and said, "Harry, this way. Light arrow curse." Seeing this, Luna Jennifer released a holy light from the necklace around her neck, helping Luna Jennifer quickly release an intermediate magic. "Spirits of the earth, heed my call, and destroy the enemies that trample the earth, Earth Spear Curse." Ronald's voice sounded, and 10 3-meter-long soil guns shot down. Although the power of the water curtain was good, it only persisted for a second before being shattered in front of the wind-killing curse. Even so, it bought enough time for Harry to get out of the strangulation of the wind. However, Luna Jennifer's light arrow curse is also extraordinary, and on the way to retreat towards Harry, if he doesn't defend himself, the light arrow will definitely fall on Harry. Fortunately, at this time, Ronald's Earth Spear Curse is not easy. The toughness of the Earth Spear Curse is somewhat beyond imagination. Each Earth gun blocked 2 to 3 light arrows. The collision of the Earth gun and the light arrow, coupled with Harry's dodge, successfully opened the distance without any damage. O omnipotent wind elf, use the atmosphere as your bow and brilliance as your arrow. Accept the power of my will and landslide into the void. Sharp storm. Harry flew tens of meters away, chanting as he flew, and finally pointed his wand behind him. Countless wind blades shot out from the wind spirits surrounding Harry, and collided with the wind blade tornado controlled by David Little. The dense and huge wind blades resisted the storm, and still powerfully attacked Luna Jennifer and David Little on the ground. Light shield. Seeing this, Luna Jennifer took 2 steps forward and stood beside David Little. With a wave of her wand, a semicircular light shield protected the 2 of them in the middle. On the other side, seeing Luna and David being suppressed by Harry, Edward Wilson quickly shot. Water prison curse. Hermione spotted Edward Wilson's intentions and made a quicker shot than Edward Wilson. Edward Wilson looked at the attacking magic, the corners of his eyes twitched. He gave up his shot on Harry and ran away quickly. The magic didn't hit Edward Wilson, and Hermione regretted it. However, Harry was out of Luna and David Little's entanglement, which made Hermione breathe a sigh of relief. Hermione looked at Harry who was coming and immediately said, "Harry, you suppress them, and Ronald and I release the magic." Upon hearing this, Harry nodded and said, "Okay." After speaking, Harry took a deep breath, drew circles with his wand in his hand, and shouted, "Wind curtain." Magic power emerged, and a strong wind blew up over the battlefield, covering most of the battlefield. The storm swept across, blocking the vision of all members of the Bright Army. In the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy stared closely at the screen projected by the crystal ball, looking at Hermione and Ronald in midair. There was a gleam of light in those haughty eyes. "They are going to release combination magic," Malfoy said solemnly. "The combination of water and earth magic should be the Maya curse," Cariana said with her eyes fixed on Hermione and Ronald. "Remember their routine. If they release this magic, they must quickly find an opportunity to stop them." Malfoy said solemnly. In the audience, it's no secret that combination magic has been released one after another by Harry and Luna after the group challenge started. For example, Edward Wilson and David Little have released the combined magic of wind and fire dual attributes. Seeing the actions of Harry and the others, Flitwick said with a smile, "This is a good tactic." Use the wind curtain to block the vision of the bright team, and buy time for Hermione and Ronald to construct the magic circle. But what magic will they unleash? Professor McGonagall watched and quickly ran towards a place outside the coverage of the wind curtain, and said with a smile, "The 3 members of the bright team are also very serious. They know that under such circumstances, they should quickly move away and look for the field of vision." Under the joint construction of Hermione and Ronald, the magic circle was successfully constructed in only 5 seconds. "Harry, it's done," Hermione shouted the moment the magic circle was completed. Hearing this, Harry manipulated the wind curtain and said in a deep voice, "Need." At this moment, the wind curtain in midair seemed to have stopped flowing, and there was a momentary pause. The next moment, following Harry's will, the wind curtain turned into a wind blade, suspended in midair. Spirits of water contained in the heaven and earth, respond to the call of the spirits of earth, change the changes in the earth, and moisten the earth, the Maya curse. Hermione chanted with a wand in her hand, looking serious. Spirits of the earth contained in the earth, respond to the call of the spirits of water, change the changes of the earth, and moisten the earth, the Maya curse. Along with Hermione, there was also Ronald, who chanted with a serious expression, and shot together with Hermione. The 2 magical light curtains converged and fell vertically to the ground. Just after throwing out the area covered by the wind curtain and seeing Hermione and Ronald above the void, Luna Jennifer's expression changed suddenly, and she said hastily, "Quick, quick, go to the stone pillar. Stay away from the ground. They are releasing the Maya curse." Edward and David Little didn't dare to hesitate when they heard the words. They ran quickly and finally jumped onto the stone pillar. Merlin's beard, they're playing rascals. Edward watched the magic fall on the battlefield. The solid ground quickly turned into a muddy swamp. Even the stone pillars under their feet seemed to lose their support and began to shake and sink. "Edward, David, you release combination magic. Fire tornado, hurry up." Seeing this situation, Luna Jennifer knew that they couldn't hold on for long, and once the stone pillar fell into the swamp, they would also be deeply trapped in it, because they have no way to fly, no way to engage in air combat with Harry and the others. David jumped up, came to the stone pillar where Edward was, and held his breath, began to build the magic circle. Sharp storm. Harry controlled the wind blade, looked at David and Edward who were building the magic circle, and quickly shot without waiting. Luna Jennifer looked at the falling wind blade and quickly released the magic. Light shield. A huge light shield blocked the heads of the 3 of them, blocking the falling wind blades and making a ding-ding-ding sound. Around them, the wind blades fell on the swamp like hailstones. The scene was very spectacular. Water prison curse. Just when Luna Jennifer propped up the light shield, Hermione had already flown into the midair behind Luna Jennifer, aimed at Luna Jennifer and released her magic. Luna Jennifer couldn't dodge and was instantly trapped by the water prison. For Luna Jennifer, either they were trapped in a water prison, or David and Edward were attacked by wind blades, and they completely lost their chances. But no matter which one, the result is the same. Edward Wilson, David Little, who had lost their light shields and hadn't fully constructed the magic circle, and Luna Jennifer, who was trapped in the water prison, were also attacked by countless wind blades. However, what is shocking is that Luna Jennifer was not sent out because of the Guardian of Light necklace, and her fate bracelet shows that there are still 5 points left. Boom, the same is true of David Little, but he is better than Edward, trembling and still standing. What? With so many wind blades falling on his body, even though the pain had been weakened, it still made him scream in pain, and then lay powerlessly on the ground. Luna Jennifer, who was shrouded in the holy light, looked at Edward Wilson and David Little, who were out of the game, and the numbers displayed on her fate bracelet, endured the pain, smiled on her face, looked at Harry and said, "I surrender." The wind blades are endless, and the score of the Bright Lions team, which has no chance of defense at all, is quickly reduced as the wind blades fall on them, until they are cleared and sent to a special place. Edward Wilson sat slumped on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. "I surrender." Luna Jennifer's voice is not very loud, but it is enough to be heard clearly. At the same time, the Goblin Gem appeared next to Luna Jennifer, looked at everyone and said, "Luna Jennifer surrendered, David Little and Edward Wilson scored 0, the Bright team lost, and the Lions team win." Gem's voice resounded throughout the arena, and the students of Ravenclaw Academy felt extremely regretful and felt sorry. In contrast, the Lions of Gryffindor are much more lively. "Gryffindor, Gryffindor, Gryffindor." Cheers resounded throughout the audience, with great excitement and excitement. Harry and the others also cheered happily. "David, you shocked me. How did you do it? It's the wind-killing curse." Harry came to David Little, stepped forward to give him a hug, and said with a smile, David Little was a bit cold, without much expression on his face, and said, "I learned it by accident." Harry wasn't angry or dissatisfied with David Little's performance. He still smiled and said, "That's amazing. If it wasn't for Hermione's help, I might be surrounded by your magic and be eliminated. Come on, I hope we will still have a chance to compete in the solo challenge. Harry, when I become a senior magician, I will also defeat you at that time." Luna Jennifer walked over and said to Harry, "The magic that Luna Jennifer possesses today is still mostly auxiliary. In terms of attack magic, she only learned the light ball curse and light arrow curse. Insufficient attack methods prevented her from taking too much of an offensive advantage in the single-player challenge. Fortunately, in terms of defense, her methods were still very powerful. Therefore, in terms of personal points, Luna Jennifer's strength is still ranked high. I'm looking forward to it, Luna," Harry said with a smile on his face. "Luna, your opponent is me," Hermione said aside. "Competing with you, I prefer to go to the hospital and compete with you," Luna Jennifer said with a smile after hearing this. Although they lost, the three of Luna were not disappointed. Therefore, when they left, whether Luna Jennifer waved goodbye to the three of them, or waved goodbye to the three of Harry, gave people a feeling of great mentality. However, this was the first time they had lost in the team competition, so they felt somewhat regretful. Taking a deep breath and exhaling again, Ronald quickly took out a bottle of magic potion and drank it, then said, "The next match is to fight against the black-bellied snake team." Harry nodded, looked at Ronald and Hermione and said with a smile, "Are you confident?" "It has to. I don't want to lose to that guy, otherwise that guy Malfoy will show off in front of us every day." Hermione took a deep breath, squinted her eyes and said, "Ha ha ha, me too." Ronald laughed. "If that's the case, then take a good rest." Harry led Hermione and Ronald back to the corridor and returned to the lounge. In the auditorium, Fred and George were surrounded by people. Because they started a gamble, this time is also a bumper harvest. Those who bet on the bright team to win, those who lost looked regretful or unwilling. Those who bet on the Lions team cheered excitedly and exchanged their spoils beside Fred and George, Professor's seat. Dumbledore watched the first battle end and laughed happily. It's hard to imagine that they are really second-year students. Such wisdom and means make people have to admire. They have grown up. Such combat experience is really commendable, Professor McGonagall said with a smile on his face. After all, Harry and the others represented Gryffindor Academy, so the Lions won and added another point to the points, gaining 20 points, 2 points more than the second-placed Vipers. It also means that the Lions team has gone one step further and become more unbreakable in terms of score. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "It's true that they have grown up a lot, and their cooperation is also very good. However, there is still a lot of room for growth." Although it was not the first time for Gilderoy Lockhart to watch these games, every time he felt very miraculous and passionate, but it was the first time he felt so excited. "Professor Kate, elemental magic is so amazing. May I use him as a material to write in my biography?" Gilderoy Lockhart came to Kate Lyle and said expectantly and excitedly. Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Professor Lockhart's biography is well known, and your writing is even more fascinating and very interesting. If Professor Lockhart can use this material to help me spread elemental magic, it will undoubtedly be a very important thing. Nice suggestion." Hearing this, Gilderoy Lockhart immediately showed a smile on his face and said with a smile, "Believe me, Professor Kate, I will definitely arrange enough stories and make elemental magic more famous." Gilderoy Hart was extremely excited in his heart at this time. He felt that he could write a new biography and even wanted to write it now. Gilderoy Lockhart and elemental magic. Lockhart's elemental magic. Lockhart's elemental magic duel. There are too many topics to write about. Gilderoy Lockhart took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, listening to the cheers from the audience. He was full of anticipation for the next battle. Hagrid glanced at the excited Gilderoy Lockhart, stroked his beard, and then glanced at Kate Lyle. "In the face of desire, we never hide from it. We come from the quagmire, we are wild, we yearn for power, we are strong and calm, we are graceful and self-reliant, we never regret, we are Slytherins. We are brave, decisive, righteous, we pursue the truth, we fight against evil, we are Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick, it seems that you are still very young. A young man's heart that wants to fight is beating vigorously." Professor McGonagall laughed when he heard Flitwick's words. "I can't wait to participate in this kind of battle. Professor Kate, can I have a friendly duel with you?" Professor Flitwick felt the two colleges still lively in the arena. Looking at Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff College, the students also cheered and shouted, so they looked at Kate Lyle and laughed. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, Hagrid, Mrs. Hooch, etc., all laughed when they saw Professor Flitwick. Gryffindor's singing filled the air of the arena again, and the Slytherin's archers, not to be outdone, sang loudly and confronted the Gryffindor's lions. Dumbledore laughed even more. Professor Flitwick, then you have to be careful, Professor Kate's strength, even I would be terrified. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick said quickly, this is a very friendly duel. The fact that Flitwick wanted to have a duel with Kate Lyle ended amid laughter. Kate Lyle didn't fully take it to heart either. However, if Professor Flitwick really wants to give it a try, Kate Lyle is still very willing to cooperate. Harry and the others needed to rest. After all, after going through a battle, it still consumed a lot of mental power. There was an interval of 15 minutes, and there was no idle time. The Pingtouge team had a contest with the 6th-ranked Blue Butterfly team from Ravenclaw. To be more precise, it was the Blue Butterfly team that was challenging the Pingtouge team. The Blue Butterfly team is a team composed of 4th graders, and it can be said to be the elite of the senior team. This battle was also very fierce. The Blue Butterfly team was very strong in offense, and it meant to trample the Pingtou team under their feet. In addition, members of the Pingtouge team and the Blue Butterfly team have the same attributes, possessing the 3 elemental magics of earth, fire, and water. However, compared to Team Pingtou, the students of Team Blue Butterfly have much more mastery of traditional magic than Brother Pingtou, so they also have more choices and cooperation in terms of offense. But despite this, the cooperation between Cedric Diggory and Sihan Forbes, and the cooperation between Cedric Diggory and Leanne Bilton are even more amazing, especially Sihan Forbes and Leanne Bilton. The one who owns the fire spa is Sihan Forbes, who has the advantage in the use of fire elemental magic and magic strength, and the battle in the small world also makes his fighting style look very sturdy. Leanne Bilton is a young boy who is particularly sensitive to water elemental magic, and he is a strong and bold person. Even if the opponent's fire elemental magic is close in front of him, he still sings without dodging and launches a strong attack when he is in danger. Fight back, this kind of psychological quality made many students exclaim, as well as Professor McGonagall and others. Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction. After all, the Pingtouge team is their Hufflepuff students. This battle finally ended with the victory of the Pingtouge team. This victory also made the Pingtou team breathe a sigh of relief, losing 3 consecutive games in a row. Even if Pingtou was tough, he couldn't lose 4 games in a row. Harry watched Team Pingtouge and Team Blue Butterfly decide the outcome, so he stood up and smiled at Hermione and Ronald. Okay, our battle is here. Hey, this time, we must beat that guy Malfoy to the ground until his parents don't even know him. Ronald laughed when he heard this. It must not make them look good. Hermione also laughed. Walking out of the waiting room in the passage, the lions of Gryffindor uttered the roar of the Forest Lion King, and the loud and clear singing sounded rhythmically on the field. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione came to the middle of the arena with smiles on their faces, waving their arms towards the crowd, with confident smiles on their faces. Dumbledore looked at the confident appearance of the 3 of Harry through the projection, and said with a smile, the victor's posture is always full of confidence like this, a good thing, as long as they don't get too proud of their victory. Kate Lyle smiled slightly when she saw Harry's serious and confident appearance. For Harry Potter, he was paying attention. Whether it is training or resources, they are somewhat more resource-inclined than others. Therefore, Kate is also full of interest in the next battle. The focus of this battle will undoubtedly fall on Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Slytherin, Malfoy likes the feeling of being cheered on the field, and he likes such an imposing rhythm even more. Malfoy's cry resounded through the entire arena under a loud curse, and the snakes of Slytherin also responded to Malfoy's call. We came from the quagmire, we were full of ambition, we thirsted for power, we were strong and calm, we supported with grace, we never regretted it, we are Slytherins. Some deep voices sounded on the field over and over again, very ceremonial and solemn. This kind of voice makes the listener feel a little intoxicated. Snape sat up straight, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As the Dean of Slytherin Academy, seeing the domineering, united and strong strength of the students of Slytherin Academy, he naturally felt somewhat proud. This guy loves vanity. Ronald curled his lips and said a little sourly, seeing the aura of Malfoy and Slytherin guys, our Gryffindors are not bad either. Harry smiled slightly upon hearing this. Whatever he does, I'll beat that guy later to make him so red. Hermione waved her little pink fist and bared her teeth. On the other side, the 3 of Malfoy came to the middle of the arena, looked at Harry Potter opposite, and said with a smile, Harry, believe me, you are the one who loses this time. That's not necessarily the case, I won't make the same mistakes again. Harry Potter laughed after hearing that. Black-bellied snake team, lion team, get ready. Jem reappeared in the middle of the battlefield and said. Upon hearing this, Harry, Malfoy and the others looked at each other and stood in a row. Execution. Jem's voice sounded. Harry, Malfoy and the other 6, after exchanging salutes, each started to take 15 steps back. Watching Harry, Malfoy and the others perform their salutes and retreat, everyone's eyes were fixed on both sides. They are now extremely looking forward to. Harry, they will have such a fight. Hurricane curse, the lightning curse. They each retreated, and before the 15 steps were completed, Harry and Malfoy shot at almost the same time. Hearing the other party's voice, and watching the other party's shots at the same time, Harry smiled knowingly, while Malfoy was a little surprised. Malfoy took the first step, playing a surprise. Harry calculated that Malfoy would never follow the rules easily, so he made the move. The wind was howling and Cariana and Goyle had to cover up and defend against it, but Malfoy was not timid at all, squinting his eyes. In the wind, the dense thunder and lightning were like a huge spider web heading towards Harry and the 3 of them against the wind. Lightning is not something else under this gust of wind, it hits almost unimpeded. Earth wall curse. At this critical moment, Ronald made a quick move, raising a thick earth wall in front of Harry and the 3 of them, blocking all the dense thunderstorms. Hermione reacted quickly, and a water curtain fell to block her back, but it only lasted for a moment, and there were still many fireballs. Flying curse. The 3 of Harry had to separate quickly. The magma-like fireball landed beside the 3 of them and sputtered apart like exploding fireworks. At the same time, Harry also made a swift move, intending to fly directly into the sky. Water curtain. The 3 of Harry just flew out of the earth wall and suddenly felt a burst of heat coming from behind them. Burst flame dance. At the beginning, there was such a thrilling fight, and the lion team was crushed. The snakes of Slytherin Academy directly cheered and roared. Somewhat thrillingly dodging the oncoming explosive flame dance, the 3 of Harry did not get out of danger. Cariana and Malfoy's attacks were intensive firepower attacks on them with a strong quantity and speed, and this also made Harry and others fall into passive defense. Of course, this process does not last long. While retreating one after another, Ronald and Hermione tacitly built enough earth walls, stone pillars and water curtains on the battlefield, making full preparations for them to rise into the air. Malfoy looked at the 3 of Harry who had already flown into the air, and said with a gloomy expression, "Harry Potter, don't fly up if you have the guts, come down and fight us." Harry heard Malfoy's words and smiled. "Malfoy, are you stupid? We have the air superiority, why should we give up? Now just accept my magic obediently." Flying away while dodging the oncoming fireball, Harry Potter also began to chant, pointing at Cariana and saying, "Storm of blades, earth wall curse." Goyle waved his wand and said in a deep voice, "In the black-bellied snake team, Goyle undertakes all the defense work and occasionally releases the quicksand curse, which exists as an auxiliary system." The earth wall curse rose, and the falling wind blades continued to fall on the earth wall, and the sunken wind blades protruded into it one by one. Seeing this, Gore's face changed. He somewhat underestimated the damage of Harry Potter's wind blade. Earth wall curse, earth wall curse. Goyle released 2 spells one after another, making the raised earth wall thick and tough enough. And behind the earthen wall, Cariana didn't just dodge blindly, she held a magic wand and whispered incessantly. Ronald stared at Goyle and after chanting, pointed his wand at Goyle and shouted, "The earth spear curse." Seeing this, Gore's expression changed immediately, and he quickly built a wall of earth in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The earthen gun fell from the sky, and half of the gun body penetrated the earthen wall. Gore's face changed greatly in shock, and sweat appeared on his forehead. If the earthen gun penetrates the earthen wall, at least 20 points will be deducted if it fails to dodge, and if the luck is good enough, it will even be cleared out of the game. The earth gun was blocked by the earth wall and failed to take down Gore, making Ronald curse secretly, saying, "This guy is really lucky." As for his earth spear curse, Ronald practiced hard and learned some tricks from Kate Lyle, such as how to make the same spell more destructive when the strength is equal. Flame cannon, a voice sounded, and something flew quickly between the corners of Ronald's eyes. When he looked over, he saw a fireball had already hit him, but this is far from over. As he was hit by the fireball, there were still fireballs flying towards him. In the auditorium, all the teachers and students watched Ronald being shot one after another by the fireballs released by Cariana. The accuracy seemed to beat Ronald into a hornet's nest. For a while, everyone exclaimed up. Ronald's screams sounded, and at this moment, he was directly hit by the fireball and lost his way. Not only that, but the number on Ronald's bracelet of fate is constantly decreasing. 95, 90, 85, 80, 75. Kate Lyle frowned as she watched Carriona release her magic crazily and hit Ronald with precision. Compared with what she knew at this time, Carriona was undoubtedly the one who judged Nuo and her husband. Normally, Carriona would occasionally say some weird words, but most of the time she was quiet and docile. However, once she entered the fighting state, she was always crazy, as if she was a lunatic with dual personalities with the princess. Water curtain. Hermione was shocked when Ronald was attacked. Although she had given her full support, 8 fireballs still hit Ronald, so that Ronald's score dropped directly to 60 points. Floating curse. Hermione grabbed the fallen Ronald who had been hit by the levitation charm and took him away quickly. It hurts me to death. Although Ronald was not injured, the pain from the injury made him scream uncontrollably. To shut up. At this time, she with Ronald had no way to fight back, so in the face of the fireballs that kept coming, Hermione could only dodge the fireballs constantly. Carliana, who released the flame cannon, was like a female gunslinger holding a machine gun. Her wand kept moving with Hermione, and fireballs kept shooting out. The magic of the flame cannon is to use the magic power as a bullet, and use the wand as a machine gun, and release it continuously. It is also a very good battle magic in large-scale battles. Seeing the magic released by Carriana, and it continued like this, the students who have fire magic are extremely envious. Flame cannon is an intermediate magic, and it is also the most destructive magic among the intermediate magic, and the most difficult to master. In the whole school, the people who can master it can be counted with 2 hands. Professor Kate, this child is talented and shocking. Dumbledore praised Carriana's performance sincerely. It's really good. Kate Lyle nodded after hearing this and said with a smile, however, this girl is a little crazy. At this time, Carriana was indeed a bit crazy, and the distance was not enough, so she chased after her and narrowed the distance, just to prevent Hermione and Ronald from having a chance to fight back. Although this magic is good, it is also very important for the consumption of mana. If she loses her mana, it will be a very dangerous thing for her. Snape said in a deep voice, yes, this can only be temporarily suppressed. Once her magic power is consumed excessively, she will get into trouble. Professor Flitwick nodded aside. At the right time, Hagrid saw Carriana drinking the potion with her head up, and immediately recognized it, and shouted, she's drinking the magic potion, Merlin's underpants. She doesn't want to keep consuming like this, does she? In fact, Carriana thought so. Hermione also reacted, and kept dodging without any hesitation. Even if she accidentally hit the fireball, Hermione endured the pain and successfully sent Ronald to the ground. Let me go down. Ronald knew that he had dragged Hermione down, and it was impossible to go on like this, so he saw the dense and messy stone pillars below, and immediately shouted. Gore quickly dodged and ran, crossing the half-court, aggressively breaking into the messy stone pillar array, trying to kill Ronald. Carriana, I'm not finished with you. Putting down Ronald, Hermione finally freed her hands and could finally use magic to fight back. On the other side, Ronald lost points again, with only 40 points left, shuttled among the stone pillars, found the target on Goyle and said magically, the ground thorns bloom. Gore was ridiculed by Ronald, furious, roared, dodged with the help of stone pillars, and fought back one after another. The scene in front of them had been planned for a long time after Carriana and Malfoy witnessed Hermione and Ronald's combined magic in the lounge. What Carriana didn't expect was that their plan went smoothly. Ronald didn't hesitate at all. After throwing out a ground thorn bloom, he said sarcastically, Gol, we are also earth magicians, but I am much stronger than you. Want to kill me? Go ahead and dream. Hermione was so desperate that she wanted to compete with the crazy girl Carriana. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Fireballs, water balls, rain arrows and other magic spells were constantly flying in a corner of the battlefield. On the densely packed stone pillars, Ronald and Gore were competing inside. Moreover, the battle between Ronald and Gore gave people a feeling of pushing boxes in a maze. While the two were constantly attacking and destroying the ground, they were also blocking each other's activity space. In this regard, Ronald showed a very high IQ, constantly crushing Gore. When Gore wanted to exit the stone pillar position, it was already too late. Under Ronald's offensive, the data on the lucky bracelet kept dropping. On the other side, as Ronald and Goyle, Hermione and Carriana continued to compete. Harry and Malfoy had already confronted each other and directly entered the state of Magic Warrior. One is Malfoy, who is wrapped in lightning like a Saiyan, and the other is Harry, who is wrapped in wind magic, with wind spirits always following his shoulders and his hair is flying. They entered the range of the Whomping Willow's attack, where any negligence could put them in danger. The battle between the two was even more close to hand, and the fight was extremely exciting, fast, and dangerous. In one arena, the contest between two teams was divided into 3 battlegrounds, which made the audience feel a bit confused. However, in terms of which battlefield is more exciting, it is undoubtedly the contest between Malfoy and Harry. One is their fame, and the other is that they all have the status of magic warriors. Thunder Knife, Thunder Kick, Thunder and Lightning. With the sudden punches and kicks, as well as the lightning ball and other magic that hit him instantly, Harry counterattacked with an extremely serious expression, without retreating at all. Wind Cannon, Whirlwind Legs. Under the continuous waving of the Whomping Willow, Harry and Malfoy pulled in and separated, fighting constantly, and some of the hitting Whomping Willow branches were directly interrupted by the attacks of the two. Under such a fierce attack, the Whomping Willow, which makes people fearful, now appears to be a victim instead. But if they thought they were not threatening, then Harry and Malfoy were really in danger. Malfoy was somewhat similar to Cariana, and he was also a little crazy at this time. He yelled at Harry and kept attacking, saying, "Without their support, you are doomed." Upon hearing this, Harry smiled and said, "This is a battle between the two of us, Malfoy. Trust me, you're doomed." After Harry finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated, like a gust of wind, and instantly dodged Malfoy's sweeping palm. Seeing this, Malfoy's face suddenly changed. Trouble. He didn't expect Harry to be able to improve in speed. Puff. Before Malfoy could react, Harry had already kicked him in the stomach, and the severe pain hit him, which made Malfoy almost vomit all the dinner in his stomach. At the same time, Malfoy's score was instantly deducted by 10 points, dropping to 70 points. Contests between magic warriors and physical collisions are all deducting points continuously, but the data of deducting points is lost one by one. Therefore, from the beginning of the contest between the two, both Malfoy and Harry have already been deducted 20 points. Whirlwind Legs. Harry's voice rang in his ears, Malfoy's face changed drastically, and the lightning on his body kept flickering. He wanted to stop Harry, and when he couldn't fight back, the continuous release of lightning was undoubtedly the best way to stimulate Harry. Bang, bang, bang. Braving the pain of being baptized by lightning, Harry kicked Malfoy into the sky, one kick after another, with great force, directly lifting Malfoy tens of meters into the air. Sharp Storm. Harry flew out of Whomping Willow's attack range, caught up to Malfoy and kicked again. Looking at Malfoy, who was kicked into the sky without any rest, he directly raised his hands and the magic power gathered in his palm. The Blade Storm, which was obviously smaller than the magic released by the wand, directed towards Malfoy above the void. Lean away. Aha. Although he had fully released the energy of the thunder element, surrounding his body and blocking most of the wind blades, Malfoy was still baptized by a large number of wind blades. At this moment, Malfoy could feel the wind blade cutting his body piece by piece. The pain made him almost faint. Drop, the crisp voice sounded in Malfoy's mind, and for a moment, a feeling of unwillingness lingered in his heart. The next moment, Malfoy appeared on the edge of the field, and the score was cleared. Appearing in a corner, Malfoy clenched his fists, full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do at this time. The battle between Malfoy and Harry is undoubtedly exciting and cheering. However, the battle between magic warriors is even more dangerous than the magic contest between magicians. Now, watching Malfoy being instantly killed by Harry, the Lions of Gryffindor roared excitedly. Even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating Harry. With Malfoy knocked out, the Lions released Harry Potter, a powerful force. For a moment, everyone understood that the black-bellied Snape team had lost. Sure enough, after defeating Malfoy, Harry waved his fists in celebration and immediately rushed towards Cariana. Compared to Gore, Cariana is undoubtedly more dangerous and crazy. The battle between Hermione and Cariana was already in full swing. Cariana even drank 2 bottles of magic potion for this, and Hermione also drank a bottle of magic potion, and did not swim with Cariana in the sky. Cariana looked at Harry Potter, who was rushing towards him, with excitement in her eyes, and she didn't hesitate or retreat because she was at a disadvantage. Burst Flame Dance. Cariana gave up on Hermione, who was on the side, and attacked Harry Potter. Burst Flame Dance. Harry didn't hesitate and held the wand in his hand, releasing the same magic. The magma-like fireballs collided continuously, like fireworks bursting, splashing a lot of magma on the ground. Looking down at the ground, Harry didn't back down in the slightest and approached while outputting, "Disarm you." There was a sound, and Cariana's wand flew towards Hermione in an instant. At this time, on the other side, Ronald also managed to win Gore with 100 points at the cost of 15 points. In just a moment, Cariana woke up. The moment Cariana fainted, she was already ready, knew the healing technique. and after passing through a special rescue team, quickly jumped into it and began to treat Cariana. Cariana, who had no wand, was directly cleared by Harry's several magma fireballs and was instantly teleported out of the game. As Gem's voice sounded, the audience cheered again. Cariana appeared next to Malfoy. Before she could stand still, she fainted instantly. So far, all 3 members of the black-bellied snake team have been eliminated. All 3 members of the black-bellied snake team were eliminated, and the winner is the lion team. With the defeat of the black-bellied snake team, the points of the lions team directly rose to 21 points, while the black-bellied snake team dropped from the original 18 points to 17 points because of the defeat. Since Team Pingtu defeated Team Blue Butterfly, their points increased by 1 point from the original 16 points to a total of 17 points. As a result, this resulted in 3 teams ranking second in terms of points, namely the black-bellied snake team, the bright team, and the Pingtu team. The points the Lions have gained now have opened them up by a full 4 points, occupying a greater advantage, but this is not absolute because this point will change as they play. But also because there are regulations, if there is a score that exceeds the top 5, otherwise the top 5 teams cannot challenge downwards, but the people below can challenge upwards, and the points for victory and defeat are calculated normally. For example, the Lions team that Harry and others belong to can only passively accept the challenge of the second place and below, or the Lions team can continue to challenge upwards only if there is a team with more points than them. Gryffindor Common Room. Kill beautiful Harry, Ronald, Hermione, let's celebrate our heroes. Fred and George got the salute from somewhere, and after the 3 of Harry came in, they blew off quickly, and all kinds of fireworks were scattered all at once. The entire Gryffindor lounge was incomparably lively at this time, because the victory of Harry and others also meant the victory of Gryffindor, which was a card, fame, and honor. The 3 of Harry sat in the common room for a long while amidst the cheers of the crowd and the presentation of small gifts, listening to them talk about the scene of the battle and their joy, and they went back to sleep after being tired. After the team competition incident stabilized the Lions, Gryffindor fell into a short period of silence. Of course, such a short period of time does not include competitive games that are played every day. In addition to enduring some pain during the competition, no one will really die, so the students also let go of their hands and feet to fight. This also makes the arena extremely lively every day. Fred and George, a pair of clowns, have to say that when it comes to doing business, they have their own little ideas. The students in the arena are undoubtedly their best sales targets. The same is true every few days. I will see that the 2 brothers have a lot of snacks and then sell them. After Malfoy's defeat, he became more and more concerned about cultivation. This little guy was full of interest and obsession with defeating Harry Potter and keeping Harry Potter under his feet. When Malfoy was working hard, so were Harry and others. For example, in the square of the Elemental Magic School, when there are no classes at night, as the corresponding barriers are opened one by one, in each small area, there will be 1 or 2 students practicing magic there. Kate Lyle will also come here from time to have a look and give them pointers. For Kate Lyle, life at school is so busy and fulfilling that Kate Lyle doesn't have much time to go out and walk around. After all, there are really many people who Kate Lyle should worry about. Tris Street. In this night, the 6 figures came from a distance, but no one noticed because they had already fallen asleep. And with the arrival of the 6 people, they immediately set up a barrier around a villa and released mist, filling the barrier so that people outside could not see the scene inside. After finishing all this, the 6 people also took off the fake pockets. The 6 people dispersed and started walking towards the villa. Inside the villa, Kate Weiss came out of the room, held out her hand, and a wand slipped out of his sleeve and was caught in his hand. Kate Weiss' gaze quietly swept around and then flew away. Yes, it was flying every now and then with both feet off the ground, without making any sound, just like a ghost. The door on the first floor was opened, dim light shone in from the outside, and a figure also stepped in. Kate Weiss stood by the side of the gate, looking at the back of the person who came in, and there was a faint murderous intent in his calm eyes, and raised his wand, aimed at the man in black, and said, "All petrified." Before the other party could react, he became stiff and unable to move in an instant. Kate Weiss waved his wand and flew away without a sound. The door was closed, and the hall was once again plunged into darkness. The man in black robe, who was enchanted, did not see Kate Weiss's appearance clearly, but only felt a figure drifting past quickly without any sound. The other 5 men in black robes had already entered the villa one after another through the windows, the back door, the balcony, etc. At this time, they didn't realize that one of their companions had been taken down, in Kate Lyle's room. After confirming that the door was closed, a man in black illuminated the room with a fluorescent flash and began to grope. In the guest room of the villa, the same is true for the other two men in black robes. A person came in through the window, groped in the dark, entered a room, carefully checked the surroundings, released a fluorescent flash, and realized that he had entered a study room, and then this person also quickly entered the room, searched on the bookshelf. The other person groped into the kitchen, but he didn't stay long, but walked outside. Just as the man walked out of the kitchen and walked towards the laboratory, Kate Weiss appeared beside him without a sound, scaring the black-robed man into a shock, and when he tried to dodge, he hit the wall superior. Avada Kedavra. After the impact, the opponent immediately launched a counterattack. Regardless of whether the opponent is friendly or not, at this time, it is absolutely better to kill the wrong than to let go. Boom. The magic didn't hit the opponent, but landed on the vase in the corner, and there was a crisp sound immediately, which also made other people who had entered the villa immediately vigilant. Except for the man in black in the study, the other four men in black also walked out of the room one after another and began to gather together. Kate Weiss' figure was fleeting, like a ghost in the night, coming and going without a trace. However, at this moment, just as a man in black robe walked out of the corner, he was hit by magic and instantly fell to the ground. The sound of falling to the ground attracted the attention of other people, and they gathered here, but soon they regretted and panicked. Because all these people were silently killed by Kate Weiss. After taking down these people, Kate Weiss did not let go of her vigilance, but continued to wander, checking every room, laboratory, and study. In the study room, the door opened, and the people in the room also instantly withdrew their magic and hid themselves and were ready to attack in an instant. However, as the door opened, the man in black didn't notice anyone walking in, let alone a shadow of anyone. The black-robed man hiding in the darkness was a little suspicious, but at this time, he must not take the initiative to reveal his identity, or he needs to wait for his companions to arrive. Kate Weiss stood by the door and quietly inserted the corner of her wand. The next moment, a ball of light flew in and formed a strong light, shining on every corner of the study, and it was extremely dazzling. The man in black was caught off guard by the strong light and quickly blocked it with his hands. When he let go, Kate Weiss was already standing in front of him and pointed his wand at him. All petrified, Kate Weiss waved, lit the lights of the villa, and then stood quietly by the fireplace. And in the middle of the hall, there were 6 men in black robes lying flat there. These people are the ones who broke into the villa at night and rummaged through things. It's just that now they are all controlled by Kate Weiss. These people knew that there was a butler helping to take care of the villa, and they also knew that the butler was a wizard. However, they didn't expect that the butler was so powerful that he could easily capture them. A green flame emerged from the fireplace, making a slight sound, and Kate Lyle also walked out from inside. Kate Weiss looked at Kate Lyle, who came out and whispered, "Master." Kate Lyle nodded, her eyes fell on the 6 intruders and said, "Did you ask anything?" "Not yet," Kate Weiss responded. After controlling the person, Kate Weiss notified Kate Lyle as soon as possible. Therefore, there was no time to torture these people. Kate Lyle didn't say much, but came to a person and waved his hand to dispel the magic on him. The man was unrestrained, immediately got up and looked at Kate Lyle vigilantly. He is no stranger to Kate Lyle, otherwise he would not come here to look for things. "Tell me, what are you looking for here?" Kate Lyle glanced at the other party and asked calmly. The man in black looked very nervous because he was afraid of Kate Lyle. At this time, he was even more emboldened, looking for the training method of documenting elemental magic warriors. The honest answer, without any resistance, surprised Kate Lyle slightly. But if you think about it carefully, if these guys dare to break in, they must be people who know themselves well. Record the training method of elemental magic warriors. Kate Lyle thought for a moment and said, "You have a good vision, and you actually thought about mass-producing elemental magic warriors. Just I'm curious, who is the person above you?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. While talking, Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and the magic power surged, and the sleeves of several men in black robes lying on the ground were all shattered into pieces. "It's funny that there's no Death Eater logo. Tell me, what organization are you in?" Kate Lyle asked curiously about the identities of these people. The man in black was silent and did not answer. Kate Lyle's fingers moved slightly, and a pure magic power instantly hit the man in black robe and knocked him against the wall, causing his stomach to writhe in pain. But at this time he felt as if he was being crushed by a huge pressed against the wall with strength, unable to move. Kate Lyle looked at the man in black calmly and said, Since you are here, you should have some understanding of me. My strength is not something you can resist. If you don't want to say it, then I can only use some special magic and read your memory. Just, you have to understand that as a result of doing so, you will become a fool forever. Boom, vomit. Kate Lyle withdrew the magic power, and the man in black also fell to the ground, vomiting out of his stomach. I can't say it, the man in black robe said in a hoarse voice, terrified. The feeling of vomiting was so uncomfortable that the throat seemed to be torn. Hearing this, Kate Lyle narrowed her eyes and said, "Stick out your tongue." The man in black trembled for a moment, but he still opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Kate Lyle stretched out her finger, but he didn't see him talking, and a magic shot hit the black-robed man's tongue. The next moment, a black magic mark flickered from the black-robed man's tongue and collapsed and dissipated in an instant. Ahem. When the forbidden magic was lifted, the black-robed man only felt numbness and itching on his tongue for a while, which made him cough for a while. Now we can talk. Kate Lyle smiled. Kate Lyle is still very interested in the organization behind the man in black. One must know that such a huge organization behind Voldemort did not use such covert means to restrict it. Of course, they are not low-key at all. On the contrary, they are a bit high-profile, and they are making troubles all over the world, recruiting subordinates, causing damage, and so on. Shadow organization. The man in black responded. Tell me more about it. Kate Lyle nodded. The Shady Organization is a mysterious organization. I don't know the details. I only know that it was established by 10 people at a round table meeting, and the members below do not know each other's identity except for the secret connection. What an identity. Once we complete the task, we will disperse immediately. There will not be much contact with each other. When performing the task, there will be people watching secretly. If anyone has contact after completing the task, they will be warned or it's a kill. Us. In view of Chen Wang's strength, the man in black told almost everything he knew. As for the identities of these people around him, the man in black didn't fully know, he just had some guesses about some of them. Listening to the information said by the man in black, Kate Weiss did not sit idle, but used magic to record all the information she heard on paper. After the trial of the man in black and the other 5 people, they were all reviewed, and all the data and information were recorded. So, the organization behind you is from the United States, and you are members of the Shady Organization established in the UK. Kate Lyle smiled after listening to the 6 people in front of her. The Organization of the United States. Is this what you want to do? What? What are they planning? You don't have any news. The 6 people were silent. In fact, they only received orders to perform tasks, and then received corresponding rewards. They really didn't know what the Shady Organization was planning. Seeing them like this, Kate Lyle thought for a while and said, "Well, it seems that it is useless to ask you what, so let's change the topic." When the 6 people heard Kate Lyle's words, there was a bit of expectation and fear in their eyes, because they could imagine that this topic would definitely affect their life and death. Do you want to live? Kate Lyle looked at the 6 people in front of her with a smile, and said with a smile, "After going back, I started to find out more information about the Shady Organization, and then handed over the information to my housekeeper." Kate Lyle's conditions made the 6 people slightly stunned. Although seeking information would cause suspicion and a lot of trouble, it was not impossible. After all, they wanted to live more than the current death. Since you want to, then I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Of course, Kate Lyle did not let them leave just like that, but released dark elemental magic on them, controlling their souls. Think, the person who answered Kate Lyle's question first said immediately. The other 5 people also nodded and looked at Kate Lyle with some expectation. Once they have something wrong, they can easily determine their life and death in a single thought. Therefore, the 6 of them agreed without any hesitation. Can it be done?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.